Hello and welcome to the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground where history is on the line, the Women's Ashes in a day-night contest. The first Women's Test was at the MCG back in 1949 and the Ashes concludes this time around with a historic day-night Test match. Australia stand on the brink of something truly unprecedented, a series whitewash since the format was first introduced in 2013. No side has ever swept the Ashes and won 16 points to nil, with Australia leading 12-0, 4 points on the line for the Ashes, 2 points for a draw. The Aussies are within touching distance of immortality. For England, this is a battle for pride, for redemption, and to try and avoid the bitter taste of a clean sweep on Australian soil. They've been outplayed, outclassed. Do they still have any fight left? Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. It is a glorious day at the MCG with temperatures in the low 20s. It is the perfect scene for what hopefully should be a historic day. We're looking at a record crowd as well across the 4 days. The CEO of Cricket Australia, Nick Hockley, has said they are hoping to eclipse that with the first day getting underway this afternoon. The players are gathering out in the middle, so we should be able to bring you the coin toss in just a few moments' time. There's been questions around the Australian side. Would Elisa Healy be right to take her place in the selected 11? She confirmed she should be right to go, and Ash Gardner should also right to be making her return, having missed the last 3 T20 internationals. While from an England point of view, we know unfortunately they will be without Kate Cross, but what other changes will we see for the England 11 to take place here at the MCG? It also is a historic day as we have so many legends, pioneers of the women's game in attendance. We're looking forward to bringing them all to you this afternoon. So Matt Clinch to call the action alongside Ben Cameron. Henry Moran is here, expert commentary from former England World Cup winner Alex Hartley. Sarah Elliott is with you and Michelle Gosgo as well. So we are set for what should be a thrilling conclusion to the Ashes, depending on which side of the world in which you are taking us in, on the ABC or through the BBC. Let's head out to the middle and join Jason Richardson for the toss.
Referee Ken Hannams overseeing the toss of the coin. Both captains are here. Elisa Healy has the coin in hand. Heather Knight's ready to call, so let's get it on. First time. What are you going to do?
We're going to bowl.
Why?
A little bit of grass coverage, does a little bit early here, so we're going to have a first crack with the ball and see if we can get the most out of the surface.
Can I just say, you look absolutely brilliant with this blazer. Tell everyone what blazer you're wearing.
Yeah, I think in a nod to this being a historic event, the Betty Wilson's family gave me the permission to wear her blazer, which she wore back a long time ago for Australia. Obviously, one of our most famous cricketers. So it's a real honour for me to stand here in it, and hopefully it's a great nod to some of the amazing pioneers that have gone before us.
And it's so brilliant to have you back playing. I can imagine you're looking around here, thinking about what's coming up for the next 4 days. You must be so thrilled.
Oh, I'm really excited. Obviously, it's been a long time coming. A lot of talk about it. A lot of talk about this series in general, but we're part of the way through it. We've got 4 more days of good, tough cricket to go. We know exactly what this English side can do and what they're going to throw at us. So we're excited as a group to enjoy the moment, first and foremost, but play some good, hard cricket as well.
Any other changes to your team apart from you coming in?
Obviously, Georgia Vole making a test debut is a really big one, so she'll be at the top of the order and I'll just slot in the middle and try and keep up the pace.
Well, that'll be fantastic. Ash Gardner back in?
Ash Gardner back in as well, yep.
Congratulations. Great to have you back and you look fantastic in that blazer.
Yes, thank you.
So, Australia deciding to bowl first. Heather, what did you think about that decision?
I don't mind. I don't think it was a straightforward decision today. I'm not too displeased that we're batting, but I do think it will do a little bit early. So we're going to have to, particularly that first hour, really be really tight, look to score when we can, but assess the conditions and go from there.
How's the mood in the camp when you come to an historic pink ball test at the MCG?
Oh, huge excitement. It's an amazing venue, isn't it? And to play a test match here, I think it's the first one Australia have played in 50 years or something mad like that, maybe even 60. So, yeah, really cool occasion. Obviously, pink ball test, first one here. So it's going to be really cool. We're just really excited and obviously want to play really hard and give a really good account of our cricket and who we are as people.
Who's in and out for your team?
So obviously said yesterday Kate Cross misses out and we've gone for the extra seamer. So Rhiannon McDonald-Gay comes in and Charlie Dean misses out.
Good luck.
Thanks very much.
So just repeating the news here, Australia winning the toss of the coin and saying we will bowl first in the first test match at the MCG for women since 1949.
Thank you to Jason Richardson with the coin toss having taken place in the middle of the MCG. Matt Clinch joined by former Australian opener Sarah Elliott. Welcome to you, Sarah. What an occasion to be back at the MCG, and Australia have won the toss and decided to have a bowl first.
Oh, how exciting. Terrific venue to be playing. I know the girls are all pumped, and terrific that Australia won the toss and they'll take the ball first.
Mine's working.
We're hearing you, World Cup winner Alex Hartley. Hello and welcome to you once more. Welcome to Melbourne. It's been a trying series from an English point of view. How is the morale amongst the camp, and how do we try and find some positivity for England to leave Australian soil?
Yeah, look, they've got to park the white ball series and move on to this historic red ball. It's pink ball, isn't it? This historic pink ball test. And look, I think for England, it's one of those where you can't control what's been, but you can control what's going to come up. So they've got a huge opportunity, as Heather just said at the toss, to show who they are and what they're like as people, and also time to create a little bit of history for England.
From an England point of view, it's been a trying series. How does Heather Knight try and instill a little bit of confidence amongst the English women, and the unpredictability of the pink ball, does that add further intrigue from your point of view?
Yeah, look, I really respect the fact that Australia have won the toss and they've elected to bowl, because England, with the bat, this series haven't been at their best. So for England, there's some few fresh faces around which will bring energy, but they've also got the confidence of that test match that they literally played 6 weeks ago out in South Africa, where they absolutely peppered South Africa. You know, they were absolutely outstanding. So they've got to take confidence from that and just show that they can win games of cricket. And yes, we know how good this Australia side are, but you've got to sort of concentrate on yourselves. So
from an England point of view, their 11 is Beaumont, Bouchier, Knight, Sciver-Brunt, Dunkley, Wyatt, Hodge, Jones, Eccleston, McDonald, Gay, Filer and Bell. Any surprises from your point of view, Alex?
Yeah, obviously no Kate Cross as she just walks past us. No Kate Cross, she's fit to play, but her bowling speeds aren't up to what she normally does, so I think that's a little bit of a huge surprise. But having said that, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay in the test match in South Africa showed that she could hold her own. You know, she was absolutely outstanding. She was brilliant. She got the ball to talk. She was probably actually England's best seamer during that test match. I am slightly surprised that they've gone with one spinner. Australia obviously have the two with Ash Gardner and Alana King, but England with just the one spinner, that's a heavy workload for Sophie Eccleston, who will bowl a lot of overs, because we know, we've seen it in the past when she has been the only spinner. She bowls 60, 70, 80 overs, and she's got the capacity to do that. But, you know, in the blazing heat that we will have Saturday, Sunday, is it going to be a tough ask?
Sarah Elliott, the Australian 11. Phoebe Litchfield alongside Georgia Vole, named at the top of the order on Test debut. Elise Perry at number 3. Elisa Healy at 4. Sutherland, Mooney, Gardner, McGrath, Kim Garth, Alana King and Darcy Brown. So no Georgia Wareham, no Megan Shute. Once more, it's a very strong Australian lineup, and the envy of so many countries, the fact that they have players who unfortunately miss out once more.
Oh, absolutely. It's a really deep batting lineup. We've seen that in the T20s and the one days, but actually some of our superstars, I think Test is what they prefer. Look at the likes of Perry and Sutherland. They'll feel like they're a little light on for runs, and I tell you what, those two love a big occasion. So if they get the chance to bat out here, be it today or tomorrow, no doubt they'll be switched on and looking to make some big runs, and really they want to dominate. This Australian side, they've been really good, but I've heard them say it themselves, they want to absolutely dominate and they want to win in this test match. They can play brave cricket because they are well ahead, so I think we're going to see some really dominant performance from some of the Australian batters.
You can probably hear the breeze coming in nice and clear across our mics as we're down on the middle of the MCG. Sarah, it's historic to have it here at the MCG. The last time the Australian women played here was that T20 World Cup back in 2020. It was on the verge of COVID. To have a historic day-night test here at the MCG, hopefully trying to eclipse that record of 24,000 for a women's test back in 2013. How significant is it for the women's game, this test?
Well, just to see how far it's come, Clinchy, we were talking off air about just the calibre of the grounds that have been played at in history, and I think the MCG is really the pinnacle. It's a home of cricket, certainly in the southern hemisphere, so I think really exciting. It gives me goosebumps when I think back to that T20 final. That was such a special game, and the Melbourne public came out and really supported them. I hope they do the same. Obviously school's gone back, but we've got Saturday, Sunday, and hopefully see some big crowds in.
The two captains have just made their way from the middle. Heather Knight just walked behind you. You've been amongst many dressing rooms over your cricketing journey. The different contrasting moods in the two camps. From Alyssa Healy's point of view, a chance to play a 10th test match, and you got the impression she wasn't going to miss it without chopping off her leg if she had to try and be out there. She was desperate to be there. And from a Heather Knight point of view, the critics have come quick and fast, and I guess she plays her 199th international match today, and trying to make sure she leaves on a positive note where there are so many questions about the coaching and the captaincy.
Oh, absolutely. You'd love to be a fly on the wall almost in that dressing room to hear the honest sort of truth. They'll be here prepared to play. They're a proud group of girls. They've worked really hard. They've got a strong history, just as strong as Australia have, and they want to represent themselves. They want to represent their country well. So they've had a few days to regroup, and I think it's a totally different format. So they sort of start afresh. It's a mental game. If they can get their head in the space that we're starting again, and we're on equal pegging with Australia, we're going to try and take them down. the question to be asked, they've got to bat first, so I think that's a good decision by Australia. But yeah, challenge straight to them.
I think it's a great decision from Australia to put England in, and I think purely for if we are looking at how dominant Australia have been and England have struggled with the bat, perfect time for them to take advantage of. There's 9 millimetres of grass on the wicket. It might do a little bit early, it might flatten out day 2, day 3. So I think Alyssa Healy, yes, you go against the grain of Test match cricket of wanting to bat first and get runs on the board, but equally from an Australian point of view, can we get England 4 or 5 down quickly?
And the other intrigue is that Beth Mooney will keep in this Test match, so Alyssa Healy fit to play, but won't have the responsibilities as with the gloves behind the stumps, which always is curious as to where is she going to field. She'll be at slip, she'll be giving orders. I gather she'll be a bit of a nightmare for some of her teammates, probably.
Not just her teammates, she'll be a nightmare for anyone batting too, the sledges and the ribbing that she comes up with. It, I think, exciting occasion for Mooney. She is one of the world's best wicket keepers, and we haven't had the chance to see enough of her, so this will be a special Test match for her, being able to take the gloves.
Henry Moran joins us once more. He's been a constant as part of our Ashes coverage through the ABC and BBC. Henry, lovely to see you in Melbourne.
It's fantastic to be here, isn't it? And Sarah mentions that the journey that we've been on in the women's game over the last decade or so. I saw Sarah playing in an Ashes Test match in Wormsley, and if you don't necessarily know that as an Australian audience, well, it is a private ground owned by the Getty family in rural Buckinghamshire. To get internet there, they had to get an enormous satellite dish that boomed down the valley. The infrastructure was minimal. It was essentially a very nice field in rural England just 12 years ago. It's not a long time, and we're here at the MCG seeing a Test match in the Women's Ashes. It's an extraordinary journey. It's a huge credit to Cricket Australia for having the ambition to have a game here, and it's going to be a fabulous occasion. We've got the sunshine, we've got the crowd in, we've got the great and the good of Australian and English cricket here. Let's just hope we get a good game, and that is so important, because 4-day Test cricket in the women's game is a controversial subject. In England, we have seen a 5-day Test match with England against Australia in 2023. It can be hard to force results, particularly a pink ball that can go soft, which we saw at North Sydney back in 2017. If the surface offers a little bit, we've got to hope that it offers enough that we're going to see a good game of cricket, because we want to see a positive result. We want to see a chance for somebody to force a win.
Either way, we want a result in this Test match, don't we? Whether it goes Australia's way or England's way, we don't want another draw, because then the conversations start about 4-day cricket. We constantly have draws, and why has it gone back to 4-day cricket? England have fought so hard, which is why they've kept the grass on the surface that they have, to try and hold that pink ball together for a little bit longer. We know how quickly it does go soft, but if the wicket's soft as well and it's got a little bit of protection on there, it might just stay harder for slightly longer.
Alex and Sarah, it's sort of been the players who are very publicly pushed to play more Test matches. Ash Gardner, whenever she's been asked, has said at times it's felt like a bit of a novelty. We're playing it at the end of the series or a start of the series. We don't play enough of it, almost putting the pressure back on cricket administrators to try and introduce more women's Test matches rather than just once a year.
It's a special thing to pull on the whites, as we see all the girls in, now whites. It's an incredibly special occasion, and it is a novelty, but we want to get it away from being a novelty. We want it to be a special occasion and appreciate what you've got and the opportunities that you've got, but we want to see it happen more and more. I mean, I agree with Ash. I'd love to see 3, 3 and 3. I'd love to see 3 Test matches to just make it different. We have a lot of bilateral series and multi-format series around the world now, and actually the Ashes is special because it's the Ashes, but it's the same as every other multi-format series that you play. And look, I mean, I know that a lot of players want to play more Test match cricket, and I want to see more Test match cricket.
Yeah, 100%. And I think if you have 3 of them, you get the chance to play a bolder brand of cricket. When there's only 1 Test match, not only is it a bit foreign to some players, but you've got to be more conservative. You certainly don't want to lose one. So I'm all for more Test cricket.
I think the big danger potentially for England in this game is if they go into it with an attitude of just don't lose. They have to be positive, because 4 days may seem quite short in the context of a Test match, but it'll stretch out in front of you if you're trying to hang on against the ruthless Australia side. So they've got to be positive. They have to try and go out there and think that they can win this game, as they nearly did at Canberra in 2022.
Yeah, and you would think with the England team that they've selected, they have been positive. They've got an extra batter because Charlie Dean at 7, she probably felt slightly too high in the white ball series, and going into a Test match you want that extra batter. And Sophia Dunkley was outstanding in the T20 games. She's had some time out of this team, she's come back in, she's really taken the game on, and if she can do that in Test match cricket, it's going to be entertaining, isn't it?
It certainly is. Australia have won the toss. They've decided to bowl first. Georgia Vole will make her debut in the Test format. I mean, it caps off, Sarah, what's been an incredible couple of months for her to force her way into this Australian side, and now get to have that honour with the baggy green.
It's a hard side to crack into, but she's come in, not only come in, but she's really put her best foot forward. She's been in great form, which is terrific to see. And I'm excited to see how she adapts her game to 4-day cricket. Hopefully she doesn't change too much, because that attacking, the way that she actually takes the game on is brilliant. Her at the top there with Phoebe Litchfield, it's pretty exciting. And just to think of the youth in that opening partnership, like Australia's doing really well in terms of their succession planning. If those two are opening the batting, then with the experience to come in underneath them, pretty exciting for her and her family, I'm sure.
It certainly is. Sarah Elliott alongside Matt Clinch, Alex Hartley and Henry Miranda down here. We're out on the middle of the MCG as we look around this bold and brave stadium, grand stadium. There's a lot of the fans who are sitting in the members side, which is directly below our commentary box, and of course in the Olympic stand. They're scattered across the City end and the Shane Warne stand, and hopefully they will continue to come in throughout the afternoon. The first level is also pretty full as well. I guess, Henry and Alex, the big debate is, has the gap been as big as what it's seen throughout this series? And everyone is starting to have their opinion. We've heard Alistair Cook over the last 24 hours. Our own Jason Gillespie spoke yesterday as part of the Sri Lankan coverage. Before I get your thoughts, here was his as a former coach.
When you talk to the media, you're talking to your players inadvertently. Yeah. So I can probably, putting my coach's hat on, probably think he's trying to support his players as much as possible. We get that, we understand, but I think sometimes you just have to understand that sometimes you just have to acknowledge that you're not playing well. We're doing everything we can. We're working hard to improve. But one thing I will say about the England women is that they've been demanding equal pay. So they get paid the same as the men for Test cricket. But they refuse to do the fitness testing. So they don't do the fitness testing. And there's, for various reasons. Which I don't necessarily agree with.
Jason Gillespie, former Australian fast bowler, former Pakistan coach, a part of our coverage with Australia 2 for 330 when day 2 gets underway a little today from Sri Lanka. But I guess, Henry and Alex, the broader question is everybody's trying to work out, how do we try and summarise this tour, which hasn't been a very successful one from an England point of view? Is the gap as wide as what it's seen? Has Australia been as dominant as what they've been? Or has England just missed a couple of opportunities from both an individual and a team point of view to make the gap a bit closer, especially with their fielding?
I think any time that you look at a series and you say, if we'd won this moment, if we'd won that moment, then you are essentially grasping at a less likely route to the narrative that we've seen. Essentially, England could have got closer if they'd won that second ODI. They didn't. They could have got closer if they'd played a little bit better in that first game. They didn't. The fact that we can cite a couple of moments where it could have gone a different ways, I think, to do a disservice to how good Australia have been. And England have really underperformed. They've been a side that at times in the last few years have made claims to be as good as Australia. Certainly that drawn series in 2023 takes on a rather different context now when you look at the weight of runs Nat Sciver-Brunt scored. And perhaps the fact that she hasn't done in this series tells a little bit of a story as to England's reliance on Nat Sciver-Brunt. Actually, on the Test Match special stream that you can find on your podcast providers, we did a little podcast examining this with Alex and Fionn Wynne from the BBC Sport website, trying to look at where the gaps lie and where they exist, and whether the Bondi to Coogee walk is as significant a factor in terms of providing cricket opportunities for Australians compared to English players. Alex, I think you'd agree, Australia have just been the better side.
Yeah, the better side under pressure, and I think that's the difference, isn't it? Under pressure, England haven't performed. They've almost gone into their shells. They've allowed Australia to climb all over them, whereas actually Australia, when they've been under pressure, they've bounced back. They've managed to soak up that pressure, and look, the gap is there is a gap between the two sides. There is no doubt about that. But I guess on reflection, when you sum up this Ashes, you go away and you think about how you can change. It's an exciting place to be for England, because they can almost go, right, we've learnt our lessons, we weren't good in that series, and how do we cope under pressure? How do we be able to run more twos? How do we become more athletic? There's a lot of learnings that England will have done on this tour, but ultimately now they've got to sort of park those conversations, because they're all going to go on. They will go on for a while. There's a 50 over World Cup in India in October, which is going to be incredibly tough. You've got to be fit, you've got to be athletic, you've got to be able to cope under pressure. It's almost like John Lewis said, we poked the bear with this Australia side, and they've come back back fighting. There's not very many times you poke a bear and it doesn't come back fighting.
Well, indeed, but England should have been that bear that was poked after the T20 World Cup themselves. They weren't, and that tells its own story. I'd be interested to know what you, from the Australian point of view, would say in terms of how Australia have enjoyed the gentle ribbing of England over the comments from the coach and one thing and another, because it's just felt like they've piled in and they've had a great time with it.
I reckon they would have had a field day. I reckon there would have been some great laughs had in the Australian camp. I think that there is a gap between the two sides. From an Australian point of view, I can only speak to what I've seen and know of our program, but the fierceness and the attention to detail that the leaders of this group bring in terms of the standards that they set is unlike anything I've seen in a work sense or any other sporting context that I've been part of. And I think there's got to be a lot of credit to the leadership, the coaching staff as well. I think there is a gap, but there's lots of opportunities for England to step into that. The other thing is about the depth of the Australian side. There is girls, the competition, and I think that's what makes for a healthy team, and there's competition for spots where no one spot's secure, but everyone has to keep working as hard as they can. I don't quite see the same depth that makes for a competitive, England game.
The players have just been introduced into the MCG just in front of the famous Melbourne Cricket Club stand where the members are. And it was nice to see so many of the players just say hello as they made their way past us, and we'll have the formalities in a few moments' time. But there's no doubt Australia losing in the semi-finals to South Africa in the recent World Cup. It stung this Australian side, and they wanted to make a real statement. And Grace Harris, who doesn't mind sort of firing from the hip, has made it well known that a whitewash has been mentioned one or two times. Even if it started by the media, the players have certainly embraced it.
It would have been started within that playing group, no doubt as well. They'll be talking about, they are so hungry, this group. So I'm excited to see how they actually go about playing this in a really brave and take the game one way.
And from an Australian point of view, they've got the fortunate part of having a women's Big Bash here in Australia. They pride themselves on the fielding conditions, and on our ABC podcast with Brittany Carter and Kristen Beams even joked that her current state of fielding back when she played in the women's Big Bash has gone to a level that they would expect better of her in this current Australian side. And Alex, that's the challenge, is that the leaders really have to put in those standards and make sure that the players coming in are keeping up to it.
Yeah, of course, and you only have to look at how Georgia Voll took that absolute screamer in the third T20 to show that they have standards. You know, we know that Beth Mooney didn't get picked for a year or two because she wasn't fit enough, she wasn't athletic enough. And England, for me, now have to go to those standards. If they want to compete with Australia, they want to really beat Australia, because that's what we want as England fans, players, people around the world that follow them. We want England to win an Ashes series. The fact of the matter is Australia have had the Ashes for a decade, and 10 whole years. It's a long time, so England needs to close that gap.
We are seeing some of the legends of Australian cricket being introduced here at the MCG, in which Alex Blackwell is there alongside
I think it's Rachel Haynes,
who is going to be introduced as the last of those. So
I feel for Alex Blackwell, actually, because she's hobbling through the players. She's just snapped her Achilles and had surgery, and she's having to pretend that she's all right walking through both sets of players.
So we might join the formalities here as these former greats have been introduced, and we won't be too far away from the official national anthems.
Alyssa Healy. Acknowledge the 9 captains that couldn't be here today: Molly Dive, Una Paisley, Muriel Picton, Mary Aylett, Miriam Nee, Wendy Blunston, Karen Rolton, Jodie Purbs and Meg Lanning. Would you please all join us in celebrating all 20 Test captains of Australia? Cricket is a sport for all, and we welcome all fans and participants, regardless of their identity, background, beliefs or choices. We provide a safe space for the whole community to connect and feel respected, and we thank you for playing your role. If able, we now ask you to be upstanding as we are joined by Wurundjeri Elder Auntie Joy Murphy AO to conduct the Welcome to Country. Leah Phillips will then perform God Save the King, followed by Karina Chavez, who will perform the Australian National Anthem.
We are proud and very excited to have this historic match of the Women's Ashes Test played here on Wurundjeri country at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. We acknowledge all ancestors, elders and communities across this great nation and neighbouring islands. We also pay our deepest respect and homage to our First Lady, Auntie Faith Thomas, who was the first Aboriginal woman to play cricket versus England in 1958. And to our most esteemed seasoned player, Ashley Garden, we love you and your reputation precedes you. We also acknowledge the captains, and we also leading their teams today are the captains Heather Knight, our visitors from England, and of course our own Elisa Healy. This gift of the gum leaf is for all of us to protect what we've been given and continue to nurture this country. And we celebrate who we are today, and a particular thank you to our Jiri dancers and to our friend and brother Ron Murray of the Wamba Wamba people. Thank you to Cricket Australia and the Melbourne Cricket Club for continuing to support First Nations. Our language is the Woiwurrung. Womenjakal Wurundjeri Balak, Yemen Kundi Beg, and you are most welcome to the traditional lands of the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people. Notchkunwa, thank you.
Spine tingling as the presentations come to a close. We're down here on the MCG as we're just about in readiness for this historic day-night test match between Australia and England to close out the Women's Ashes. Matt Clinch alongside Henry Moran, Sarah Elliott and Alex Hartley. So final predictions from you, Sarah and Alex. The sessions, the first session runs from 2:30 till 4:30. This is Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. The second session is from 5 p.m. till 7 p.m. and then the third session from 7:30 p.m. to 9:30. We can play an extra 30 minutes to get through the overs. So at the first break, Alex, what are we looking for after Australia won the toss and decided to bowl first?
Look, in an ideal world, England go into that non-down, don't they? I think for England it's to take the game on, it's to get through that new ball. We know that it might do a little bit early on, and for me, if they can just be one down at that first break, I think England will be pretty happy. Ideally, both batters out in the middle are 150 not out at the first break. What are you talking about?
Sarah Elliott, we've seen the big ballers done plenty. Talia McGrath in preparation said she had it hooping around in Adelaide. What are we going to see on the pitch here at Melbourne, which, as we've said, it's got about 9 millimetres of grass on it?
I reckon, the bowlers are going to have a bit of a field day on. I reckon Australia are going to want to be at least 3 down in this first session. Having won the toss and electing to bowl, they want to take some scalps early. The bowlers of the new ball will be pretty happy to have it in their hands.
The English opening batters are just making their way behind us. Georgia Voll is just to our right. She'll be making her Test debut. And Henry, we've got a chance to try and see some history on the making for this Women's Day-Night Test match. As we know, the record crowd previously in the UK, 23,207 at Trent Bridge in 2013. My best gauge as we look around, what do you reckon, 3,000 to 4,000?
Yeah, at least. It's always difficult to tell here, isn't it? It's such a vast venue that sometimes even when it's half full, it looks half empty. Well, you know what I mean. But
good one, Henry.
Or virtually empty. You get what I'm saying. But it's one of those where we're going to see a lot of people here, Melbourne fans, do that, and it's a great venue. It'll be a great atmosphere and a special occasion. No doubt records will be broken. Let's just hope we get a good game to match it.
Absolutely. The players are gathering for some historic photos to our right, and in a few moments' time, the Australian team will turn to their left. Alyssa Healy to lead them out. Beth Mooney with the gloves this afternoon. Georgia Voll on her Test debut. And the English openers are just a few moments away from striding out to the middle. We're getting ushered off, so let's head upstairs for the first ball. It's very good afternoon to Michelle Goscoe and Ben Cameron.
Hello, and welcome to the show. For the first time in 76 years to a women's test match at the MCG. It is great to be here. It is a privilege to be here, Michelle Goscoe. What are you looking at?
Oh, wow. I was just getting a little bit teary here. It was certainly spine-tingling hearing that national anthem here. And you could just see a tear in the eye of the players here. They are absolutely pumped. It's a beautiful day. What an occasion to be playing Test cricket at the MCG with the iconic pink ball. So I'm absolutely pumped.
So not since 1949 have we had a women's test here at the MCG. This is test number 151 in the women's game. Australia's 80th test match, England's 102nd. So they've been involved in nearly 2/3 of them. They've meatloafed it to date. And yet here we are at the vast MCG, this great venue, the home of cricket, certainly in the Southern Hemisphere. For the old rivals, Australia and England, it is special.
Yeah, there's nothing better. And it's all on the line here for the Aussies. They want to whitewash. It hasn't been done in the multi-series format. So, they're certainly ready to go. And Kim Garth, seeing her with ball in hand, she's absolutely been hooping it around. So very exciting stuff.
It is a pink ball day-night test. Kim Garth at the top of her mark. She'll be bowling from the Shane Warne stand end of the ground. The English openers are out there at the moment. Tammy Beaumont is going to face up. The Aussies with 3 slips and a gully. If you're joining us late, the Aussies, they won the toss and elected to bowl. That surprised me.
It surprised me as well. I thought they would want to bat. It's beautiful batting conditions at the moment. It's not hot at all. It's about 21, 22 degrees. So perfect conditions to be batting. But, you can just tell at the moment they're going for blood, aren't they?
Maya Bouchier down at the non-strikers end. Opening up with Tammy Beaumont. So 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, regulation cover, mid-off. Straightish mid-wicket, in line with the popping crease. A couple of pitches away from the edge of the square, and then a deep backward square in place. All in readiness for the first time in 76 years, women's test cricket. Garth comes in and bowls a straight delivery, strikes Beaumont on the pad. Immediately off the mark. England, was there bat involved or just pad? Leg buys to begin. Immediately attacking the stumps there, Kim Garth.
Yeah, she will, and that's what she'll do. She'll hoop it around, try and pitch it sort of on middle and leg, and then come across and bring those slips into play. Tammy Beaumont's about half the height. Maya Bouchier. So that's awesome. Yeah, it's certainly different attacking sort of batters. These two, Bouchier's had struggled throughout this Ashes series. It's certainly different here. Longer form of the game.
Bouchier on strike, 3 slips and a gully. Whipping a ball off leg stump through mid-wicket. Immediately away is Bouchier. Attacking the stumps, Kim Garth, and that will be a couple. And they will settle with 2. So 3 without loss now. England immediately off and moving in this women's test match.
very different that they're actually on top in this first over. It hasn't happened throughout this Ashes campaign. So obviously a clear ploy here to try and get after the Australian bowlers early.
Three slips in a gully as Garth arrives again down the leg side. Just not getting any shape at the moment. That one just sliding down the leg side. Beth Mooney, of course, keeping for the Aussies in this test. Elisa Healy cleared to play. She is fit, overcoming that foot injury. Was in a moon boot during the ODIs, but ready to roll for the Aussies.
Yeah, I mean, she said that she would have had to cut her foot off to be able to play in this test. So here she is at first slip.
Bouchier awaiting Garth again with the pink ball. Edging, caught, Mooney takes it. Low down. Just a little bit of shape away, maybe a little bit off the pitch. Bouchier squared up, and Mooney diving in front of Healy. Symbolic that she takes the catch. England 1 for 3 in the first over.
Oh, what a perfect start here for the Australians. Kim Garth just got that one to kick off of this pitch here at the MCG. Didn't quite get the outside edge as I thought it might with that swing. It was more seam back in and squared Bouchier straight up. And Beth Mooney, what a series she has had, diving in front of Elisa Healy, would normally have the gloves on. What an absolutely perfect start here for the Australians.
First person to celebrate with her, Beth Mooney, was Elisa Healy at first slip. High tens all round. What a start for the Aussies. So Heather Knight, the captain, comes skipping out onto the vast expanses of the MCG. And wouldn't she love to make a statement?
Yeah, well, she's going to have to bat long periods, isn't she, here for England? As she has done throughout this series. She's kind of been the lone hand, actually, for them. And we've often seen after every match, they've asked the skipper what's gone wrong and what her feelings are. And she said, yeah, well, there was disappointment. You know, there was some good parts. So I don't know if I agree with that, Ben, but yeah, there's a lot of pressure onto her shoulders.
Beth Mooney finally getting a chance in the keeper's gloves and taking a nice catch. Kim Garth striking in the first over here for the Aussies. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. Wouldn't Heather Knight love a captain's knock?
What a decision to bowl first now.
Still three slips in a gully. Healy, Litchfield, Georgia Vole on debut. And then Ash Gardner in the gully. Heather Knight scratching around, getting herself set. A little slow clap building up around the MCG. So the English captain facing Garth down the leg side again. Through to Mooney. Got a couple just down the leg side. Kim Garth hasn't quite got her radar right to start.
Yeah, you'd feel a little bit dirty, actually, as a batting, opening the batting here, that the balls haven't been great, except for that one that she got right on the money. That one skidding down the leg side.
It's top of off, wasn't it? Garth in again tonight. Outside the off stump, and Knight confidently forward, pushes out to the covers. End of the first over, a successful one for the Aussies. England 1 for 3. The batter out, Maya Bouchier sent back in the first over. Beaumont yet to get off the mark, and Heather Knight the same. So just repeating, Aussies won the toss. They elected to field first. Phoebe Litchfield and Georgia Vole listed to open. Vole on debut has debuted across all three formats this summer. What a memorable summer for her. Elise Perry, Elisa Healy, Annabelle Sutherland, Beth Mooney, the wicketkeeper, Ash Gardner, Talia McGrath, the vice-captain, listed at 8. That's interesting. Kim Garth, Alana King and Darcy Brown for the Aussies.
Yeah, interesting, that Talia McGrath's at 8. I don't think... I mean, that tells you how lengthened the batting order is for the Australians. But, yeah, I'd expected her to sort of bat at number 6 maybe. But to have Ash Gardner in there who's coming back from injury, it might change a little bit for that lineup for the Australians. But we'll wait and see what happens.
Look at this. Welcome to the team, Georgia Vole. Looks like she's going in under the lid at bat pad.
It has to be Georgia Vole. I don't know. I didn't have to field there in my first test, thank God, because I wouldn't have been very good in there.
So it will be Darcy Brown from the members' end of the Melbourne Cricket Ground. 3 slips and a gully will be in place. A point, an extra cover, and a mid-on. Also a deep backward square. Tammy Beaumont to be on strike. So Beaumont, Bouchier, Knight, Siver, Brunt, Dunkley, White, Hodge, Jones, Eccleston, McDonald, Gay, Filer and Bell. The interesting one, Kate Cross, past fit with that back injury, but not selected to play for this English team.
Yeah, I read something yesterday, actually, that she said that she was fit, but the pace wasn't there, that they know that she can bowl with. So, yeah, interesting move from England.
So the young tearaway quick. Good crowd just building, particularly at the members' end of the ground. Here goes Brown, bustling away, bowling to Beaumont, full and straight, digging it out, Beaumont. Attacking the pegs right away, Darcy Brown.
I thought she might have come in with a short ball with 3 slips and a gully in play. But nope, she's gone the old full toss. Yorker there. I'll tell you what, it was well kept out, actually, by Beaumont. She's almost got that Excalibur sort of swing with the bat, doesn't she? So lucky she got something down on the ball.
Brown bowling now. Beaumont on the drive and beating the mid-off fielder. Diving away, Perry. She'll now track after it. It will race away down towards the rope. Slow up late and will pull up. So it won't be the first boundary of this women's test. They'll come back for 3 in the end. Heather Knight to be back on strike. Beaumont confidently off the mark with the triple. 1 for 6 are England.
Yeah, full presentation of the bat there, Tammy Beaumont. It was a good effort, actually, from Elise Perry diving away to her right, but with the standards that they've set throughout this Ashes, you think that she would have pounced on that?
It's because of nippers and...
It has to be.
Bronte and Bondi and beach walks, touch rugby, all the rest of it.
Yep, life-saving.
Right arm over the wicket, Brown bowling now, straight delivery. Knight tucks it around the corner neatly. Immediately off the mark is Knight. So 1 for 7 are England. Second over here. Still 3 slips in a gully. They've rejigged that with Vole going into bat pad. So Talia McGrath, or Sutherland rather, in there at first slip. Elisa Healy at second slip. Phoebe Litchfield at third. And Gardner still in the gully.
Best place to be in that slips cordon.
Here comes Brown again, bowling now. And beating the inside edge, a flamboyant drive from Beaumont. Flashing at the wider delivery. Goes between the inside edge of the bat and off stump and through to Mooney.
Yeah, it was 116 kilometres, that one. It did deck back in right there on the inside edge of Tammy Beaumont's bat. Went for an extravagant drive through cover. She was lucky she didn't get a little snickle on that one.
Snickle? It's a new one. Brown arriving again. Forward defensive from Tammy Beaumont. Chin over knee over toe, pushing it back down the pitch. Haven't been overly watchful, the England players, to begin. That was quite an expansive attempted drive from Beaumont moments ago.
Yeah, someone who's also scored a double 100 in test matches, Tammy Beaumont, 208 to top score.
Brown bustles in, bowls now. Beaumont digging out a full delivery, nearly a mix-up. Squirts out towards cover point. Alana King scurries over, fields it. So the end of the Brown over, 1 for 7 England. Beaumont on 3, Knight on 1. The bat out, Maya Bouchier going in the first over, edging behind to the keeper for the Aussies in Beth Mooney taking the gloves. Elisa Healy with that foot injury that kept her out of the T20 internationals. Running around in the field, and I say that loosely because she stood in the slip so far.
You're a skipper. Why would you put yourself at cover and no mid-off? I wouldn't be running there.
Lord Mayor's office, straight into the slips. It's remiss of me so far, Michelle Gosco, not to have welcomed in the best in the business, our fearless statistician, Slick Rick Finlay. Hasn't been home since the Hobart Hurricanes saluted. Kim Garth beginning the third over and leaving a close ball is Knight. That was not far from the off stump. Just jagging back a little there. Welcome, Rick.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, it's great to be here at this marquee test match. Just a note about Elise Perry. When she stepped onto the field today, she assumed the mantle of having the longest playing span of any Australian in Test, 6,194 days. After this ball, I'll tell you a little bit about the player she replaced.
Still 3 slips in a gully. Garth tonight driving without timing down to mid-off.
Amy Hudson played in Australia's very third Test in the 1934-35 series, and she finished playing Test cricket in England in July 1951, so her span was 6,031 days. Gozzy was telling me about a team that I think that Amy Hudson has named after her in Marrickville.
Yeah, Marrickville did some work and found out that she was from that area and decided to name one of their junior teams after her.
Garth in now and edging his night along the ground to their third slip. Georgia Volt on debut. A brand new, fresh, dark green, baggy green cap on her head. Soft hands from Heather Knight. She survives. 1 for 7 England in the third over. Good way to recognise her. I like that.
Oh,
nice tribute.
Yep.
How were the celebrations, Rick, for anyone listening under the duvet over on BBC 5 Sport Extra? You are a proud Tasmanian. You watched your Hobart Hurricanes as Garth runs away and bowls here tonight, who goes forward and defends, just pushes back down the pitch.
An amazing match in Hobart on Monday night. Everything went right, apart probably from the first half a dozen overs. But after that, the Hurricanes just took over, and it was just a perfect match in front of over 15,000 screaming locals.
Oh, it was pumping. I can only imagine, Rick. I was listening and watching the game. It was unbelievable. Mitch Owen, a member of the Brethren, 2 first names, doing the club proud. Garth bowling again tonight on the leg stump. Turns it through forward square leg. Out towards the boundary. Well timed by the English captain. Coming around, Brown puts in a dive. Does well. That famed Australian athleticism again. Out in the field. Returned on the throw from out in the deep by Alana King. And that will be 3 more for this English team. 1 for 10. Great work by Darcy Brown. Diving low down. Flicking it back.
Like into a pool. She was perfect. Darcy Brown.
It's into the beach.
Do you know, the funny thing is, I can't even swim. So, I don't know how I play cricket.
Not a stroke?
Not really. I went into a swimming race in year 2 and nearly drowned, so they had to pull me out. Just because I was good at running, they thought I'd be good at swimming. Not happening.
Just checking this at the moment. I do think that Brown was able to flick it back, and I don't think there was any concern around touching the rope at the same time. What are you seeing, Gozzy?
Nah, that's fine. Absolutely fine. Don't see any movement of the rope. Clearly she's let go of the ball before any part of it was touching. No, it's absolutely fine. But we're having another look.
No wonder we have slow over rates. No issues in Sri Lanka yesterday. They bowled a spinner pretty much all day. Just the one quick for Sri Lanka, and I think they were 8 overs ahead late in the day. 3 slips in a gully. Garth, right arm over. Here to Beaumont, who's dabbing down on it. Chops it out towards gully on the bounce. Picked up there by Gardner. 1 for 10. Bouchier already back in the pavilion. That is the end of the over from Garth. She's the Aussie with the wicket. 1 for 10 are England.
That's funny at the moment. Kim Garth, she's more renowned for getting that outswing to the right hand, a big hooping outswing, but right about now it's not swinging as much. It's seaming about a little bit more. So she's got a couple of balls to move back into the right-hander, and that's where she got the first breakthrough for the Australians, and that just caused a little bit of issues. So interesting, this pink ball sort of talking in a different way than what we've seen with the white ball.
Gozzy, I do want to mention as well, this is a special Women's Ashes test for you, isn't it? So for anyone who doesn't know your story, why is it special to you? 3 slips in a gully as Brown begins a new over. In and bowling here, and Knight neatly through mid-wicket, turning it off leg stump. This will at least be a couple for the English captain. And he started very compactly as well.
Yeah, for me, I was really looking forward to the previous Ashes test match, which was in Manica, and I had that in my diary for a very long time, and then unfortunately I had a stroke a couple of months before that, and that put me out for the whole season after that from November. So 3 years I've been waiting for this, so brought a tear to my eye.
Knight picks up her bat in Brown and just turning it again away towards mid-wicket, but knocked down by Georgia Volt. That high bat lift of the English captain, and so many of the English players have that high bat lift, don't they, these days?
Yeah, it's more so for white ball sort of cricket that you see, not so much in test match for the female space. If you see the Australians, there's only Beth Mooney really that has that high back lift. Rachel Haynes has retired.
Here goes Brown again, bowling and beating the outside edge, pushing at it, Heather Knight. There's fishing outside the off stump.
Great legs, Darcy. Here we go. So it's good pace at the moment.
Colours of our game here at the MCG, the bright green of the outfield, the beautiful blue sky here at the MCG, the whites of the players and the bright pink ball. Brown has it in her hand, bowling now to Knight. Defending again, just getting it past Vol, who was diving, immediately gets back up and takes after it. Think about a second, Vol will get there. One more for Knight. And England, 1 for 13.
I'm just having a laugh because I think Georgia Vol thought someone was behind her, but then she went, oh, no one's there, I've got to run. So, yeah, it's that's the nuances of test match cricket. Having a short leg in there, and then there's no one from mid-on down to fine. So poor old Georgia Vol running in those pads that they have on, short catching positions.
Brown in now and leaving Beaumont, shuffling across slightly towards the off stump before putting her bat above her shoulder. Still 1 for 13 here, England. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. Women's Ashes, 151st Women's Test.
Yeah, such a great location, isn't it, here at the MCG? I can only imagine how pumping it would be on Boxing Day test match for the men.
Brown in and bowling. Beaumont, thick edge. It goes between third slip and gully. Squirts down towards the boundary. And that will be 4 for Tammy Beaumont. First boundary of this test match. 1 for 17 move England.
And that's a high backlift that Tammy Beaumont has. That's why it's skewed sort of off the outside edge of the bat for 4.
On that note, grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. We're going to bring in Henry Moran for the first time in this test match.
Grandstand cricket.
Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Well, not the start that England were looking for, but it did feel a somewhat predictable start, Gozzy, in some respects. For the third time in 3 innings, Kim Garth gets the wicket of Maya Bouchier, who had to head back looking rather beaten, I think it's fair to say, at the end of this tour. And Garth is running in for the far end of the ground as we look at it, and Knight is forward in defence. This partnership absolutely crucial.
Yeah, you're spot on, Henry. Sorry. Absolutely right. Tammy Beaumont's come back in. A couple of streaky shots so far, but 1 for 17 after losing that. Actually, in on that first over that Kim Garth delivered, that was the best ball of that over. And unfortunately, sometimes when things aren't going your way, you get that outside edge and it's taken. It was a really smart catch from Beth Mooney. Bouchier just has really struggled on this tour.
In comes Garth again. Right arm over to Bolton Knight, and wide enough to leave well alone. Through it goes on the bounce to Beth Mooney, who took that sharp catch to dismiss Maya Bouchier. 4th ball of the game.
But these two from England, they do enjoy batting in test matches. So Tammy Beaumont, we mentioned, a high score of 208, so she knows how to do a long innings. Beautiful conditions at the moment for batting.
Quite a breeze out there. As in comes Garth once again, bowling to Knight again, leaving that alone outside the off stump. And you look back to
big hundreds that Knight's got herself, Monica Oval, Wormsley. She likes batting in the Ashes, so if these two can get stuck in and just find a little bit of a way of digging in and taking a bit of the momentum that was built so dramatically during those white ball matches.
Yeah, no scoreball pressure at the moment, is there? You can just bat long periods.
Garth again. 3 slips in the gully weight. And Knight a little bit straighter this time, but happy just to come forward, leave that bat out of the way.
That was better from Garth. She just looks a little bit troubled at the moment, sort of hands on her head. So just trying to work out what's the best line for her. It's not swinging as much as she probably thought it would, actually, with the pink ball. There is bounce, though.
I just hope this pink ball does a bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
North Sydney, 2017, nothing happened. Here is Kim Garth. Bowls the ball, which is defended by Knight this time. It's a bit straighter again, but once more, there's no trouble for the England captain, who can just push forward, drop it into the offside in the sunshine towards mid-off.
Yeah, you want a result, don't you? It's the whole thing of playing at the MCG. It's the end of the Ashes series here, so hopefully we do get some result.
Well, I think that for the occasion of Test match cricket, you want it to have jeopardy.
Yeah,
especially
absolutely.
a game like this, venue like this. England's 1 down, 17 on the board. Knight will push towards cover point where Annabelle Sutherland fields, and plenty of noise out there from the Australian camp as well. There might be. England 1 down, 17 on the board with Beaumont and Knight both on 7. Maiden over from Kim Garth, who takes her cap from the umpire at the far end. Lovely atmosphere outside. And how about that little terrace over there, Gauzy? What do you reckon?
What?
The deck chairs?
I know. I was looking at that going, I might need to wander down there. There is a past players function on as well. I think it's just below us here in the media centre. So I think Sarah Elliott and I are going to wander down there later and catch up with some legends of the game.
Are you going to be able to indulge in all of the facilities available?
Well, I may have a few canapes or whatever they call them.
Very nice. Well, I thought you were going to say can of something else for a moment.
A lemonade.
Yeah, okay, right.
That'll be interesting at 9:30 at night.
Tell you, it's the danger of a day-night test. Right, Darcy Brown then, 28 on her back, running away from us. In the sunshine, still has 3 slips and a gully. Full delivery, which is jammed down upon by Beaumont, who immediately calls through the single, as running to her left is Elise Perry at extra cover on this carpet-like outfield. Is perfect.
Yeah, it's such a wonderful facility, isn't it, Henry? And yeah, the crowd is building here, which is nice. Kids go back to school as well, I think tomorrow.
It's that time of year, isn't it?
It's worth a day of school, isn't it?
I'd say so.
Come for this.
Here is Darcy Brown once again. Knight on strike, and rather reaches for a ball outside that off stump. They're going to have to be quick. Throw comes in from King. If it hits, they might have been trouble. In the end, Mooney was actually a little slow getting up to the stumps. And though the throw missed, it did see Tammy Beaumont having to get the skates on a touch.
Yeah, just got in, and it was a good piece of work from Georgia Vole backing up as well. She's at short leg, so she got a little bit of a scuff on her arm. She's having to dive, obviously, on the used pitches as well. So
short sleeve.
Short sleeved on, that doesn't help either. Might be a rookie error.
Moving in is Darcy Brown. To bowl to Tammy Beaumont, who gets a bouncer left alone, and Beaumont saw that quickly out of the hand and was quick to drop that bat, get out of the way, and the score remains at England 1 for 19. If you want to join the conversation, by the way, on the text in Australia, 0467 920 222. And if you want to email anywhere you might be in the world, tms@bbc.co.uk. Just coming up to 4 o'clock in the morning back in the UK. As in comes Darcy Brown. It's short again, and that hurries Beaumont. Not as short as the previous ball. She has to play it. One hand off the bat. Good hostile bowling from the Australian quick.
Yeah, it hit high on the bat, didn't it, with that Excalibur sort of swing that she has of the bat. I think bouncy pitches sort of suit that technique that she does have, but she was lucky enough to get the bat down. It was really high, almost on the handle of the bat. Darcy Brown has a really high action, so she does extract that extra bounce.
Runs in again, away from us, and Beaumont thinks about playing. In the end, just gets that bat out of the way, and having to change gears between formats is part of what makes it so compelling across a multi-format series, is seeing how teams adapt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're looking at the great Elise Perry. I think she'd only played 13 test matches throughout her whole career, so nothing can quite prepare you for something like this, playing 4 days in a row, being able to bat as long as you can.
Moving in once more. Darcy Brown past the umpire. This is dropped down upon by Beaumont. And there is no run. So end of the over, just 2 from it. And we're going to see a change in the expert chair, with Michelle Gosgo replaced by the England World Cup winner Alex Hartley, who's been part of an Ashes tour in Australia that saw the series drawn back in 2017. Well, this one we know won't be, because Australia are 12 points to 0 up in it. Very gracefully done there, Alex, who is looking very smart in a sort of lavender shade, a little bit holiday rep. But
well, it's a tight squeeze here, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a little bit.
Box.
You know, a little bit sort of what's that? A bit Tetris, isn't it? You sort of have to move around.
Luckily, we all fit well. But yeah, it is a lavender. I went with this colour because it matches England's training kit.
Oh, very good. So you get a choice, do you?
Yeah, I've got green for tomorrow. I've got purple for another day.
Kim Garth running into bowl to Heather Knight and left alone by the England captain. Now, we should say, as we made our way up from the field, you said, I'm worried England are going to be 1 down by the time we get upstairs.
You're not supposed to repeat that.
Yeah, you're allowed to be worried about it. You didn't say you thought it would happen.
No, I thought it would happen.
And as we got upstairs, we saw on the big screen, wicked.
Yeah. Sometimes you take responsibility for things that happen on and off air, and that wasn't my fault.
You were in the lift, to be fair. There's not much you could do. Kim Garth running in the sunshine. To bowl to the England captain, Knight, who's driving away through the offside square. Should get a boundary out towards those deck chairs, and she does. It's a nice shot, slightly over-pitched. And the England skipper could just lean on the ball and drive it away through that offside to move the score to 1 for 23.
Yeah, lovely shot from Heather Knight. She's right forward, driving the ball through the covers. I think a big difference there between Heather Knight playing that ball. Yes, it was a little bit fuller than the one that dismissed Maya Boucher, but she just got stuck on the crease, didn't go forward, didn't go back. The ball didn't lift all that much. She just got a bit trapped. But Heather Knight really leaning into that one.
Not much swing.
Doesn't do much for very long. There's no clouds in the sky.
Kim Garth again. Bowls to Knight, who defends this time, a slightly straighter ball. It's an amazing thing. Speaking about the history of women's test match cricket, this is women's test match 151, as Ben was saying. Joe Root on his own has played 152.
Wow.
Is that amazing?
Wow. I mean, well done, Joe Root, for getting 150.
Yeah.
But yeah, we want more, don't we? We do want more test cricket, because it's the pinnacle of the game. It tests you for long periods of times, you know, repeatable with the ball in hand, also with the bat in hand.
Garth once more. Bowls to Knight, who is just from Mara. I thought it was an edge, but it drops well short of gully. And I think the thing is, we've said it before, as long as the great and the good of the game, and as many of whom are here today, and ICC representatives, talk about the game around men's cricket as tests are the pinnacle. As long as test cricket is described as any sort of pinnacle, and women don't play much of it, you're, by definition, you're underplaying what it is, the women's game.
I think we are going to start seeing more and more of it, though.
Here's Garth. And Knight is defending in front of the pads towards Alana King at mid-wicket, no run.
What is sad is somebody like Sophie Devine, in the career that she's had. You know, she's been so amazing for women's cricket. The amount of games that she's played is the fact that she's never going to play a test match, which is a bit of a shame, really.
Andy's in Reading. So, you know, he's cycling around the world on his bike.
He's not up and about already, is he?
Andy's always up and about. Garth bowling to Knight once more, playing in front of the pads, and there's no run, and that'll be the end of the over. 4 from it, the one boundary in there. England 23 for 1, 1 for 23. 7 overs gone, having been asked about first by Australia, Andy in Reading, who's doing for charity cycling, I think it's 23,000 kilometres, maybe more than that. In the
29.
Is it?
I did 2 and I said it was 23.
Okay.
And went, no, it's 27.
Oh, right, okay. 29,000.
29,000.
Right, from the comfort of his garage, stationary. Bit early, but I'm up. Not all doom and gloom. I had a bet on the Aussies to clean sweep it at the start of the series. England disappointing. Well, I'll happily pay all day to watch this Aussie team. Well, yeah, they've been brilliant. I think that's rather been lost in the narrative, actually, so particularly back in England, where a lot of talk has been about how poor England have been, but they've been forced to be poor by an Australian side at times. Yeah, they've been brilliant. Darcy Brown, full delivery, which is striking the pan. Big appeal for LBW. Given! England lose a second wicket. It's a big one. Tammy Beaumont given out LBW. First ball of the 8th over, and Darcy Brown a little bit fuller. Up goes the finger. And will England review the decision? It looked pretty straight to me, and she's been sent on her way. England elect not to review the call. The DRS counter goes down, and Australia have a second.
Yeah, it's where she can be vulnerable, Tammy Beaumont, earlier on in her innings, just planting that front down the line of the stumps. And this time she gets clattered on the pad below the knee roll, and for me that's probably hitting the middle of leg stump as it hits Tammy Beaumont's knee roll. It's well bowled from Darcy Brown. She's been channeling that just outside off stump, then she brings one in a little bit straighter, and Beaumont has no answer. And England, well, they're in trouble already.
Here they are, and it is problematic to lose Beaumont, given how she can stick around. She makes 8 from 15. Brown gets the celebrations, and England 2 down, 23 on the board in this 8th over. You're listening to Test Match Special Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. We're on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, BBC 5 Sports Extra, and the ABC Listen app, by the way. You'll be able to find us, and on BBC Sounds in the UK. Paul Bryce from Southport. Paul here, blind broadcaster and journalist. Thanks for the coverage. I was so excited I decided to prepare a slow-cooked bolognese just to get me through the first hour. How good. Leave that on overnight.
Hang on. Oh, he's not eating it now.
No, just getting it going.
You can't be having bolognese at 3 a.m.
Why not?
Well, it depends if you've just got in or you're just getting up, because you can't have bolognese if you're just getting up. You're just getting in.
I've seen you have products, you know, culinary delights, beef-based culinary delights from a certain fast food restaurant, certainly of that sort of hour.
Yeah.
Possibly in the last 3 weeks, actually.
I've lost count. My brother famously got in from a night out once and cooked a full roast.
Did he?
Yeah.
What?
Full roast at 2 a.m. He said he didn't go to bed till 5.
He didn't. Did he lay the table?
I hope so. Lit a candle.
Right, Nat Sciver-Brunt is waiting and edging, and it drops short of a third slip. Soft hands, nicely played by Sciver-Brunt, who was actually hitting it very cleanly and determinedly in the nets as I was watching on early on this morning. Paul says, give my best to Ben Cameron. I used to work with him in radio in Perth. So there you go. So that's on the email, tms@bbc.co.uk. Here is Darcy Brown, bowls a delivery that is defended with a very straight bat by Nat Sciver-Brunt. Beck is in East Melbourne, normally Bendigo. Says, hello ABC and BBC team. Thanks for the coverage of this Ashes series. Love listening to each match and the insights. Planning to use my natural athleticism to race over to the MCG after work and cheer on the Aussies today and tomorrow. Fingers crossed for a good match. Keep up the good work. I hope you've been finding some good places to walk outside just to keep yourself fit. In comes Darcy Brown to bowl a shorter ball, which is dropped into the ground by Sciver-Brunt. What we're referencing here is the England coach John Lewis, who told me the other day that part of the reason for Australia's advantage as opposed to excellence is the things like when he went on the Bondi to Coogee Walk, seeing everyone out and about and being able to do surf school and life-saving lessons, and how that offered an advantage.
It was a lovely walk over the bridge today to the MCG.
Lovely. This is defended once more very solidly by Sciver-Brunt, who wants a run as it's misfielded, but it would be injudicious with the arm of Elise Perry waiting, and there is no run. So 1 ball away from a wicket maiden, or possibly better even, for Darcy Brown. But that's, if you see references to that, that's what we're talking about.
Oh, and we will reference it, a few more times, I imagine.
Moving in again, Darcy Brown with a wicket already in the over. Bowls a ball and almost gets another. That was fended at by Nat Sciver-Brunt. She gets nothing of it. And successful over for Australia, who have England 23 on the board, 2 down. And we're going to make a change here in the commentary box, with England just wobbling as we feared they might from an England point of view. Australia on top. Matt Clinch is going to join Alex Harley.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listener.
You're the one who said that you don't want me anymore, and how you need your space and give the key.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, England 2 for 23, having been sent in by the Australians. Matt Clinch alongside Alex Hartley, come in spinner. Alex, this is almost the worst-case scenario you predicted. England with their 2 experienced batters at the middle, Heather Knight, Nat Sciver-Brunt. Important time for them to find a way to dig in here and keep the Australians at bay.
Yeah, hugely important for England here. Australia are obviously on top early on in this Test match, as they have been on top early in a lot of the games throughout this Women's Ashes series. But these two, for me, now have to bat for a while.
They certainly do. And Annabelle Sutherland comes into the attack from the Shane Warne stand here at the MCG. Sutherland right arm over the wicket, comes into Heather Knight, who leaves it outside the off stump. And Beth Mooney shuffles across to her right to take it.
And I think this exact position that England have found themselves in is why Australia would have won the toss and bowled first, try and get a few early wickets. History of Test match cricket, bat first, get loads of runs on the board and only bat once, but bowl England out cheaply. Australia still only could bat once.
Yeah, they could. Heather Knight's on 12 as she awaits Annabelle Sutherland, who once more she's watchful and happy to let it go through, deciding not to take the shot. We haven't seen a lot of the pink ball when it comes to women's cricket. We've obviously seen it in men's cricket. Australia have made it one of their most successful formats. Whenever they play it, they tend to win it. So it's worked well from an Australian point of view. Do you think it has possibilities in the women's game to be played more?
Yeah, any time there's an opportunity to play Test match cricket, I'd play with a yellow ball at this stage. I just want to see more Test match cricket, to be completely honest.
2 slips and a gully for Annabelle Sutherland, who just veers down the leg side, and Heather Knight's able to work it backward of square and pick up a single down to fine leg.
But we know that twilight time of night, that in men's cricket in particular, the pink ball does start to swing around corners. It starts to do something a little bit different. In women's cricket, we've not seen much pink ball cricket, but there has been a bit of research into it, and it doesn't do as much. So it'd be really interesting to see what happens tonight, or this evening, sorry, when the sun starts to go down and the lights come on, if the ball does start to misbehave.
Knight moves to 13, England 2 for 24. Nat Sciver-Brunt is trying to get off the strike. As Annabelle Sutherland comes in, she's up on her toes and pushing it into the offside, where Georgia Voll does the fielding at wideish mid-off. That's the curiosity, isn't it? When the sun goes down, the lights take over, how much is this pink ball going to move around? Will it be soft by that stage and maybe not have as much of an impact? The extra grass which has been left on this pitch, it's a couple of questions we'll have a better understanding at the end of today's play. Sutherland once more, turns at the top of her mark, comes in. Sciver-Brunt is forward, pushes it into the offside, quickly takes off for the single, and is able to get through just wide of Kim Garth to get off the mark after 7 deliveries. England are 2 for 25. Nat Sciver-Brunt 1. Heather Knight is on 13.
Yeah, it was a good run that from Sciver-Brunt. Well judged, just tapping the ball into the covers. Gets her off the mark and she can just breathe a little bit more.
Over 7,400 runs in all formats, and yet it feels like England are so reliant on her still. As Sutherland comes in on middle stump to Heather Knight, who took a stride forward down the pitch. Little inside edge onto the pad. As England are 2 for 25, just the 2 runs coming from that over. The first from Annabelle Sutherland. Australia winning the toss, deciding to bowl for first. England are 2 for 25. After 9 overs.
Yeah, just squared herself up ever so slightly there, did Annabelle Sutherland to Heather Knight. And as you say, a little inside, outside edge. I can't quite work out from the TV.
I think the bat and the pad are almost wedged in together and made contact at the same time.
But these two now for England are so important, aren't they? They're the two senior players. You've got Siva Brunt, who's historically really strong against Australia. She hasn't had the Ashes series she would have liked, not scored the amount of runs she would have liked, but Heather Knight, she's almost been carrying this team, or has done throughout the T20s on her own.
Darcy Brown is continuing from the members' end here as she comes in, and it's well left by Nat Sciver-Brunt. 3 slips in place and a gully, fine leg, and a whitish mid-on and mid-off. And Alana King is fielding a backward point.
That's a little bit unfair, actually. We've seen some good knocks from Sophia Dunkley and Danny Wyatt-Hodge, but yeah, Heather Knight's been crying out for the senior players to stand up on this tour.
Amy Jones had a good match in Melbourne when everyone tumbled around her, but it's that leadership in which they're looking for the next generation to be able to follow in. Darcy Brown right arm over the wicket as she angles it in on off stump, and Nat Sciver-Brunt defends into the offside, or at least Perry does the fielding.
It's nice to have the ex-coach Matthew Mott around as well. See him just roaming around, working for Channel 7, but also, I can't wait to pick his brains. Why are this team so good? What's the difference? What was that talk in 2017 when you got knocked out of the World Cup by India in the semi-final? And why has this team changed and gone to another level since then?
3 slips in place for Darcy Brown as she comes in once more. Nat Sciver-Brunt leaves a shorter ball, which just clears her helmet as she ducks underneath. England 2 for 25 in the 10th over. Matt Clinch alongside World Cup winner Alex Hartley with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport, also through the BBC. You wonder how much contact he has with someone like Meg Lanning now. Still playing for Victoria yesterday. Just a reminder that she's still around.
She played club cricket the other day.
Yeah.
First time in about 2 years, I think it was.
95 yesterday.
95.
Great to have Rick Finlay with us at the MCG once more. As Darcy Brown comes in, and just a ball that kept a little low outside the off stump, and Nat Sciver-Brunt decides not to play once more.
I mean, she'd still walk into this Australia team, wouldn't she? She's an outstanding cricketer.
Would she walk into the England team?
3 times.
And that will be the interest, won't it? Is once the series comes to a close and England make their way back to the UK as to how they try and analyse and dissect exactly what has happened and what changes will have to take place as Darcy Brown comes in once more, just angling it in on middle stump, and it's defended by Nat Sciver-Brunt. Straight to the fielder who does the fielding at mid-on.
Yeah, but I think, as we were saying pre-show, like ultimately only good can come from this. You know, things can't really get any worse at the moment. So actually for England to go back and have those conversations, dissect this tournament and just say, right, what happened? Why are we so far behind Australia isn't necessarily a bad thing. Yes, the results have been bad.
Brown streaming away from us in, and Nat Sciver-Brunt, a little inside edge onto her pad, and it just drops at her left bootlace. England 2 for 26. Darcy Brown getting a little bit of movement here with the pink ball. Her hands immediately to her head. She likes what she's seeing.
But ultimately, England are going to have to be honest with themselves and, you know, the management, the leadership group of what needs to change moving forward.
Crowd of around 5,400 in for the start of play as Darcy Brown back of a length this time, wide outside the off stump, and Nat Sciver-Brunt shoulders arms. She's 1 from 13 deliveries. Heather Knight is on 13. England are 2 for 26 after 10 overs. Having lost the early wickets, Maya Bouchier unfortunately was out in the first over for 2. Caught by Beth Mooney from the bowling of Kim Garth, and Tammy Beaumont was out LBW to Darcy Brown for 8. England 2 for 26. Georgia Vole making her debut. Got presented her cap by the legend Belinda Clark before the day's play. So a great occasion for her, having really had a rapid rise in the last couple of months, having made her one-day international debut in December the 5th, 2024, and her T20 debut January the 20th, and now her Test debut today, Test cap number 185. Rick Finlay, welcome once more. The celebrations in Hobart, have they subdued a little bit as you made your way back to Melbourne?
Yes, reluctantly I had to leave to come here.
I've heard that Hobart's sinking, the amount that Hobart Hurricanes are celebrating.
Annabelle Sutherland starts a new over from the Shane Warne stand end, and Knight drives back down and it ricochets into the stumps. Sutherland couldn't get a fingertip to it. We have seen a couple of brilliant fielding efforts, but on this occasion, lunging to her right, just couldn't quite get a fingertip to it. Nat Sciver-Brunt was backing up. That would be the ultimate way to be dismissed. I don't even want to mention it.
No, Annabelle Southern, as you said, didn't get a fingertip to it, but Nat Sitterbrunt, I think, was back anyway. Well, it would have definitely gone upstairs.
Georgia Vola's come in just square on the leg side with her helmet on as Sutherland comes in with the next delivery. Knight pushes it into the offside. Quickly takes off for the single as it's wide of Kim Garth to her left. It's a move to 14. England are 2 for 27 at the start of the 11th over.
You join in the celebrations, Rick? Are you on the beach at 7 a.m?
No, home to bed. It was a fairly late finish in the end.
Yeah.
By the time the presentations had happened and all.
Yeah, we were on air till 11 p.m. Sutherland comes in. Nat Sitterbrunt looks to play late outside the off stump and just defends it into the offside. Rick, you were making the point, though. Tim David was a part of that Hobart Hurricanes successful side. When was he next playing again?
He's been playing in Dubai yesterday. So, final on Monday night. I presume he's caught a plane on Tuesday to go to the Middle East and play in the 2020 competition there. And he's, I think he's got 9 off about 12 balls.
Yeah, he's still seeing double.
Sutherland right arm over the wicket to Nat Sitterbrunt, who looks to drive back past the bowler. Whitish mid-off with Kim Garth, so there was runs on offer, and she turns and comes back for 2. Sitterbrunt moves to 3. England 2 for 29 in the 11th over. That's the lifestyle of franchise cricket these days, Alex. You play in competition in one part of the world, and the next day you're on a flight going somewhere else.
Well, we've had in the past that players, you know, have been in one competition, fly and play in another, and then fly back. I think they've put a stop to that, though.
Yep.
I think.
Behrendorff and Ashton Turner in South Africa.
Yes. And Sutherland comes in. Nat Sitterbrunt looking to use her wrist as she comes forward and just pokes it out onto the offside. Just square to Alana King, who does the fielding at backward point. Hear the hum around the MCG. It's a beautiful 21 degrees today. It's not too hot.
It's quite blustery out
It is
there.
blustery. And of course, we switch into the night. 100 overs to be played in each day. Sutherland comes in. Forward comes Nat Sitterbrunt and just pushes it back down the pitch. So 3 runs coming from that over from Annabelle Sutherland. She has the figures of none for 5 from her 2 overs. And England are 2 for 29 with Nat Sitterbrunt on 3. Heather Knight is on 14. Matt Clinch alongside Alex Hartley with you on ABC Sport and through the BBC.
Yeah, Nat Sitterbrunt looks solid out in the middle at the minute. Yes, she's not flying with the bat, but she doesn't need to. You know, you've got to take time out of this game. We've got 4 whole days. She's just getting behind the ball really nicely, getting in line with it. It looks pretty settled at the moment.
As always, we love to hear from you. If you're listening to us in Australia, the text line is the same for Summer Grandstand, 0467 920 222. Sal says from Canberra, hi team, happy test day. Alex, thoughts on the English bowling attack for today? I'm keen to see Perry bowl for Australia. We miss you on comms.
You miss me? I'm still here. We will miss you.
We will. Start of a new over from Darcy Brown. Struck on the pads. As coming forward was Heather Knight. It might have been just drifting down leg side. The Australian Corden come in to have a conversation.
It's definitely worth a conversation, this one, as Healy's asking it if it is going down. Mooney says we think it's clipping, but I think this is going down. They're going to have a quick look at it, though. They've gone upstairs.
And you heard the shout there, 5 seconds, make the call. So let's have a look upstairs. So a nervous moment for the England captain here. She's 14 from 32 deliveries.
Director, we have a review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Start with front on, please.
We'll have the voice of Sean Craig, our TV umpire, for this match.
Thank you. We'll move to Ultra Edge when it's available, please.
Yeah, they're going to check Ultra Edge, but there's no bat involved. Heather Knight looks pretty settled. For me, it's probably going to be umpire's call.
Thank you. No bat involved. We'll go to ball tracking, please.
Does just show you the dangers of having your front foot planted, in which she did.
Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets. Umpire's call. Claire coming back to you on field. Stay with your original decision of not out. Signal now.
As you heard from Alex Hartley, umpire's call. 1 from 1 for Utes for the day. And a relief for Heather Knight. His partnership is just 6. England 2 for 29, but their captain is still there on 14.
Yeah, it just didn't quite look right. The one to Tammy Beaumont looked like it was going to clatter into the middle and leg. That one just looked like it was angling down, and it was, and Heather Knight just can have a little sigh of relief. But England's bowling attack, to go back to the question, I think it looks pretty good, to be honest. I think one spinner, Sophie Eccleston, she's probably going to have a heavy workload, but she always does in Test cricket.
Darcy Brown from the members' end into Heather Knight, who's back and across and defending with the full face of the bat on display. England 2 for 29. The decision to play the extra seamer rather than Charlie Dean, that was probably the one question we had heading into the day's play as to which way the England side would go.
Yeah, when you look at how Rihanna McDonald-Gay played in the South Africa Test, she was actually really impressive, and Marizanne Kapp came out and said she was the hardest bowler to face. So, you know, that's high praise from a high-class player. But her seam position was just beautiful throughout that Test match. So hopefully on a surface like this, she can get the ball to nip around.
Brown into Knight once more, and just peppering at that off stump, in which the English captain is being asked a lot of questions here. Struck outside the line, but Darcy Brown is just getting that little bit of drift in there.
Yeah, a little inside edge as well for Heather Knight, who gets that pad outside the line of off stump. I think an inside edge onto a pad. Maybe not. I don't know. Can't see. TV's too small. They're so small.
We are blessed here at the MCG. We've got monitors all around us.
They're all at different angles.
They're all at different time speeds as well. Some are delayed, some are not. Brown goes wider this time, well outside the off stump, and Knight doesn't have to play. 14 from 34 deliveries. England 2 for 29. For some of the players who are featured in all three of the formats, though, this is the part where it does start to become a bit of a grind.
Yep, absolutely, because this Ashes series is... The games have been so thick and fast, you know. We're knackered covering it, travelling around, let alone as players.
Well, that's right.
They're a lot fitter than we are, to be fair.
Well, speak for yourself. Brown comes in, beautifully driven by Heather Knight. This will bring about runs. Wide of the fielder at wideish mid-off and across the rope for 4. Out towards the punt road end here at the MCG. A beautiful cover drive from Heather Knight, and no doubt just a little bit of width from Darcy Brown to do her confidence the world of good. She moves to 18. England are 2 for 33.
Yeah, the players, the recovery will have been key throughout the series. The white ball games came thick and fast, especially the ODIs. There's actually more of a gap between a couple of the T20s than there was those ODIs at the start of the series.
No, you've travelled for all of them. You've done the heavy lifting as well. You've been there for every ball that's been bowled.
Wouldn't miss a ball.
No.
The Women's Ashes.
That's right. In comes Darcy Brown once more. A short ball. It's pulled away by Heather Knight. Was able to get underneath it and not time it, but get it down to the fielder at wideish fine leg. And a single to close out the over. So 5 runs coming, including that boundary. A beautiful cover drive from Heather Knight, and England are 2 for 34 after 12 overs. Nat Sciver-Brunt is on 3, and Heather Knight is on 19. Sophie's also been in touch with us on the SMS. Sydney is as wet as the north of England, and in many parts of Australia, summer temperatures consistently over 36 degrees, often more, means some of us have been more physically active November to March when living in Northern Europe. I don't know if that's a reference to John Lewis and some of his comments that have taken place, but I'm not sure if you picked up, Alex. The Australian public and various media sections have had a little bit of fun with those comments about the better conditions here in Australia and how they might lead to being a little bit more athletic.
Yep. I enjoyed the great cricketer the other night. Mitch Owens game. They finished it nicely by saying that is why England will never win a game here again. I thought, oh, come on, give us a little bit. But it has. It's a shame that, you know, it's got to that, hasn't it? And people are sort of laughing about it now.
Annabelle Sutherland starts a new over to Knight. She edges and Mooney can't take the catch, lunging to her right. A tough chance. Got her right glove to it, but it didn't stick. It was low and maybe just in front of Lisa Healy at first slip. So one of those awkward ones for a keeper, whether you go for it. It was definitely her catch, and it did dip late.
Yeah, it did. It dipped late, and it's just gone underneath Mooney. It wouldn't have carried to first slip Alyssa Healy. So Mooney's done the right thing, going for the catch. A genuine edge from the captain, Heather Knight, as well. But I'm not sure it fully carried, to be completely honest. I think it's gone underneath that.
Yep. Sutherland in once more to Knight this time as she leaves wide outside the off stump. England 2 for 34 in the 13th over. Just a couple of dicey moments, though, for Heather Knight. An LBW review, which was umpire's call, and now an edge in which it lands short of the keeper. It's not what you want as captain when you're trying to get as comfortable as you possibly can for what might be a long stay at the crease, hopefully. Hopefully from an England point of view, at least.
Yeah.
At 2 for 34, how much of this England innings revolves around her? That's the question which no doubt so many fans in the UK are wondering. Sutherland in, fuller delivery, and this time Knight drives beautifully. Just wide of Kim Garth. Out wide-ish mid-off and down towards the rope. The ropes are deep there at the city end, out towards the Ponsford stand, so they turn and come back once more. Some good running there, realising that Alana King was going to get it just inside the rope. So turning and coming back 4-3. England 2 for 37.
A lovely shot from the skipper. Slightly too full from Annabelle Sutherland. Outside the off stump, there is no cover. So it was a little bit of a freebie for Heather Knight, but I guess to be able to park the previous shot of a genuine edge that doesn't quite carry, to then be able to nail the next one through the covers.
That's the shot the Australians are happy to see her play. Sutherland comes in, edged and landing just short once more. This time of Elisa Healy at slip. She's in at first slip. And it was a good foot in front of the slip cordon as well. So soft hands by Nat Sciver-Brunt on this occasion, helping her to ensure that it wasn't a third wicket for England.
Yeah, Annabelle Sutherland just getting that ball to nip off the surface ever so slightly. It just holds its line. Sciver-Brunt looking to defend the ball. Another genuine edge. She's been all over England in this over.
Almost right in between Elisa Healy and Phoebe Litchfield at first and second slip. This time a full delivery from Annabelle Sutherland. And given the treatment by Nat Sciver-Brunt, hit down the ground. It's a wide-ish mid-off, and so the opportunity there to try and drive and get full purchase for your shot. And Sciver-Brunt this time was able to capitalise. She moves to 7, England 2 for 41.
Well, that's the second time this over after asking questions the ball before. She's gone searching and almost gone too full and then been driven down the ground. The first one through the covers for 3, this time far too full down the ground for 4. Annabelle Sutherland is asking questions but then not repeating herself here.
And getting your length right is going to be crucial. 3 slips in a gully for Sutherland, and it's driven once more by Nat Sciver-Brunt. Kim Garth will offer the chase. They turn and come back for a couple. It should almost reach the rope, although Garth offers a good chase. They turn and come back for 3 as she's tried to paddle it back. The umpire will have a look at that to make sure whether it was successful, but Kim Garth is smiling. They'll have a look at it and just make sure. Here we go.
I think that's 4 runs.
I think that had made contact with the rope as she tried to lunge after it. So if that's the case, it'll be a good over for Nat Sciver-Brunt. A couple of boundaries after a dicey moment. Great to have your company on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport and through the BBC through 5 Live Sports Extra. Some drinks are about to make their way out for the players. So England 2 for 41. The wickets to fall. Maya Bouchier was out in the first over, caught by Beth Mooney with the gloves today, with Alyssa Healy playing just as a fielder from the bowling of Kim Garth. She was out for 2, and Tammy Beaumont, who was out LBW, to Darcy Brown for 8. England with 2 for 23 at that stage in the 8th over. A partnership of 18 runs between Nat Sciver-Brunt and Heather Knight, in which Sciver-Brunt is on 10, Knight is on 22. A double change taking place here. Sarah Elliott about to make her way in to be joined by Ben Cameron.
On Hard Quiz, it's not whether you win or lose that matters. It's what you do with your big brass mug when you win.
All new Hard Quiz.
Just kidding. It's how much you win by.
Wednesday nights on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Men's Test cricket is back. Sri Lanka versus Australia.
It is bowled. That's it.
On now on the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket.
All in readiness for the first time in 76 years, women's Test cricket. Bouchier awaiting Garth again with the pink ball. Edging, caught, Mooney takes it. Low down. England 1 for 3 in the first over.
Oh, what a perfect start here for the Australians.
Darcy Brown, full delivery, which is striking the pad. Big appeal for LBW. Given! England lose a second wicket. It's a big one. Tammy Beaumont given out LBW.
This is ABC Sports coverage of Women's Test cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes.
Right here at the Cavernous MCG, a good crowd just right around this ground at the moment. In little pockets, filling up the MCG to take in this women's test match for the first time in 76 years at this venue. Ben Cameron in position alongside Sarah Elliott. England 2 for 44 at this drinks break at the conclusion of the first hour. Sarah Elliott, how do you assess it?
I think it's been a great start by Australia. They'd be pretty happy having won the toss and put England in. They wanted to take wickets early, so to be 2 down already I think is terrific. This is the key partnership for me though, and at the minute the two at the crease look pretty settled, and this is the big one that they'd love to break.
You are someone who's played Test cricket for Australia, a women's test here at the MCG. What does this mean to you?
It's pretty special, isn't it? I mean, there's two parts to it, Ben, because part of me goes, this is the most historical venue and we should be here and it's great, but then playing on those grounds like Walmsley, that we spoke about in the pre-game, things like that, where you have crowd and you have atmosphere, is also terrific. So it recognises, and it's where it should be, on the biggest stadium, you know, the best stadiums that we have. But at the same time, I'm one that loves a smaller venue as well, and getting a crowd around. I know the Australian girls enjoy that as well in terms of the atmosphere that an Australian crowd can bring. But terrific. I think, where it should be equally.
It is the first time that Aussie women have played at the MCG since that T20 World Cup final that just beat out COVID. Had it been a week later, there wouldn't have been 87,000 people here at the MCG or whatever it was. There would have been none. So they were very lucky there, but it is our first return for these women back to this venue since that time.
I was saying that gives me goosebumps to think how I was part of the crowd on that day and to think how that venue was just buzzing.
Yep.
It was just incredible. Katy Perry, that brought that atmosphere as well. That would be a highlight. If you ask the Australian girls out there, that would be a highlight. Equally, this will be to play on such a big stadium. Day-night tests, they don't happen very often either, with pink ball. So, there's lots to be excited about. There's a good crowd and a healthy crowd in today, given school's gone back already. I'm hoping that it will grow over the next couple of days, and that's going to be dependent, I think, on the contest that goes out on in the middle.
What did you make of how the Aussies bowled in the opening hour?
I think they were good. Thought they hit their lengths really well and asked the English batters lots of questions. We saw a couple of LB shouts, one that went our way, one that didn't. Just challenging, some close in the slips caught as well, some almost catches. So half chances created.
Kim Garth has been swung around, beginning a new over and digging it out. Siva Brunt for wide delivery on the square drive, fielded there by Sutherland. Just a little bit of cloud cover drifting over the MCG. I don't think any concerns of rain. Grandstand cricket here on ABC Sport. TMS back to the UK on BBC 5 Sport Extra as well.
Certainly get a bit cooler once that sun goes down. That's when the excitement really starts, doesn't it, when the lights come on.
3 slips and a gully in place. Kim Garth runs away from us. Bowls now outside the off stump. It decks back a little bit. Just wide of the off peg there for Siva Brunt, who's unbeaten on 10. Knights on 22, not out at the other end.
It's such a big mental challenge for these two out there. They've got such experience, leading run scorers in this team, no doubt. They've got great test averages, both of them in the high 40s. But the mental battle of shifting from white ball format now into this pink ball format, and when they're under such pressure as a team.
Kim Garth powers away again, bowls, square drive out towards the cover point region, fielded there by the Aussies, and Annabelle Sutherland doing the work in the cover region, or Perry it is rather.
It's such a focused mindset that you've got to be in Test cricket. It's not like any other form of cricket that attention to that decision making has to be spot on. It's got to be a spot on for 6 balls and then over and over on end. One false shot and you're walking back to the change rooms.
And can they just be disciplined here? Because this ball will get soft, you would think.
It's only going to get easier.
Kim Garth past the umpire now on a good length, and Siva Brunt just bunts it back down the pitch off the back foot. Quite watchful.
There's all sorts of discussions that can happen in around that in terms of Test match cricket. Is 4 days and off? Are they too boring? Are we seeing too many draws? I know the Australian girls will be really keen to put on a brave, bold sort of format of cricket here to really take the game on and win it.
And they can as well, given the fact that they've already won this series. They can go out and make sure they try and win this match and risk losing it. Garth bowls, wide of the off-stump, shouldering arm, Siva Brunt. I did see a little bit of criticism around the timing of this test at the back end of the white ball matches. Suggestion that this match should have been played at the start of the series. The issue is, if they played at the start of the series, they found out, didn't they, Sticks, that teams were often very negative and down, not wanting to give away the significant points on offer in the test match to try and win it in the white ball series.
It's such a challenge when you've got one test match. They have trialled that, and it does mean you're a bit more conservative because to start 4-0 down.
Garth right arm over again, and Brunt forcing it back down the pitch. Garth Fields with one hand on the follow through. Could it mix up the white ball games? Could they play it in between them, do you think?
That's a question. That's one sort of format that they haven't tried yet. I mean, it'd be great to see maybe a second match in there. It's hard. It's been a long tour already, I'm sure you would say that, but they've travelled round. They've done a lot of travel in this series so far. Now, I know the girls will be pumped to be out there, and even though the series has been won, Australia won't feel like they've won unless they win this test match.
2 for 44. That is the end of the Kim Garth over. Knight on 22. Siva Brunt is on 10. Just repeating, if you've joined us late, Australia won the toss. They elected to bowl. Put England in the bats out. Maya Bouchier out for 2. She was the first to go. Well caught by Beth Mooney. Diving low down to her right in front of Elisa Healy. So 1 for 3 at that point in time for England. And there was a brief partnership between Knight and Beaumont before Beaumont was out LBW off the bowling of Darcy Brown, out for 8. And England currently 2 for 44. Brunt, or Siva Brunt, 10 not out, and Heather Knight unbeaten on 22. 3 slips in a gully. Annabelle Sutherland beginning a new over. Knight confidently forward. Just pushing out towards extra cover.
I'm excited to see what Sutherland might bring to this test match as well. She would be the first to admit that she's been a bit light on for runs in the series so far. But that 200 is still fresh in my mind that she made in Western Australia last year against South Africa. So we know this format suits her well, and great to see her with the ball in hand early just to get her into the game.
Didn't have a score above 18 in the white ball games. Right arm over here, and Knight turning the ball slightly uppishly towards the straightish mid-wicket. A couple of hops, skips and bounces away to the fielder there.
It'll be interesting to see how they use Sutherland, Perry and McGrath in this test match. McGrath hasn't bowled a lot, neither has Perry. But you just know that Perry rises to every single occasion.
Interesting here for the Aussies. They're going with a catching mid-off, 1 pitch width off the pitch, standing about midway between the length of the pitch. They've also got that straight catching mid-on, right on the edge of the cut stuff, about 2/3 of the way down the pitch. Sutherland bowling here tonight, who goes back and confidently deflects it out towards point. What do you make of those fielding position, Sticks?
I always think that it's just about bringing the slips in play. Getting in front of the eye line, making it the decision-making a little bit more difficult. They've still got those 2 slips hunting. I think a little bit of creativity or a little bit of manipulating the field is always good, just to get in the batter's mindset, just to get in their head, make them have a real think about how they're going to play, where they're going to score. That's still the most important thing when you're batting in Test cricket, is how am I going to score and get up the other end.
Here comes Sutherland again from wide on the crease, and Knight pushing out to cover point. Middles that and takes a single. Fielder comes around from cover to do the work. Lana King and Darcy Brown combining. Brown able to do the fielding on that occasion. So 2 for 45 England. Siva Brunt on 10, Knight on 23.
It'll be interesting to see how the 2 batters approach it. We saw they've got a lot to play for. Are they going to be brave and take the game on, or are they going to just try and occupy the crease?
Siva Brunt awaiting Sutherland down the leg side, a play and a miss, trying to turn one off the hip. I just wonder whether the pitch is a little bit slower as well. Pink ball, a bit softer. It is nearly 15 overs old, so you'd expect it to be okay now, but the 2 straight catching fielders seems a little odd to me.
Seems like well positioned for that false shot, drawing them into the drive.
Enjoying the call, guys. Heading over to the G shortly. Brisk athletic walk down St Kilda Road. In again and wide of the off stump, letting it go, Siva Brunt.
There's lots of these comments. Yeah, the old athletic walk.
Yep.
It's good.
It is. 2 for 45, end of the over from Sutherland.
But yeah, I'm interested to see how these two batters approach it. I think we saw at the Junction Oval, and this for me was the turning point of the series. England, I think, have been well outplayed, and there's a gap between the two sides. But when you're competing in a series, every game's a game. It's still there. You've got to win it. But that game at the Junction, where they're only chasing 180, and it was, I think, these two at the crease from memory, and they just looked as if the runs were going to get themselves. They went into their shell a little bit, were more defensive than the batting, didn't take the chase on. And then they both ended up getting out, and then we almost saw them run out of time. The run rate should have never been in question, but it got to the end where the run rate was the biggest deciding factor. Australia took that 10th wicket right at the end. But for me, that changed the course of the series a little bit, and these two have an opportunity here, and it is absolutely tough out there facing this Australian lineup. But to just see this new ball totally off, put that well behind them, and then to really do more than just occupy the crease but try and accumulate runs.
Kim Garth to continue from the members' end of the ground. Grandstand cricket here on ABC Sport. 2 slips, a gully, point, cover fielder, mid-off. Mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket. And quite a square fine leg as well. More than a zephyr around the MCG. Garth bowls down the leg side, it flicks something. Maybe just a pad there of Heather Knight.
Good job by Mooney with the gloves on. Rarely do we get to see that. She'll be relishing this opportunity. Has she kept in a test match for Australia before? I imagine she probably hasn't.
Good news is we've got Slick Rick Finlay here to find that for us.
That's one of my favourite bits about Test cricket.
Yeah.
We get to have Rick here.
I doubt she would have. Mooney crouches down again as Garth arrives to bowl. Very wide of the off stump. Letting it pass is Heather Knight.
That's a pretty special occasion for her. I mean, I know she's very comfortable with her position in the team. Batting-wise, happy to be. But her primary skill set as a kid coming through was as a keeper. So for her to pull the gloves on for Australia with a baggy green on, I reckon that's a pretty special moment for her as well.
Probably hasn't quite delivered with the bat what she has in the white ball formats at Test level, averaging 37, Beth Mooney. Garth in and bowling now on the off stump and just defending somewhat awkwardly there, Heather Knight.
Yeah, I think that's one area of her game that she'd love to finish her career. Hopefully that still years away, but with a couple of bigger performances, just to stand out and stamp her authority. She's so good in white ball form of the game. I think it's her ability to play 360, keep the game moving, low risk but still score at a high strike rate. Certainly tough in this Australian lineup when you've got the likes of surrounded by Sutherland and Perry, who are so good at occupying the crease in Test cricket.
Here comes Garth again. Tonight, straight delivery, thick inside edge, squirts away backward of square. The English pair set off for a single. They'll come back for 2. Wasn't far away from wrapping Heather Knight on the pad or potentially sneaking through to disrupt the woodwork. 2 for 47 England. Rick.
Beth Mooney is Australia's first new wicketkeeper since January 2011, when Alyssa Gilley had her first go at wicketkeeper. She's been keeper all that time until now.
There you go, that's a long stint.
Long stint. So the foot injury just preventing Healy from keeping. She's at first slip, Phoebe Litchfield at second. Dead ball here. Ash Gardner in the gully for the Aussies. Annabelle Sutherland at point at the moment. Perry at cover. Talia McGrath down at mid-off. Georgia Vole, the debutante, at mid-on. Alana King at that straightish mid-wicket. And then Darcy Brown down on the fine leg boundary. Looks like we have an issue here. Maybe with the side screen. No. All in readiness. Garth bowls now. A little bit of shape away there from the bat as well. Swinging it away from the right-hander there of Heather Knight.
Garth has been terrific in this series. She just keeps going from strength to strength. Her ability to swing the ball early, just to consistently stack up and put the ball in the right areas, has been impressive and seen result of wickets.
I do have a story about the athleticism comments of John Lewis as well. I forgot about that. I just remembered it when I saw Talia McGrath fielding down at mid-off. Garth to finish the over. Bowling here, striking her on the pad. Knight. Big appeal. Finger goes up. The English captain is out. And the third wicket falls. England 3 for 47. Will there be a review? There's a conference. Siva Brunt says don't bother. Heather Knight turns and walks off. England are 3 for 47. Kim Garth gets her second wicket. 2 for 11 for Kim Garth.
She's just got a knack of being able to come on and take wickets, doesn't she? So have a look at the replay. Certainly looked to hit her in front. I feel like at best it would have been benefit of doubt to the umpire if it had been sliding a little bit leg-sided. I think a good decision not to review.
Yep. I think that would have been umpire's call. Time for a change on that note. A glum-looking Henry Moran is about to step in.
Women's International Cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Just another manic Monday.
And I walked in saying how well this partnership was building as well. There we go. Another wicket falls, and England 3 down, and that feels like a really significant breakthrough as well. Statistically, as well as in terms of experience, Nat Siva Brunt and Heather Knight have batted together an awful lot. Nobody across the women's game, in terms of in the last decade, batting together has scored more runs together than those two. So
it doesn't surprise me. They are so stalwarts of this team, aren't they? Their experience has spanned over many, many years, and you feel like a lot of England's inning was based on that partnership and how big that could be. Massive wicket. Kim Garth just keeps delivering, doesn't she?
Indeed, just absolutely on the money. You've got to say, all credit to her. And it sees Sophia Dunkley join the action. Nat Siva Brunt is on strike, the England all-rounder. Who is comfortable enough, 10 from 28 balls, and from the far end of the ground, Annabelle Sutherland comes rushing in to bowl in the sunshine, left alone by Siva Brunt, and the score remains 3 for 47. For our English listeners, do get in touch. TMS at bbc.co.uk. We've got a very special guest in the commentary box. Would you look at it?
Hey!
Hello, Sophie Molyneux's joined us. Yeah, just sitting in the row behind us. It's as if it seems to be the way that, as if by magic, an England wicket falls, I come on commentary, and then another Australian comes in. Here we go. Here comes the next delivery from Sutherland. Heavy length, worked into the leg side by Siva Brunt. And the score moves forward very gently to 48 on the board, 3 down. Very nice to see you. How are you?
Good, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Not at all. You must be enjoying this and enjoying the last few weeks.
Yeah, yep. The girls have played really good cricket, and they've started really well today. It looks like the crowd's coming in. I think the school bells have rung, and hopefully there's more to come.
Well, it feels though the decision at the toss to have a bowl for is a bold one, and we were at the back of the room before we went down for the toss. We're asking that question as here comes Sutherland again, left alone by Dunkley first ball, and saying, well, you know, sun's shining, have a bat. And I just had a feeling. I just felt, you know, what was your sense? Do you expect them to have a ball?
Yeah. Looking at the pitch, there's a bit of grass on it. I think it's a pretty traditional test match pitch here at the MCG. And, Australia's been quite attacking with their tosses this series in terms of batting first in a lot of the one-days.
Here comes the next delivery in from Sutherland over the wicket. Dunkley gets almost struck on the pad right in front, gets that bat down just in time.
And yeah, even in the T20s as well, I think traditionally an Australian team likes to chase, and I do think it is an attacking move, bowling first in a test match here. If England get through the next 3 or 4 hours and the lights take hold, it'll be really interesting to watch.
Yeah. Let's take one step at a time, shall we? Possibly. Here comes Sutherland. Dunkley leaves that alone outside the off stump. And how are you, fitness-wise? What's the latest there?
I'm pretty good. I had the knee surgery about a week and a half ago now, so there's never a good time. Never a good time for it. Would love to be out there today, but yeah, there's a lot of cricket coming up as well, so got to look forward and Yeah, so pretty early stages at the moment, but I'll work towards the One-Day World Cup in September.
Because it never stops. The women's game nowadays, there's always something on the horizon. This delivery is defended by Dunkley into the offside, and there'll be no run. End of the over. How many have we seen bowled? 17 bowled. England 3 down, 48 on the board.
I'm keen, Soph, to hear how the celebrations ended up after the Renegades had their win.
They were great, 60. Yeah, it was a really special day for the Melbourne Renegades, winning our first title. It had taken 10 years, and there was a lot of lows through that. There was a few years there where we were stuck on the bottom, and I think Simon Helmet led the group beautifully. We had a great group of staff and players that just seemed to all be on the same page and really align to something this year, which was pretty special. It's hard to find in franchise cricket, especially because you throw it all together really quick. But yes, the celebrations were great for the couple of days after that.
That's great. Yeah, something to be super proud of. I think you've got to take credit yourself in that in terms of leadership. So yeah, terrific.
Here comes Kim Garth then to continue, with Nat Sciver-Brunt waiting, leaving a ball alone outside the off stump. But speaking of celebrations, I do remember a particular night here 5 years ago with Australia rather successful in front of 86,000. And I'm not sure it was a fever dream or not, seeing you do the worm across the stage with Katy Perry.
Oh, I thought that one slid under the radar. That was Molly Strano and I going off script. We thought no one would see that.
I mean, that was some night. Here comes Kim Garth and bowls a ball which is mistimed on the drive from Nat Sciver-Brunt, and there'll be no run. I mean, I suppose the point stands, though. Playing cricket at the MCG for any Australia team, any player, is such a special thing.
It is. It is so special, especially putting the test whites on and playing with a pink ball, first ever pink ball test here at the MCG. It's a piece of history that this group of players will forever have with them. So it's a very special occasion, that's for sure.
In comes Garth once again, and it's a little bit of a way shape, and that's nicely bowled. Well left, wasn't too far away from that off stump. I think I remember in 2020, Molly Strano 2 days later was still out and about wearing her World Cup kit, as I recall. It was if you're not going to enjoy that sort of night, then what can you enjoy? And I think, Sarah, it's the sort of evening that has led to days like this, actually, showing what is possible from the Australian sporting public as much.
Yeah, 100%, isn't it? Doesn't matter the format, but that carries on and has a flow-on effect.
Kim Garth runs in, 2 slips and a gully waiting, and this again with a little bit of a way shape, just left alone by Sciver-Brunt, who takes a step to the leg side. And there'll be just a little hint of pressure building, perhaps, in the mind of a naturally aggressive player.
So what about watching your good friend Kimmy out there having a bowl and having such a fantastic series for Australia?
Oh, it's just so good to see. I think that was one of the more exciting things walking into this test match. I knew we were bowling first and Kim had a pink ball in her hand.
She runs in now, and a delivery that, again, repeats history, left alone.
Yeah, we got a great view behind here in this commentary box. You can really see the shape that she's getting. She's one of the best bowlers in the world in my eyes. In all formats, what she can do, her wrist positioning, her control, and she's consistently around 110, 115 kilometres as well. So I think she's actually really underrated from that side of things as well. But it's I'm just waiting for the in-ducker now. She's swung about 5 in a row out, so waiting for maybe one on the pads.
She's in once again, and again is just shaping away outside that off stump. But that's the joy of Test match cricket, isn't it? You get these slightly longer narratives. So we're waiting for it. Might be the next over, but it's all in the head of the batting duo, knowing what might be coming.
It is, and it's really against the grain of the girls out there, both from a bat and ball perspective, because we play shortened versions of the cricket 99% of the time. I'm sitting here waiting for it to happen this ball, but you do forget that you have got 100 overs today and the rest over the next 3 days after this. So everything is drawn out a little bit, and that's the beauty of Test cricket.
Ash Gardner mentioned 3 tests as the desire. I mean, everyone wants to see more women's Test match cricket. You'd be the same, I'm guessing.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's hard not to agree with that on a day like today.
It's a beautiful day out there. sun shining, breeze blowing. And for Australia, on top in the game. England 3 down, 48 on the board as in comes Annabelle Sutherland to start the over, and Dunkley leaves that alone outside the off stump through to Beth Mooney, who's had an outstanding series. And players love playing it.
Oh, they do. They do. I think when a test match comes up in the calendar, it's the first thing put in the diary, and it's been a different lead up to this test for the girls, I know, because they've been playing the limited overs format beforehand, so they only had a couple of trainings, I think, with a pink ball at the MCG to build up to this, but they were certainly ready.
Sutherland bowls a very wide delivery outside that off stump, and it is too wide. So one more onto the total. England 49 on the board now, 3 down.
So has it surprised you that Australia are so far up in the series? Is that what you expected going in? And can you put the gap down to anything?
If you say the Bondi to Coogee Walk, I'm going to go absolutely mad.
Oh, I hate the beach, so I just don't agree with it, to be honest. Yeah, there's a few different things.
Here comes the next delivery from Sutherland, which is fended out by Dunkley, not far from that outside edge.
I think firstly it's incredibly difficult to tour away and to tour in Australia and play in these conditions. So yeah, and knowing that Australian squad and the lead up, being a part of the lead up to it, I think everything was sort of aimed to playing, well, peaking during this Ashes series, and it's sort of been like that since the T20 World Cup. So the management of training and meetings and everything around that was towards this.
Sutherland in, left alone by Dunkley outside that off stump. And there's a lot of talk of Australia being poking the bear after that World Cup. And, I remember after 2017 there was a real reaction, and it felt similar coming into this series.
Yeah, well, we had a review after that World Cup just amongst the players, and it was we'd been successful for a long period of time there, and only sort of tasted wins. So to come out of that with a loss.
Sutherland runs in and Dunkley leaves it alone.
Certainly sparked some conversations that started to happen, and they were really productive, really honest. And in the end, we had a group of players all on the same page, and we just wanted to get better and really push the limits as to what we can do as a team. And there's some unknown territory that we sort of want to aim for and try and get there.
Here is Sutherland, end of the mark, running into bowl to Sophia Dunkley, who is playing with the outer half of the bat, dropping just short of Ash Gardner at gully. And that'll be another dot ball. What are those aspirations? What are the bits that can get better?
Yeah, we looked at all aspects of our performance. We looked at on-field, off-field. We broke the on-field down into the three parts: batting, bowling, fielding. Bowling, there was different markers there that we needed to maybe get better during power plays and death overs.
Sutherland running in past the umpire to bowl to Dunkley, who's going to get a run into the leg side. There'll probably be a couple as it's chased furiously by McGrath in the sunshine, and England do get a couple of runs. Dunkley off the mark from her 10th ball, and the 50 comes up. England move rather gently, it has to be said, to 51 for the loss of 3 wickets, 19 overs gone. And this has certainly been Australia's first session so far. So there's power play overs with a white ball game.
Yeah, and then batting, I suppose it was just having a look around that room and seeing the depth of players in that batting order. So to be able to utilise that more and sort of to go deeper and aim higher with our totals and always chipping away at some of the things we've valued for a very long time, and that's our fielding and our attitude to training.
That's an interesting one, because for me that is where you see such a vast difference between Australia and everybody else. I mean, what is that mentality?
Yeah, look, I think it's not just a thing that's sort of happened in the last 6 months or 12 months. It's been years and years of considered effort towards that side of things.
Here is Garth. Will we get the inducker? Well, it is straighter, and it's played into the onside by Sivabrun. No run, though, stopped at mid-on.
Yeah, it's definitely been something that has been there's an emphasis that had been put on it from even when I started 5, 6, 7 years ago now. So it's not. I think it's a result of just consistency and consistent training and effort that produces a team as athletic and potentially as strong in the field as what Australia are.
Michelle Goss goes back alongside us, releasing Sarah Elliott as in comes Garth in the sunshine to bowl to Siva Brunt. It's a fuller delivery once again, right in that swinging arc of Siva Brunt. She can only pick out mid-on and there's no run.
Do you reckon the dancing has helped the athleticism? I mean, it's pretty iconic here at the MCG. I saw Molly Strano next door. I saw some footage of that the other day. Iconic. That must have helped the athleticism.
Oh, I'm not sure if it helps or inhibits, to be honest. No, it was... it's funny that Moll and I are sitting here at the moment in the comms box looking at each other through the glass doors, both thinking of that night.
This time the delivery onto sort of full stump lie played into the pads by Siva Brunt, who remains there on 11 for 39 deliveries. I hope you've got a photo up of that night at home.
I don't. I find it really hard to watch.
Do you? Why?
Great for the memory bank, but I'm sure 20, 30 years' time, when a bit of water's gone under the bridge, I'll be able to hopefully show my kids and have a laugh.
Oh, for me, it was an iconic mo. I loved it. In comes Garth outside the off stump and driven by Siva Brunt up towards McGrath, waiting at mid-off. I mean, it's what you do every Friday night.
It is, yeah. All the moves I did 20 years ago are back in fashion now. It's like all the clothes. I mean, they're all coming back into fashion. I wish I'd kept on to them. Would have made a lot of money from those. But, I mean, yeah, that was iconic here at the MCG. Such a brilliant moment for women's cricket in Australia.
Garth running in, 2 slips weight, left alone by Siva Brunt. Just had a way shape once again.
And, well, the great Belinda Clark was there in 97 with myself, and we played at Eden Gardens in India. And I think we had about 80,000 there as well, 60 to 80,000 women. It was amazing. I mean, we used to have rent-a-crowd, basically, 100 people, family and friends, and, you chuck them a couple of bucks for being there. But to see paying public here and the viewership, amazing here at the MCG.
Here is Garth running in. And bowls a ball, which is defended by Siva Brunt rather solidly and confidently. She's on 11. End of the over, another maiden. The pressure been beautifully built. I mean, 8 overs, 2 for 11. I mean, it's incredible consistency, that, from Kim Garth.
It doesn't surprise anyone that knows her one bit. I think she's extremely consistent. She's pretty hard on herself, Kimmy. I think she's pretty unhappy maybe that she's only picked up 2 in this first session so far, but she hits the spot, and her skill, as I said before, swinging the ball away consistently, but her ability to flick it around and go towards the stumps is really incredible and pretty underrated.
4 overs, 1 for 2 in the spell from the northern end.
The far end of the ground. Annabelle Sutherland has the ball in hand and running in over the wicket to bowl to Dunkley, who's driving down the ground. That's a nice looking shot, and she's going to get 4. It was a fuller delivery, and she was quickly on it, and it goes crashing away through mid-off for a boundary. England move to 3 for 55 at the start of the 21st over, and we've got from one end the economy of Garth, at the other end you've got someone that can bowl from nowhere. The sort of ball that got Nat Siva Brunt out the other night, something that is unplayable.
Yeah, she's been excellent with the ball in hand, Annabelle Sutherland, throughout this Ashes campaign. A little bit lean with the runs, but she doesn't mind a test match or 2.
Runs in, shoulders rocking, and bowls to Dunkley, who leaves it alone outside that off stump. And I guess this is the point with Australia's bowling attack. It's every base is covered.
Yeah, I think the balance of this team looks really good. I think you've got a Kingy that spins the ball one way, Alana, and then you got Ash Gardner spin that way, and then we've got 4 quicks and a medium pacer in Talia McGrath. There's plenty of options there for Midge.
Sutherland again runs into bowl to Dunkley, leaves it alone outside the off stump.
Well, being the first game, she hasn't got the gloves in hands. I wouldn't be surprised Healy brings herself on to bowl from one end. She didn't mind a bowl when she was playing grade cricket in Sydney.
She looks pretty comfortable there in slip. She's got the arms crossed. She's leaning on one leg. She looks very comfortable there.
It's the place to be, isn't it? You don't have to worry about the crouching and running up to the stumps. She might just discover, actually, it's the way to do it. Hand over those gloves. In comes Sutherland, and Dunkley is playing rather crabbily, shuffling to the side and blocking into the offside. She looked pretty good, Sophia Dunkley, since she came into the side.
Some good chat that happens in that slips cordon as well. It's quality.
Absolutely. Who else have you got in there? Phoebe Litchfield, Georgia Bowl and Ash Gardner. You're not getting much from Ash. She'd be thinking about when she's coming on the bowl next, and Volley and Litch would be up and about, that's for sure.
In comes Sutherland, and Dunkley has to play late down on it. It's a straight ball, which is blocked into the onside. I suppose it's an unusual thing, isn't it, a slip cordon? Because, you know, white ball cricket, you might have 1 or 2 in a ODI for the first 4 or 5 overs, but actually being able to build that chat and that pressure is a bit of a novelty.
I think the coaches find it really hard to find slippers too, because we just don't do it. You have 1, 2 max.
Sutherland again, rushing in towards us and bowls. Oh, that is a loose drive from Dunkley, who was trying to hit that somewhere out of the MCG. Misses, and it goes through to the gloves of Beth Mooney. The over comes to an end. 21 gone. And we are going to have a double check. We're going to say goodbye to Sophie Molyneux, and all the best for your recovery, most importantly. And I hope in time that picture goes up on the wall.
Thank you.
It's lovely to see you. And we're going to have a change in the commentary box as well. Matt Clinch is coming in to take up ball by ball.
Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
the ABC Listen app, BBC 5 Sports Extra, and BBC Sounds.
I'm broke, but I'm happy. I'm poor, but I'm kind. I'm short, but I'm healthy. Yeah. I'm high, but I'm grounded. I'm sane, but I'm overwhelmed. I'm lost, but I'm hopeful.
Thanks, Henry. Thanks to Sophie Molyneux. Kim Garth is going to pick up proceedings here from the members' stand at the MCG England. 3 for 55 as Garth comes in. 2 slips in place. Full delivery in when Nat Sever-Brunt drives, and it's cut off. Moving to her left, Georgia Voll does the fielding, the debutant for Australia. Hello, Gozzy.
Hi, Clinchy. I was asking all the hard-hitting questions
I
to Sophie
heard.
Molyneux. You know,
I heard.
How's the dancing going? Did that help? But yeah, it's iconic, isn't it? I mean, that will age. It'll age well for a very long time.
I think she was best on ground, wasn't she?
She was.
Soph?
And Molly Strano as well.
Yes.
It was cool.
Certainly one of those iconic moments that's going to go down in history. Biggest ever crowd for a women's game of cricket. Garth comes in, full delivery. Nat Sever-Brunt is trying to beat the fielder out wideish mid-on, but Alana King trying to cut across at mid-wicket. Just make sure Georgia Voll has it covered. 3 for 55 after England lost a couple of early wickets. This partnership up to 8 between Sophia Dunkley and Nat Sever-Brunt. Beautiful day in Melbourne today. Sun beating down. Looks a pretty good batting wicket. Curious about what the pink ball is going to do. Probably not as much as what we thought it might have done. It's Kim Garth in once more, angling it away from Nat Sever-Brunt. She looks to drive it straight to Elise Perry, who does the fielding at cover.
Yeah, it probably hasn't swung as much as what I thought it would. It seemed a little bit, particularly Kim Garth has been able to do that. She was a little bit loose earlier on, and I say loose, and she's 2 for 11 in the 9th over. So take away those, you know, and picked up a wicket in the first over. But apart from that, yeah, it hasn't done as much as what I thought it might.
I guess the next stage will be when the lights come on as the day turns to night, how much it swings. Garth in, right arm over the wicket, just slightly angling down the leg side, and Nat Sever-Brunt playing off her hip, picks up a single down to deep fine leg. And Darcy Brown comes up. In fact, that's Annabelle Sutherland down there. Oh, it is Darcy Brown who comes up from wideish fine leg to do the fielding. 3 for 56. England in the 22nd over.
Wouldn't it have been great if one of the Australian players was last name Day and then Day tonight from England? Double whammy with that.
Double whammy, absolutely. It was interesting listening to Sophie Molyneux and just how Australia reviewed that semi-final exit from the World Cup, the standards in which they put in place. How do they get better for the next generation? Sophia Dunkley awaits as Garth comes in, struck on the pad. Maybe just angling down leg side. Slip cordon was up, but there's no one really looking to come and have a conversation with Kim Garth. Maybe height as well.
Yeah, I think maybe the height. That one did come back in. Dunkley stuck on the crease. Just watching a replay here. Good areas from Kim Garth. Definitely come back in. Actually hit her on the back leg, so I think it might have been just the height. Squared her up a little bit. So just extracting a little bit that the other bowlers haven't been able to do at the moment here, Kim Garth.
Had taken a big stride down the pitch as well, so struck on the back leg though, but the bowler was the most animated in the appeal, and the cordon normally tells you. Garth right arm over the wicket, just angling this next delivery away from Sophia Dunkley, who's forward and defending into the offside. The end of another good over, just the one run coming from it, and England are 3 for 56 after 22 overs. Nat Sciver-Brunt is on 12, Sophia Dunkley is on 6. Matt Lynch alongside Michelle Gosco with you on ABC Sport through Grandstand Cricket and via the BBC through BBC 5 Sports Extra. Australia won the toss, they decided to bowl first. Maya Bouchier was out in the first over, caught by Beth Mooney, who has the gloves for Elisa Healy from the bowling of Kim Garth for 2. Tammy Beaumont was out for 8, LBW to Darcy Brown. And Heather Knight, the last to fall out, LBW to Kim Garth for 25. So England 3 for 55 as they try and get through to the first break here.
I just wonder here how long Elisa Healy will wait until she brings a spinner in.
You reckon just before the first break, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, I think so. Kim Garth has bowled 9, Darcy Brown 6, Annabelle Sutherland 7. She's been the most expensive at none for 24 for 7. But, it's interesting. Just getting Darcy Brown back into the attack here.
She's bowled the fastest so far today, 120 kilometres per hour. And she's back into the attack from the Shane Warne stand. 3 slips and a gully in place. So she comes in to Nat Sciver-Brunt, who's rocking back and pulling, hitting down the ground. There was no mid-on, so it was a good shot to take. Alana King races after it, but won't get there before the rope. Good attacking shot from Nat Sciver-Brunt, and she moves to 16. England are 3 for 60.
Yeah, a bit short there from Darcy Brown. It was more like a front foot pull shot. Just got it through the vacant mid-on area. Wasn't quite out of the middle of the bat, but she got enough on it. It's a quick outfield here.
So Lisa Healy at first slip, Phoebe Litchfield at second, Georgia Voll is in at third, and Ash Gardner in at gully. In comes Brown, and this time Sciver-Brunt is forward and just defending into the offside. It's fielded by Elise Perry. So a backward point, Perry at cover, Talia McGrath at mid-off, Alana King at sort of a wideish mid-wicket, and Kim Garth is down at fine leg. England 3 for 60.
Well, it's a big change here from the Australians as well. We're playing in the longer format of the game, and I mentioned Kim Garth has bowled 9, so she's going to be bowling more than the 10 that they're used to in one-day cricket. So it's further use of the body that they're not quite used to.
Darcy Brown, 1 for 23 as she comes in. Sciver-Brunt's looking to drive once more. Back down the ground. As it's wide of Alana King at wideish mid-wicket down towards the rope. She lunges after it. They'll turn and come back for 3. As you can hear the applause from the Australian fans down below us in the members' stand. She has done everything well in the last couple of years, Alana King. Her bowling has improved enormously. Her batting has improved, and her fielding is also another level where she was able to reel that in just in front of the rope.
Yeah, she's really improved that area of her game. It was a good chase. Another run. Another boundary saved. A good flick back from Alana King. It was a good shot, actually, from Nat Sciver-Brunt, punching it down to mid-on again. It's a couple of runs that Alana King's had to do. Be like, come on, get it on the offside.
She's got the hands on the hips at the moment. England 3 for 63. Sciver-Brunt with that 3 moves to 19 from 49 deliveries. Now Sophia Dunkley awaiting Darcy Brown. Getting good bounces. She's up on her toes and just defending into the onside. King comes up to do the fielding.
That's 3 in a row now. Feel like I'm a magnet
in the game.
at the moment.
It's always the way, isn't it? The ball follows you around when you are trying to catch your breath.
Lucky she's a spin bowler, doesn't have far to run in.
Well, that's right. But as you said, the curiosity is to when Elisa Healy will decide just to give her an over or two to work out. It's been such a spin-dominated series. Slower ball from Darcy Brown. Hit in the air momentarily by Sophia Dunkley, and it's fielded by Talia McGrath at mid-off. So the variations on display from Darcy Brown at the moment, but would have been an interesting morning for Tali McGrath. Lisa Healy said she was right to play, but until you see it on the team sheet and she's walking out for the toss, you're always just curious as to whether there might be one last box she had to tick off. Dunkley is batting outside of her crease. A short ball from Darcy Brown, in which she ducks underneath. The end of the over, in which 7 runs came from it. England 3 for 63 after 23 overs. Sophia Dunkley is on 6. Nat Sciver-Brunt is on 19. Matt Clinch alongside Michelle Gosgo with you from the MCG. The final match of the multi-format Women's Ashes, the Test match, a historic Test match from the MCG.
Yeah, I think the big test for Elisa Healy would have been on Tuesday, and I think she got through that pretty much unscathed. I think I read she said she was blowing a little bit, so she hadn't run that much in a little while, obviously with the moon boot, and I actually caught up with her on the flight going to Monaco, and she had the old boot on, and I just had a bit of a chat with her. I said, mate, you're getting a little bit old now. I've known her since she was 10. And I said, what are you going to do when you retire? Hopefully it's not for a little while. And she said, I might do some media stuff.
She will walk into the commentary box, whatever she chooses to do. Kim Garth starts a new over, swinging it away from Nat Sciver-Brunt, who leaves it outside the off stump. England 3 for 63. Well, Lisa Healy's last game was the one-day international, so the 17th of Jan, she'd sat out of the T20s. As we said before the day got underway, this is just her 10th women's test match, so she would have been keen to be a part of it, and you would have to be a brave medical staff to roll a line through her name.
Yeah, I think she said she would go out there even if they had to amputate a foot. So here she is playing at the MCG.
2 slips down a gully for Kim Garth as she angles it in on off stump, and it's driven by Nat Sciver-Brunt. Out towards a lunging effort, well reeled in by Georgia Voll with her left hand from mid-on. They pick up a single but prevents another run. England 3 for 64. Sciver-Brunt moves to 20.
I'm just watching Georgia Voll there. The hands went on the hips, so just got it. I get a little bit worried when the players sort of dive and then the shoulder sort of folds underneath themselves. I've seen a few injuries that way, so I was just waiting to see if she got up okay, and she has, just blowing a little bit as well with the hands on the hips.
Kim Garth, the Irish-born woman representing Australia, right arm over the wicket as she comes in. Dunkley struck on the pad, but 2 strides down the pitch. She's trying to combat the swing of Kim Garth here.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Aussies have got a plethora of options, haven't they, with the ball in hand. You've still got Tali McGrath that can bowl. She did a really good job towards the back end of the white ball series. Elise Perry as well does swing it. So
only bowled in the one match so far in this Women's Ashes series.
Yeah, and said she was available. So obviously they've gone down a different route now.
Kim Garth in past the umpire once more, angling down the leg side as it struck on the pad of Sophia Dunkley. Just trickles back down the pitch. England 3 for 64.
Yeah, so they've got a couple options. Ash Gardner, obviously, the spin option, and Alana King. So, yeah, hasn't really rotated the bowlers around Healy today. She's just gone with Garth, Darcy Brown and Annabelle Sutherland. So, and as I said, Kim Garth's probably been the pick of the bowlers here this morning, or this evening, I should say.
Well, the interesting part will be how long Australia are in the field. As you said, a lot of these bowlers are not used to bowling that workload that is asked of them for a test match. So how's Kim Garth feeling if she's still bowling at 7 or 8 o'clock at night? She's coming in once more and getting good swing as it comes into Sophia Dunkley, looking to try and work it off her hip. Alana King does the fielding at mid-wicket. England 3 for 64. Just the 1 run so far off this over. Sciver-Brunt on 20, Dunkley on 6. The other strength, Gozzy, of the Australian side is when they played the test match at the Wacker against South Africa early last year. Tali McGrath was batting at number 4.
Yes.
Now, where is she batting in this current Australian lineup?
Number 8. Number 8. Wow.
It's one to ask the captain as to what's brought about this drop. Kim Garth in once more. Good full delivery into Sophia Dunkley, who gets an inside edge through to Alana King, who does the fielding at mid-wicket. England 3 for 64 after 24 overs. Australia won the toss and decided to bowl first. A historic day-night test match from the MCG. Nat Sciver-Brunt is on 20. Sophia Dunkley is on 6. Matt Clinch and Michelle Gosgo with you through ABC Sport and via the BBC.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one for me. Tali McGrath, if she was captain, where should she bat? 5?
Captains make the call, don't they?
Yeah,
bat wherever you want.
Yeah, I mean, look, she's listed to come in after Ash Gardner, and she's been out with the last 3 games in the T20 series with a calf injury, so just coming back herself. But, yeah, to be listed after her, a little bit perplexed with sort of that move.
Darcy Brown is going to continue from the Shane Warne stand here at the MCG. Comes in and Nat Sciver-Brunt and beats her. Just a little bit of an away swing there. Sciver-Brunt on 20, England 3 for 64. So if you've just flicked on the radio for the first time via the ABC Listen app, the Australian 11 is Phoebe Litchfield and Georgia Voll to open the batting. Elise Perry at 3, Elisa Healy, Annabelle Sutherland, Beth Mooney all the way down the order, Ash Gardner, Talia McGrath, Kim Garth, Alana King and Darcy Brown. Georgia Voll making her debut in the Test format. As Darcy Brown comes in, wide of the off stump this time, and Nat Sciver-Brunt is happy to let it go through. Mooney takes in behind the stumps with the gloves for this Test match. Checking with Rick, I'm guessing it's a pretty obvious question. This is the first time that Beth Mooney has ever kept in a Test match, given that Elisa Healy would have featured in every other one, wouldn't she have, Rick?
Yes, we were talking about that earlier. Elise Healy is the last new wicketkeeper.
Yep.
Having started in January 2011.
Darcy Brown in to Nat Sciver-Brunt. A little bit of room outside the off stump, but she tries to drive late, but straight to Elise Perry, who does the fielding at cover. England 3 for 64.
Jodie Fields has kept since that time, but she started, of course, before 2011. Yep.
I was lucky enough to play with Jodie Fields. Really good wicketkeeper, actually.
She is good on the chirp as what?
No.
Elisa Healy is?
Too nice. Midge is nice as well.
Both have a smile on their face. Brown comes in, shorter delivery, which just reared up a bit on Nat Sciver-Brunt late. She looks to rock back and pull down the ground. It's fielded by Georgia Voll, who does the fielding out mid-on. England 3 for 64. 4 dot balls so far in this over from Darcy Brown.
Clinchy, I just noticed Ash Gardner warming up, so potentially we might see her into the attack shortly.
2 slips, Anna Gully. As Brown's in once more, Sciver-Brunt gets a full delivery. She drives back down the ground, but straight to Georgia Voll, who moves around to her left from mid-on to do the fielding.
Or is it that old chestnut where you just go warming up and hopefully the skipper gets the eyes moving a little bit and sees that you're ready to go?
Well, the clock is 4:26 here at the MCG, and the first break, which I think we're still going with the lunch break, is in 3 minutes' time. So maybe just trying to catch the eye of the captain to let her know, well, someone has to bowl the last over, why not me? As Brown turns at the top of her mark once more, wide of the off stump, and Nat Sciver-Brunt lets it go through. So a maiden from Darcy Brown, 8 overs from her, 1 for 26. She picked up the wicket of Tammy Beaumont, who was out LBW for 8. And a very good over with England, 3 for 64. Nat Sciver-Brunt on 20. Sophia Dunkley is on 6.
So we are going to see Ash Gardner into the attack. Well done at warm-up, the old chestnut warming up, and it's worked here.
So it looks like Ash Gardner is going to bowl the final over before the lunch break here.
It's a warm reception here to crowd favourite.
Of course, famously took 8 for 66 in the last test in the UK, so certainly worth a look, although I think Alana King would feel a little bit frustrated as the frontline leg spinner. She doesn't get the first opportunity.
Yeah, I think she'd understand with the longer format taking place here. Don't mind this move, though.
Phoebe Litchfield might come into sort of a back pad. She's getting the helmet and the pads brought out for her.
Was Georgia Voll before, so she's been moved out of there. Sitting at extra cover now.
21 years of age, Phoebe Litchfield. She's such a great fielder.
And getting to open the batting with her good friend as well, in Georgia Voll, the debutant.
Ash Gardner, the reigning Belinda Clark medalist for the best player in the women's competition last year. That'll be awarded next week at the end of the Women's Ashes. Australia over in Sri Lanka in the men's as Gardner starts from the Shane Warne from the members' side, and just a little bit of turn as she comes in and bowls the first ball to Sophia Dunkley, forward and just defending into the pitch.
Gee, wouldn't they love another one here, the Australians. Getting 4 for on the first afternoon of a test match.
Gardner with the sunglasses on, slip in place as she fires the next delivery into off stump. And Dunkley just pushes it out to Alana King, who does the fielding at mid-wicket.
Can't imagine it'd be too much turn. I think it's more the bounce here that Gardner's able to extract.
Litchfield with the helmet on, right in the eye line of Sophia Dunkley. This time Ash Gardner gets good bounce and struck high on the pad.
Yeah, that one just straightened a little bit. So here we go, already causing issues, getting straight on her length there, Ash Gardner.
4 for 99 and 8 for 66 against England at Trent Bridge in 2023. And you wonder what psychological scars are left from that sort of bowling display as Gardner into Dunkley, back and defending. You can hear the encouragement from Beth Mooney behind the stumps.
Oh, gee, you got Ash Gardner bowling, and then you've got Beth Mooney and Elisa Healy at first slip. Wow.
She's got 2 balls to survive as the clock ticks past 4:30. This time, Gardner wider of the off stump, and Dunkley defends and into the offside. 3 for 64. England with 5 dot balls so far in this first over from Ash Gardner from the members' end.
That one just a little bit slower there from Gardner.
Dunkley looking to get to the first break as this next delivery just with the bounce and turn on leg stump. And Dunkley turns it around the corner, a maiden for Ash Gardner to start. And England go to the first break, 3 for 64, having been sent in by the Australians. Elisa Healy winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. They were able to pick up 3 wickets. And England 3 for 64 after 26 overs. Nat Sivabrunt is on 20. Sophia Dunkley is on 6. The wickets to fall, Maya Bouchier was out in the first over, caught by Beth Mooney, and was able to take the catch in front of Healy at first slip from the bowling of Kim Garth. England were 1 for 3 in the first over. Tammy Beaumont was out LBW to Darcy Brown. Just straightened a little bit late, out for 8 from 15 deliveries. England were 2 for 23 in the 8th over. And Heather Knight, the last to fall out. LBW to Kim Garth for 35 after 50 deliveries, included 2 fours. And at that stage, England were 3 for 47. From an Australian point of view, Kim Garth, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 13. Darcy Brown, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 26. Annabelle Sutherland, 7 overs, none for 24. And Ash Gardner, that 1 over for no run. Michelle Gosgo points to Australia with that first session.
Yeah, I think so. And, I mean, that first wicket of the match fell in the first over for Kim Garth. So she's been exceptional here this evening. And, yeah, it goes to Australia. They won the toss, sent in England, which was a little bit of a surprise. I thought they might want to have batted here this afternoon, first session of a test match under lights with the pink ball. This is the best time to be batting. And then to get 3 wickets, exceptional work there from the Australians. But a little bit of a fight back there in the back end. Nat Sivabrunt looked pretty good, 20 off 57. And then a bit of survival there from Sophia Dunkley. So they can go in, just reassess, have a bit of a break, come out. And this next session is really important for England.
It certainly is. And the Australians would know that England's middle order is vulnerable. So Tammy Beaumont at the top of the order, the captain and Heather Knight, Nat Sivabrunt. They've got 2 of the 3. If they can pick up the third early in this middle session, they'll know they've certainly got England on the back foot. And what has been a pretty challenging women's multi-format Ashes series, pressure on them to try and show that fight here at the MCG.
Yeah, and they haven't even seen Alana King yet, and she's been exceptional against them. A ton of wickets have fallen to spin. Ash Gardner coming back in, missing the T20 format there through this Ashes series. So expecting to see Alana King bowl probably a lot more overs in the next session. Hasn't bowled yet, but it's been swing at the moment that has got the wickets here. So yeah, the Australians will be quite happy with that. A little bit loose at times. Annabelle Sutherland missed their length, got driven down the ground. There's no demons in this pitch, is there? There's a little bit of extra bounce. One end particularly is bouncing more than the other, but the swing's not there that I thought would be on offer in this match.
No, it hasn't been so far, which makes, I guess, for an interesting decision with Elisa Healy winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. Clearly, they thought there would be a little bit more swing early, but it may still come as the floodlights take over and day turns tonight. Thank you to Michelle Gosgo alongside Sarah Elliott and Alex Hartley, our experts for the women's Ashes test here from the MCG. Matt Clinch calling the action in a moment. Henry Moran will join you for the lunch break with Ben Cameron. In the men's first test taking place from Galle in Sri Lanka. Coverage is available, of course, via the ABC Listen app. Australia are 3 for 401. Usman Khawaja is still there, unbeaten on 177, but Steve Smith is out for 141. So Josh Inglis to the crease on his debut, and what a great occasion it is for him. Coverage is available via the ABC Listen app, but for the moment here at the MCG, we'll pause with some of the highlights which have taken place.
Men's Test cricket is back. Sri Lanka versus Australia.
He's bowled. That's it.
On now on the ABC Listen app.
The Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Hears comes up, tosses it, and it's swept around the corner. A little paddle from Khawaja, and that brings up 150. They've already gone past 200. Khawaja has faced 223 balls for his 16th Test century.
So there we go, Usman Khawaja bringing up the 150. It has been a run fest in Galle, and I think it's fair to say that Australia will be pretty happy with life, albeit the fact that Steve Smith is out. Josh Inglis is out in the middle, and he has hit a boundary with Australia moving to 3 for 406. Steve Smith, LBW to Van der Sar for 141. So that is the state of play in Galle. What about here at the MCG? Well, on the outfield, beautiful scene in front of us. There are umpteen games of cricket taking place. You can be fielding at slip in one match and standing at mid-off in the other, if you see what I mean. There are so many games taking place. The young kids getting the opportunity to stand on the hallowed turf where just minutes ago Australia's fielders trooped off the happier of the two sides, I think it's fair to say, given the fact that winning the toss, I think you probably expect, if you put a side in, to have 3 wickets in the session. That would feel pretty much what would go down as a bare minimum. Wicket in the first over with Maya Bouchier dismissed, and also key wickets of Tammy Beaumont and Heather Knight in there as well. So that is the state of play out there in the middle, with Australia's women in a strong position, as they have been pretty much all series. England 64 on the board, 3 wickets down though, in a session where Australia got through 26 overs, maybe not quite as many as expected, but it has certainly been a session they will have enjoyed, and they'll be enjoying this break as well. Nat Sciver-Brunt there, 20 off 57. Sophia Dunkley, a gutsy 6 from 31 thus far, and we've seen 1 over from Ash Gardner. And pretty much it has been unbroken bowling from the outstanding Kim Garth. 10 overs, 2 for 13.
Dinner, lunch, who knows? The first break is done here at the Women's Test match, the Pink Ball Day-Night Test on Grandstand Cricket, right here on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron in position alongside former Australian Test cricketer Sarah Elliott. Sticks, the first break, how did you see that opening session? Who holds the whip hand?
I think you've got to say Australia, having taken that 3rd wicket for the session, and particularly, the big wicket of Knight. I think they'd be very, very happy with the decision that they made at the start of the day to send England in and have a bowl at them. At the end of the day, they've got to take 20 wickets to win this Test match, and I think they're giving themselves the best opportunity to do that by having first crack with the ball.
It was an interesting decision. Just catching you up, if you have joined us late, Australia won the toss. They elected to bowl first. Surprised a lot of us, but that was the way they went. And did strike early, the first England batter to go. Maya Bouchier out for just 2. Well caught by Beth Mooney, as you heard there in the highlights, off the bowling of Kim Garth. Shortly after, Tammy Beaumont, LBW, off the bowling of Darcy Brown, and Heather Knight just before lunch, LBW off the bowling of Garth, out for 25. So that's how we arrive here with Sciver-Brunt unbeaten on 20 and Dunkley 6 not out at the other end. It does look like it will be Alana King to continue from the Shane Warne stand end of the ground, which is appropriate. The leg spinner here at the MCG, King by name and nature, to have a roll. Rick Finlay, the best statistician in the game, is in position again. Shadows just stretching out over the MCG. Little deck chair area. What do you make of that, Sticks?
Looks very pleasant. A great area to sit.
So Siva Brunt to be on strike. Slip and bat pad. King in and bowling. Outside the off stump. Back and cutting. Forward a point. Out into the deep. Protection out there. So just a single. Immediately back into it after lunch. Now the English women. So protection square. A deep cover and a deep mid-wicket as well here for the Aussies.
Yeah, great to see King seeing spin into the game early.
Here comes the leggy again. In and bowling now, giving it some air. Trying to drive. Dunkley a play and a miss. Flamboyant looking cover drive. Past the outside edge it goes.
Dunkley always makes me a little nervous when she bats. She takes the game on, which is great in that white ball format. She's got a big job here to bat for a long period of time for England.
Dunkley awaits King again. Quicker and flatter here and gliding away down towards third. They'll get a single. 3 for 67.
Be great little battles. Australia really think through how they're going to take this wicket, particularly if Siva Brunt. That's the big one.
Australia and Sri Lanka over in Gaul. 3 for 443 of the Aussies. King in and bowling again to Siva Brunt, who's slightly squared up. Pat and pad, and it just drops down on the offside.
Alana King will be loving this opportunity out here at the MCG. She loves a big occasion. Family will be in the crowd, no doubt.
Saw her out for a walk this morning in South Yarra. Bowling again here on the leg stump, just nurdling it around the corner. Siva Brunt very nearly bringing in Phoebe Litchfield at bat pad into play.
It's different preparations, isn't it, with this day-night game? A lot of the girls like to get out. A little bit of that light exercise, that walk, just to get the legs moving.
Mooney goes down. King's in. Straight delivery. Siva Brunt on the back foot. Just knocking it out to point end of the King over. 3 for 66 are England. I think I got ahead of myself and said 3 for 67, but 3 for 66. Siva Brunt on 21. Dunkley on 7. Grandstand cricket here on ABC Sport. So, I mentioned earlier, Sticks, John Lewis and his comments. Bronte to Bondi walk. Saw everyone out for a swim playing touch rugby, and he thinks that's why the Aussie team are more athletic. I was walking home from our broadcast of the tennis last week. It was Sunday after I'd done a panel show for an hour and we were building up to the men's final. On my walk home, I saw not just one Aussie, but 2 of this Aussie team, separately, not running together, out for an exercise run. Talia McGrath running with her partner, just along the Yarra River, and Phoebe Litchfield as well. So interesting to note, not in their team gear, not team-associated activities, just a run.
Wowee. There you go. That surprised me on 2 fronts. One, Melbourne's a pretty big place, and I know that you live reasonably close and that it's a tight sporting precinct. The fact you bumped into them, they're running, but that they're out running aside from their... I love...
Already workload.
Love that Australia have that built into their program. Some flexibility in their workloads. You get... I'm sure it's you get the loads up however you like, and the intensity needs to be this for certain loads, but for other loads, you find a way to do it, and there's flexibility to go out with your partner and do it, or whatever it might be. That's great.
Darcy Brown bowling, members end of the ground, right arm over the wicket, going full and straight, and Dunkley. Is it caught? No, a bump ball.
The crowd were up in a weren't they? So is that speaking to the Australian Sun as well, that they were, that's the lifestyle, that everyone goes out for a run, it's good weather, and is that...
It's not always the case here in Melbourne.
You've got to be
cash
committed.
in.
You've got to be committed if you're a runner. It's a bit like you. I know you do a fair bit of running.
No, I don't. I don't do any running.
Come on, at one point...
I was trying to do a marathon. It lasted about 2 months.
Oh, maybe that was the end of the season. Probably I just assumed you'd gone on with it. So you've got to be committed. So that doesn't hold true for all Australians.
Do a lot of walking at the moment. Brown in now, short ball, and Dunkley awkwardly plays it almost off the bottom edge. Just wide of the off stump, it dribbles through to the keeper, Mooney. That was very unique, the way she played that. Back foot going out towards the square leg umpire and hopping around slightly.
Did you really only get 2 months in?
About 3.
What happened? Did you get injured or lost focus?
Lost motivation, mainly. I'd love to say I got injured. Here comes Brown, bounding in again, wide on the crease. Awkward looking drive from Dunkley. Not properly forward, but carves it out towards cover.
It's good there from Brown, just putting it in the right area. Still the slips in play. I'd love to see her just keep hitting the deck a little bit more. I'd be interested to see how quickly this ball does lose that hardness.
And quickly get a little spongy. Brown running in again. Short ball here, hits Dunkley and it balloons down on the popping crease. Could have easily gone back onto the stumps. Just looking slightly hurried here, Sophia Dunkley, by the pace of Darcy Brown.
That is a really good delivery. Just in two minds about what she was going to do with it, and then you're right, it just got to her quicker, jumped on her more than expected.
Got off maybe the bicep in the end. Left bicep. Hurried up here, Dunkley. 2 slips in a gully. Brown bowls full and straight and turning it away through mid-wicket neatly is Dunkley. Gets off strike and can lean on her bat down at the non-strikers and 3 for 67 England. Dunkley on 8.
Interesting to have been in the Australian dressing room talking about the bowling plans to these batters. Got so much more time in Test cricket. It's not something that these girls are familiar with doing, but they would have loved the opportunity to really think through.
Siva Brunt on strike and tried to leave a ball. Ends up playing it inadvertently. A couple of bounces into the gully. Quite a wide delivery. Had a second set of stumps outside the off stump. End of the over from Brown. 3 for 67. Siva Brunt on 21. Dunkley on 8.
It's a good over there. Just that one scoring shot. I know that might not sound as important in Test cricket, but England have to keep rotating the strike, have to keep sharing the workload, keeping the game moving. The minute you string together a couple of maidens, tension sort of builds, and that's when wickets will come. Australia would love to get through another 3 in this little session.
So King to continue. Bowling from the Shane Warne stand end. Straight delivery and well forward to defend is Dunkley. She pushes it back to Alana King.
I'm interested to see the role that Perry and McGrath, I've said it earlier, but when we're going to see them introduced to the game bowling-wise, we've gone to spin pretty early.
Dunkley awaits a slip and bat pad. King bowls and Dunkley goes forward. Knocks it down towards mid-on.
Got to spare a thought too for Georgia Wareham, who's had a really good series too, having come sort of off the bench. She was outstanding in that last one-day game and then the T20s.
Here comes the spinner again. Straight delivery. Dunkley driving on drive all the way along the ground for 4. That's a good stroke from Sophia Dunkley. Somewhat of a check drive, held the pose and watched it all of the way into the rope. Dunkley on to 12, England 3 for 71.
It's hard being the second spinner, second leg spinner in line, isn't it? We've got a rich history of good spin bowlers. I think Georgia Wareham's only played the 1 test.
King tries again. Dunkley for defensive. Right on that front stool. What do you make of the technique of Sophia Dunkley? It's somewhat unnerving when you're watching it. Doesn't always look overly convincing. Mooney down, King bowls, gives it some air. Dunkley on drive. Doesn't time it as well as the boundary, straight to the fielder.
You feel like you're always a chance of sneaking one through between sort of bat and pad. Feel like she's an LB chance early as well. But she gets the job done.
Facing King again. Going forward very watchfully. End of the King over. 3 for 71 England. Siva Brunt 21, Dunkley on 12. Just almost that high bat lift, and it's almost straight up the handle, pointing at the popping crease, and then the body moves in unconventional ways.
Yeah, it certainly does. Yeah, you feel like there's a chance to just sneak that one through. But certainly has shown how capable she is. She played her 5 matches, I believe, high score of 74. Just the 150 to her name in this format. She's just a competitor. She strikes me, and she's sort of stood out in this series as well as being one that's a real competitor. and my memory's not great on which game it was. Was it the first T20 where she came out and had a bit of a
59
crack?
off 30.
Yeah, just was prepared to take the game on, and that was really great to see.
2 slips in a gully. Darcy Brown new over, bowling to Siva Brunt, back of a length. Siva Brunt right up on the toes, stabs it down into the gully.
You mentioned Perry perhaps bowling. I note in the T20s and the ODIs, she didn't bowl in the ODIs at all. She bowled just 2 overs for 18 runs in the T20, so I'm just wondering whether she'll get a run here.
Yeah.
Like they say, she's fit and ready to go, but she hasn't got the workload. She hasn't got the overs behind her. I'm not sure what she's been doing in training in terms of building that up.
Siva Brunt on strike. Brown bowling outside the off stump and just playing slightly away from the body. Out to point Siva Brunt.
Well, it's going to be terrific having Georgia Bowl at the top of the lineup there, thinking that Healy slots down in the middle order. And then you've got the likes of Perry and Sutherland in between. Just what a balanced lineup. That means we can go really hard early as a batting side, knowing that we've got so much depth. And Perry will play the role that she needs to play, whatever the game dictates.
Like we said, Tali McGrath batting at 8. Brown in and bowling, full and straight, digging it out, Siva Brunt.
It's a hard one, isn't it? You feel like she's got to bowl more if she's going to bat at 8. But that's just the strength of this team, that we've got a lot of all-rounders. If you go down that list in terms of who can bat and bowl, very strong.
That's Siva Brunt. About to welcome a baby into the world in a month. How's her life going to change? Sticks?
Dramatically. Depends
no more free time?
Depends how evenly they share the load, hey? But
2 slips in a gully. Brown arriving on the off stump. Punch drive down towards mid-off. Well timed, but straight to the fielder from Siva Brunt.
It's going to change. It's going to change. It's always interesting, though, because I feel like when you're the one giving birth, that changes really dramatically because your body's sort of not your own anymore. And in terms of the responsibilities, feeding, all that sort of stuff, you're it. And then there's a point where it changes and your partner can certainly get involved, but it changes for everybody.
Here comes Brown again, back of a length on the leg stump, and Siva Brunt very easily just turns it around the corner. Comfortable single. Siva Brunt onto 22, 3 for 72 England, 0467 920 222. That's 0467 920 222. Speaking of that, did you have tours where you were caring for, was it Jacob at that point, or was it the... Both, yeah.
Just Sam for Australian staff. When Jacob came along, just Victorian and Big Bash.
Brown bowling again, outside the off stump. Chopping down on it late, Dunkley. Out towards gully. Quite incredible that you were able to...
It probably just speaks
manage
to
both.
How stupid I am. How stubborn, how determined maybe that is. It once was okay, but then to think that I did it again after Jacob. Jacob's timing was much better. He was born in March, so it was a good sort of, what's that, nearly 6. It was, I had the whole off-season, and I thought I was done, and then halfway through that off-season, the WBBL got announced, and I thought, wow, no, I can do this again. This would be pretty special to be part of this WBBL. This is what you play, isn't it? It's the opportunity to do things like this.
Yeah.
Like,
play at the MCG.
Play at the MCG, travel the world, travel Australia, being part of a team. I mean, it's really about the people, and that fuels you.
Alana King, new over, bowling here to Siva Brunt, who's mistiming a pull shot. Chunks it down towards mid-on. I think it was a WBBL match here at the MCG earlier on this Australian summer, and I interviewed Phoebe Litchfield, and I remember standing out there, maybe it was an Australian match, and she was sort of looking around the MCG, and I said, have you played here before? She said, no, I haven't. I said, I can't believe it. This is what I've always, wanted to do, was play at the MCG, and used to dream about it on Boxing Day when I'd watch the test, the men's test, and I remember how much she was in awe of what she was looking at around the MCG. Mooney down, King in now, gives it some air. Siva Brunt has to play with the turn, just rolls with it as she guides it out towards backward point. Usman Khawaja has brought up a maiden test double ton over in Gaul. So he is unbeaten on 200. Josh Inglis on debut, 35 not out. And Australia, 3 for 462. King gives it to me down the leg side, very nearly it balloons to Phoebe Litchfield. As Siva Brunt knocks it through mid-wicket, the vacant mid-wicket region, and takes one.
She will love being under the helmet, Phoebe Litchfield. This would be part of that dream, being under the helmet, the G. But it's interesting that we were lucky when we were playing WNCL, which is domestic cricket. We played, I won't say frequently, but we played at the G every season. There'd be a game or two at the G, and that got phased out.
King trots in, bowls to Dunkley. Again, chopping down on it, as is her customary style. Ball squirts out to backward point.
I'd be really interested to know how the Aussie feel about playing this game at the G. I think there's two sides to it, and I'll get to it after Alana bowls the next ball.
Fizzes out another leggy, and Dunkley well forward. Pushes it right back down the pitch.
No doubt they'd be overawed and love the opportunity to play on this biggest stadium. But in terms of trying to get a result and the competitive game of cricket, with somewhere like the WACA, would they prefer be playing there where there's more favourable conditions?
King tries again, and Dunkley bat and pad close together. Back to the bowler, end of the over. 3 for 73 are England.
Not just the favourable conditions, but also about the crowd, the atmosphere.
Yep.
I mean, yes, they want to play here, but unless there's 60+ thousand, you sort of get lost. But imagine having 20 or 30,000, like the game at North Sydney. That was unbelievable, watching that, where they had to turn some crowd away. They had, I don't know, was it 10,000 they were close to? Might have been more in that first one-day game.
We've just announced here at the MCG, Usman Khawaja's maiden double ton in Test cricket as well. Warm round of applause for Uzi from the fans in attendance here. What an effort that is. And Josh Inglis looking comfortable on Test debut as well.
Sarah, the 708 WNCL games since 1996 that I've got on board, 15 only have been played at the MCG.
Is that right?
Wow.
It's a fairly low proportion. It's almost like an away game, I guess, to these girls.
It would be. And I imagine that window when those 15 fell was probably a 5 or 6 year window where most of them came.
Darcy Brown now with just one slip, catching mid-on, just off the edge of the pitch. Brown running in and bowling, and standing tall. Siva Brunt, almost surprised by the bounce, bunts it out towards cover.
She's looking pretty comfortable. I think maybe I'm trying to jinx her, so she doesn't. But the pitch doesn't look like it's got too many gremlins in it. Might be a little bit slow to come onto the bat, but Australia are going to have to work hard for these wickets.
The last one was 8 years ago. 8 years.
Brown bounds in again. On the off stump, Siva Brunt forward defensive. Outside half of the bat. Out to point. Picked up out there by Annabelle Sutherland.
How's my maths? What's 8 years ago?
17, 18. Actually, it's 7 seasons ago, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just after I retired.
Missed out.
I'd had plenty. I'd had enough by then. Had my opportunities.
0467 920 222. Keep your text coming. Brown arrives on the stumps and knocking it out to a whitish mid-on. Wide of that catching mid-on they've got in there. Alexa Healy, the captain, has herself in that position. So just the one slip in a gully at the moment.
It's quite funny to think. So I think I retired the season before that. I could be wrong, but you're going. So I remember playing my last game. I think was at Casey Fields. So that's the sort of spectrum. 1 week you're playing Casey Fields for a home game, and the next week you're playing at the MCG for a home game.
Siva Brunt picks up her bat and goes forward. The ball that just kept slightly low, knocks it to the vacant mid-wicket, and sets off for a single. Gets through for one.
Your last game here was 2012, and you're saying you retired about 3 years later.
That's in WNCL. Yeah, yep.
3 for 74 England.
It's good smart running that. Great to pick up that single.
He's about a change in the field as well, so obviously a different batter on strike in Sophia Dunkley. Bat pad in, Brown arrives, short ball, ducking under it Dunkley. Flexes at the knees to get underneath it. Fielder out at deep forward square leg about, I'd say just more than 3/5 of the way to the boundary. Also got the fine leg on a 45-degree angle. Fielder under the lid at bat pad as well, Phoebe Litchfield.
Showing good patience here, Dunkley. I'm sure there's some part of her that's tempted to get in behind that and have a bit of a swing.
Dunkley awaits Brown. Brown bowls, short ball again, and Dunkley comfortably underneath it.
Just got to keep that conversation in your head going, don't you? We've got plenty of time. I got all day to bat. I don't need to be playing at that one.
Put the hook and the pull away and just keep going. England 3 for 74. Nat Sciver-Brunt is 24 not out. Sophia Dunkley is unbeaten on 12 at the other end. Henry Moran, he's got a pep in his step. He's coming in.
This is ABC Sports coverage of women's international cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes.
R-E-S-P-C-T, find out what it means to me. R-E-S-P-C-T, take out TCB.
Oh, they've got them on the ropes. They've got them on the ropes. So, 3 down, 74 on the board. Intriguing session so far, Sarah, I think, isn't it?
It has been. They've been well matched, really. I think the two batters out there are showing great discipline and control. There doesn't look to be any real gremlins in the pitch.
Here comes Alana King looking to find some. Bowls a ball which Sciver-Brunt is sweeping. She's got hold of. Should get 4 for this, perhaps. Running round to try and stop it and haul it in. Successfully is Elise Perry in front of that stand below us, which is pretty full as well. And I have to say, they have turned out in good numbers here at the MCG. We knew coming into the game you're not going to see 100,000. It's a days back at school, aren't we, and all these sort of things, but it is a good crowd and a lovely noise out there. This is pushed forward by Sciver-Brunt, and a brilliant piece of fielding by Alana King to stop the ball off her own bowling.
You'd hope. Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
You'd hope that it might continue to grow as well with, 5 o'clock ticking over, people finishing work Thursday night.
It's a little bit fresh in the breeze. But
Bring
a jacket. Yeah. There's no such thing as bad weather, only bad clothes choices.
That sounds very English.
Here comes Alana King, and Sciver-Brunt, who's looking to be a little more forceful here, is pushing the ball up towards mid-on off the back foot.
It's a different attitude on life you guys kind of carry. That's good. I like that.
Well, we have to. We're on the same latitude as Moscow.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah. In comes the next delivery, and Sciver-Brunt is going to whip that away through the leg side and gets a couple of runs to add to the total. The score moves forward to 3 for 78. And England just finding a little bit of rhythm.
Yeah, great to see them use that depth in the crease quickly back to turn that just short of a length ball into a short one to be able to pull. Sciver-Brunt's got so much experience.
She's not had a great series, one way or another. By her standards, this
She has. Yep.
She's not somebody who, often doesn't get the big contributions. She's just not quite found her way. Here comes Alana King bowling to Sciver-Brunt, who in the eye line now has a very short mid-on, who has just a little bit of something to think about for Sciver-Brunt. This partnership be together over 100 deliveries now. It's not huge in terms of runs, but it is at least providing some resistance. That's Alana King bowls a ball which is pushed into the ground in front of Sciver-Brunt, and the score moves forward by 4 runs across the over, the 33rd of the innings. England 3 for 78. If you want to get in touch, join the conversation, you can do so on the SMS text line in Australia, 0467920222, and on the email it's tms@bbc.co.uk. Let us know what you've been up to and what you think might happen in this game. It's going to be an interesting one.
Sciver-Brunt is such a competitor for me. She's someone that I look in the English lineup, and this has been for the last 10 years, and you look at her and you think, she's going to fight. And I don't know her that well at all, only having played against her, but you think she's going to. And so the way the series has panned out, the way that she hasn't quite made the runs, it's hopefully good formula for what she'll produce today.
Darcy Brown bowling to Sophia Dunkley, who plays with a slightly less conventional technique to Sciver-Brunt, but is successfully defending into the offside.
It seems like she's got exceptional hand-eye coordination, ability to sort of make up for that looser technique. It's effective, though. I'm just saying how much I enjoyed watching her in the T20s really take it to Australia.
Yeah, and it felt like a real sort of, this is how you've got to do it kind of vibe to me. That game at the SCG. Full delivery, which is dug out, well timed, and the crowd think it might be a catching opportunity, but it's on the bounce and parried over the head by the bowler. On the email, I've got to apologise to Nicholas. Any chance someone can count up the number of times that Henry uses the word iconic, and then any chance of someone telling him to stop? I think it's because of the venue and the occasion. Rick's a numbers man. Sorry, Nicholas, I will endeavour not to. In comes Darcy Brown. One slip in place. This is short down the leg side and might have been signalled wide in a white ball match. Not on this occasion. What about on the SMS? TJ in Copenhagen, lying in the dark in Denmark, listening to the call before the family wakes up. I imagine it's the time of year in Scandinavia where it only gets probably light for a few hours a day.
That's impressive that he's tuned in. What a great way to be under the doona and listening in.
See, doona is not a word that we've got in the UK.
Oh.
In comes Darcy Brown. This is driven back towards her. And I wonder if that was a chance or on the bounce. It was hard to see from our angle, but it has been stopped by the bowler. Hard to tell where. It was hit firmly, but Darcy Brown has
I think maybe it was.
If she'd taken that, it would have been one of the all-timers.
Yeah, just having a watch again, yeah. Just dropped short.
She tries again. Dunkley on strike. It's banged in short, and she almost sends Dunkley tumbling backwards. That's a good bouncer. And Darcy Brown has bowled with real hostility, and she's been excellent today.
She has been. That seems to be a clear plan. Dunkley wearing a lot of short balls, and then the occasional Yorker. That one was very, very good. Didn't quite get up as high as the other. Dunkley really had to get down.
Got some Darcy Brown speed numbers at the end of the over. She's got one more ball left of it. She'll be her 12th. 1 for 29 so far. Running in, right arm over to bowl to Dunkley, who defends. And the over comes to an end. 34 have been bowled. Australia winning the toss, electing to put England in. 3 wickets have fallen. England 78 on the board, 3 down. Siva Brunt and Dunkley batting pretty nicely together. But Darcy Brown, she's been quick today. And in terms of the CricViz ball tracking data, Darcy Brown has an average speed of 114.3 kilometres an hour. It's about 71 miles an hour. Of all Australian pace bowlers, only Taylor Vlemek with a couple of miles an hour quicker, has bowled quicker than Brown has today. So she has been exceptional, and 30% of deliveries have induced false shots as well, which is pretty good going.
It's terrific.
It has to be said.
Kim Garth was again outstanding with her pace and control.
Alana King, who had an excellent white ball series, is bowling a ball to Nat Siva Brunt. It's going to be tapped into the onside, out towards mid-wicket for a couple of runs. England move to 80 for the loss of 3.
It's just watching on our screens, one of my favourite Ashes moments. I don't know where it's come from, but when Renee Farrell took her hat-trick, there, I think it was Bankstown, were playing. Just her pure joy.
Was that about 2010, 2011?
I think it was 2011.
King bowls to Siva Brunt, playing off the back foot as she does so effectively. Out to the offside this time by running in from the shadows. It'll be fielded by McGrath. 1 run taken.
Well, it is great. Cricket Australia made a big effort to try and get as many former Australian players back to watch this Test match. Players Association supporting some, flights and making it possible for people to come, which is terrific.
Alana King runs in from the far end, forward in defence. comes Dunkley. Mooney's enjoying it behind the stumps.
Loving it. Can't escape from Healy, who's at slip as well. You've got double keeper sledging going on.
Yeah, sort of sledging in stereo. In comes King, outside the off stump. Oh, a massive, wild swing at the ball from Dunkley, who is perhaps just getting a little ruffled by the noise taking place at a near vicinity. Just the one boundary in the past 80 minutes of cricket. In comes King, forward comes Dunkley. No run. By the way, in the Test match at Gould, which is also available on ABC, Usman Khawaja has his highest Test score. First Test double century is 203 unbeaten. Josh Inglis, by the way, on debut, is on 40 not out. Australia 3 for 475. Dunkley is defending. That's a nice delivery, and 3 from the over, which comes to an end. Kings bowled 5 and has figures of none for 14 so far. Steve Smith earlier on, by the way, out for 141. The partnership with Khawaja worth 266. So Australia's men going along very nicely indeed in Gaul here in the sunshine of Melbourne, where it's a slightly fresher day, I think it's fair to say, with the breeze around, nothing like what it was on Monday, where it was about 37 degrees. It was really brutal in the heat. It was like being in a fan oven. But as can happen in this part of the world, the very next day, altogether a lot chillier. Alex and I caught the tram down to St Kilda. Alex Hartley, who's coming to join us.
Henry, on that century Khawaja, there's only Don Bradman has been older than Khawaja to score a double century for Australia. He did it twice.
Here comes Darcy Brown, starting a new over to bowl to Nat Sciver-Brunt, and it's defended into the onside towards Litchfield. How old was he, his oldest, for when he got his double 100?
39, I think.
Yep. That's pretty good going, isn't it? Alex Hartley's back alongside. This has been an enterprising partnership between these two.
Yes, it has. It's slow going, but needed.
Nothing wrong with slow going. It's Test match cricket.
We only have 4 days, though, not 5.
Yeah, that's true.
But yes, it's been good from England. Just absorb that pressure. I think the matchup for me is Brown versus...
Next delivery is dropped in short and bounces over the head of Nat Sciver-Brunt. You're throwing a foam ball around. Put it away.
No, I need it.
Why?
Because it's keeping me settled.
What? Well, it's a sort of stress relief.
It is, it's stressful.
Yeah, but you've just hurled it at Rick.
Yeah, and if there's a wicket, I'm going to throw it at someone in the crowd.
It's distracting me, so it's sort of
I'll
two
concentrate
for the...
on the game.
No, because I can't, because you're messing about. It's 2 for the price of 1. You're relaxed and you're stressing us out. In comes Darcy Brown. That's a full delivery. Clipped square on the leg side. Probably for 4. It's slowing up a touch. Elise Perry is so quick, and she will just about haul it in with a tumble in front of that bank of supporters in the deck chairs with the white picket fence around it. And they all applaud as a run or two saved. The score moves forward. How many did they get there? England? I think it was 3, wasn't it? Yeah, so just the 1 run saved. England on to 84 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, a lovely shot from Sciver-Brunt, just flicking the ball into the leg side. But this, as I was saying, is the matchup. Darcy Brown versus Sophia Dunkley. She's hit her a couple of times, one on the elbow, bicep area, but the chin music and then the toes.
Outside the off stump and slapped into the ground, out towards backward point. No run. There's a short leg in place. Nose and toes.
Yeah, it was chin music and got my nose and toes mixed up and just went chin and nose.
Well, you want to try and avoid confusing those. You know, it's very much, you want to mix up the plan, don't you?
Yeah, and she's done it so well, Darcy Brown. She's bowled very well today.
Sciver-Brunt's on 34, Dunkley's on 12. Brown is in, full delivery, which is driven by Dunkley, who's been impressive, actually, for the 62 balls that she's faced. Yeah, you need to stop messing about with that cricket ball. Or maybe the comeback starts now, Alex.
No, just, always got to have a ball in your hand. Twizzle it round.
1 ball left of the 36th over. 3 from it so far. As Darcy Brown gallops in again, just the 1 slip in place. This is, it's coming off something that I think might have been a bit of glove down the leg side, and Mooney got airborne but couldn't possibly have caught it, and that might be a boundary. Whether it has come off the body or a bit of bat or glove, I think it's been signalled as 4 runs, so it was a chance officially, but not really, if you see what I mean, because you'd need to be a Beth Mooney and a half, really, to have got close to it.
Yeah, there was a cry of catch it as the ball angling down the leg side. Sophia Dunkley tries to leave it, but I think does get a little bit of glove involved, and Beth Mooney, by the end, was absolutely nowhere near it. But Darcy Brown, how good has she been with the ball? To be that person that's been told just to run in, bang the ball short, bowl as fast as you can, over and over. For me, it's that, along with her consistency. Yes, that one was a little bit of a wayward ball, But you don't mind it if that's the first one out of 12 overs.
I'll tell you what, it's been good pressure. Well, there is a reason that Australia have been going for the short ball approach towards Sophia Dunkley. The stats back it up. We're going to see Alana King. He's not looked overly threatening yet from her 5 overs. Short leg in place, and Siva Brunt will rock back to get a single out towards deep cover point. England's 3 for 89 at the start of the 37th. The average in her career for Dunkley to short pitch bowling is 25.9. For anything pitched up in her half, well, that more than doubles to 53.2. So there is a clear plan in place. King to bowl to Dunkley, who is getting in all sorts of trouble, gets in a right tangle, it beats everyone, down towards the boundary below us. It'll be chased right below us, down to the ropes by Alyssa Healy, who I don't think was moving quite as freely as she suggested she was in her press conference yesterday.
Well, this is a mis-stumping. As Sophia Dunkley comes out of her crease, I mean, it's a tough stumping, isn't it? It's gone right through the middle of Sophia Dunkley and her bat. Beth Mooney couldn't quite get down the leg side quick enough.
It's gone over Mooney's shoulder, isn't it? It's a tough one, outside the off stump, driven by Dunkley. England just building a partnership that is worth a little bit of confidence. 44 runs now from 123 balls. It's really the only time, I think it's fair to say, almost in the series where it's felt like there's been a bit of solidity. Here is Alana King in the sunshine. Runs in, and Dunkley is defending from deep in the crease. Message on the SMS line. Got home from bowls. So good to be able to choose to listen to the women's test over the men's, all while enjoying a cleansing ale in the pool.
Oh,
how good does that sound?
Oh.
Nice, Kingy.
Having a pool at home, you're lucky.
Well, honestly. Dunkley drives back to the bowler, and there is no run. I mean, that is something, isn't it?
Mm.
A cleansing ale in the pool. Wouldn't be doing that at home today, I don't think, in the UK. Temperature's not exactly pool weather. 21 degrees here in Melbourne. In the UK, it's about 1. In comes Alana King, and reaching for a ball outside the off stump is Dunkley. She's going to get runs there. It goes racing away and scatters the pigeons, and she's going to get 4. That's nicely played. Waited for the loose delivery, got it, and eventually was able to smack that ball away behind square. And England head towards the 100 mark, with the score standing now at 95 for the loss of 3 wickets. And with Alex Hartley feeling a little more relaxed. Well, not only with the England situation, but also with that squishy, stress-relieving ball as well. I'm getting out of the way. You're going to be joined in a moment by Matt Clinch.
Grandstand Cricket.
Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio and across the UK via the BBC.
Thank you, Henry. England showing a good fight back here. 3 for 95 after being 3 for 64 at lunch, or the first break as we refer to it in the women's day-night test match. Alex Hartley, you're causing havoc with that ball I gave you.
Well,
it's meant to be a stress ball for you.
Yeah, it's working. It's working. Oh, Ben behind me tried to snatch it, so I threw it at the glass, ricocheted back towards him, and his hands were rubbish.
Annabelle Sutherland, her hands certainly aren't rubbish. She's coming back into the attack. 7 overs, none for 24 from the members' end here at the MCG. When that's Siva Brunt on 35, Sophia Dunkley on 20. I was almost going to say it had really been a drama-free session to start from an England point of view as Sutherland comes in over the wicket, and it's driven back down the pitch by Siva Brunt, but it's fielded by Darcy Brown, who does the fielding at mid-on.
It has so far. There's been a couple of moments where you get your heart in your mouth, take your breath away, but compared to the first session, it has been nice and calm.
Australia picked up 3 early wickets in the first session to have England on the back foot, most notably Tammy Beaumont and Heather Knight, 2 key pillars for the Australian side of things. As Sutherland comes in, Fulton at Siva Brunt, she looks to drive, and Darcy Brown moves around to her right to do the fielding at mid-on. 3 for 95, England in the 38th over.
You're actually not allowed to moan at the fact that I've got this stress ball because you gave it to me.
I did give it to you.
So
I didn't expect you'd still have it an hour later, though.
yeah, I've honestly I've not let go of it.
I thought you would lose it somewhere along the way.
I'm not stressed. I just like fiddling.
Annabelle Sutherland in once more. Short ball. Pulled away beautifully by Nat Sciver-Brunt. There is a sweeper in the deep. And it's gathered out there by Georgia Wareham, who's a sub-fielder on for the moment. A deep backward square leg.
Wouldn't surprise me if Darcy Brown's just gone to put her feet up for a minute. She is running hard so far today.
No, she's there at mid-on.
Okay.
Someone else is having a breather. So we'll work our way through the field eventually to try and work out who's not quite there. England 3 for 96. Good shot by Nat Sciver-Brunt, just for one though. Sophia Dunkley, wide of the off stump, looking to flash away at it, misses. And she's looking to cut, and Beth Mooney takes it behind the stumps, having missed that stumping opportunity of Sophia Dunkley. A tough chance, but when the current captain and the regular keeper is standing alongside you at first slip, that would be a little frustrating.
You'd be going, oh, I don't think you'd got that either.
No, that was a tough one.
Yeah.
Yep. No one's getting that one. Just the one run so far from this return to the spell for Annabelle Sutherland. And she comes in wide of the off stump. Sophia Dunkley is driving, takes the single to Talia McGrath at mid-off. The throw comes into the non-striker's end, and a comfortable single to move to 3 for 97. And Dunkley now to 21, and that's the 50 partnership up for these two from 131 deliveries. So a good fight back from England after losing those 3 early wickets, and this is a very handy contribution now with Nat Sciver-Brunt very much one of the key leaders in this English side, and this is the type of innings everyone's been wanting to see from Sophia Dunkley.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sophia Dunkley back into the side for the T20s. England felt like they needed an extra batter for the test.
Sciver-Brunt down the leg side from Annabelle Sutherland, and Mooney shuffles across to gather. So 24-run partnership between Heather Knight and Nat Sciver-Brunt, and now a 50-run partnership between Sciver-Brunt and Dunkley.
And also Dunkley has been up and down the order for England. You know, she started off her test career in the middle. The last test that she played in India, she opened the batting. Now she's back in the middle again, so she has been a little bit up and down. But look, I've been impressed with her so far today. There are occasions where she's had that little devil on her shoulder, go and hit that wide one, chase that wide one, and she has done, but she's got away with it. But for 99% of her innings, she's been very disciplined.
The voice of Alex Hartley with you alongside Matt Clinch on ABC Sport and via the BBC. It is day one of a historic day-night test match here at the MCG. England are 3 for 97, having been sent in by the Australians. The wickets to fall so far today. Tammy Beaumont was out for 8. Maya Bouchier was the first to fall out for 2, and Heather Knight the last to fall for 25. Just the 2 runs coming from that last over from Annabelle Sutherland, and the leggy Alana King in from the Shane Warne stand in. It's caught ball chance, and Sophia Dunkley can't believe it. She's chipped it straight back to King, who takes the catch.
Oh.
King to her right was able to hang on to it. It must be said it was a relatively simple catch in the end, and Dunkley cannot believe it. England lose a 4th wicket. They're 4 for 97.
It's such a soft dismissal, this from Sophia Dunkley. It's a flighted delivery, and they are just going to check to see if it was a bump ball or not here. Sophia Dunkley not walking off the field, but for me it wasn't. It's gone straight to Alana King. Yeah, it's gone straight to her, I'm pretty sure, but may as well check it. But yeah, it's flighted up from Annabelle Sutherland, from Alana King. Sorry, it's probably a little bit too full, and Dunkley's just tried to get that front pad out the way. Just ended up chipping it back to Alana King.
12 from 62 deliveries, so she's tried to play.
Yeah, zoom with that at all?
As conservative as she just about can. And
just to make doubly sure.
You wouldn't believe it. She's chipped it straight back to the bowler. And we're hearing Sean Craig, who is our TV umpire, just make 100% sure it wasn't a bump ball into the pitch.
Ready to make my decision for the big
unfortunately,
screen.
the bottom of her bat has dragged along the pitch, and that has what resulted in it being chipped straight back from the bottom third of the bat.
Well, England have worked so hard to build that partnership, so hard from losing 3 early wickets. And Sophia Dunkley had done a lot of the hard work. 71 balls she was in the middle for. She's absorbed some pressure. And then she gets that fuller, flightier delivery from Alana King, who actually has been pretty inconsistent today for her standards. She gets the reward, so that will give Alana King some confidence, and Sophia Dunkley will be furious with herself getting out in that manner.
She certainly will be. The Australians get a breakthrough in this middle session. Sophia Dunkley has to go. Danny White-Hodge makes her way out to the middle, equally talented with the bat, but it'll be the application which will be tested here. Nat Sever-Brunt needs someone to try and hang around with her and build another partnership after a 50-run partnership before the previous wicket fell. It felt like we were just giving her credit for the way in which she'd gone about it, and sure enough, unfortunately, an unfortunate shot to bring about her dismissal.
Yeah, not ideal for England, or ideal timing, to be completely honest, but Danny White-Hodge is a very experienced player. I think she was brilliant in the Test match against Australia in 2023 at Trent Bridge. England are going to need a little bit more of that because they're currently in a spot of bother after 38 overs.
It'll be interesting to see her mindset right from the outset, because she wants to be aggressive, she wants to be attacking, and yet the situation calls for a bit of calmness. Alana King, having picked up her first wicket, comes in and off an edge as she looks to drive. It lands well short of Ash Gardner.
Well, I like the fact that the Aussies have all just come a little bit closer for White-Hodge, who loves to just knock the ball into the offside and down towards that short third region to get off strike.
Healy in at slip as the next delivery to Danny White-Hodge. Once more off an edge as she's looking to come forward and push it out into the offside. So Ash Gardner is patrolling it, sort of a whitish gully position. And they have a very square sort of backward point. Georgia Vole. Georgia Wareham is a few steps back at a cover point as once more off the outside edge of Alana King. Danny White-Hodge not looking all that comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, can they get a gully in? They are going to try and get a gully in. Vole, first slip. Healy herself will go to gully region. A very close gully, actually. And Danny White-Hodge is just going to have to adjust how she plays this next delivery from Alana King here, because she can't just knock the ball behind square now.
Big 2 balls here for Danny White-Hodge as she's trying to get her way through. Rocks back and cuts. Can't beat Ash Gardner, who races around to do the fielding to her right, a backward point. It's the applause of the crowd here at the MCG. England just under a bit of pressure here at 4 for 97. And Alana King at her 7th over, 1 for 19. Cause havoc early in the series for England as she flights this next delivery, and forward goes White-Hodge to defend. Back down the pitch and into the offside. The end of a very good over from an Australian point of view. A wicket maiden. And England are 4 for 97 after 39 overs. Nat Sever-Brunt, she's still there on 36 from 90 deliveries. And Danny White-Hodge yet to get off the mark after 5 deliveries. Matt Clinch and Alex Hartley with you for ABC Sport and through the BBC.
Yeah, great over from Alana King, getting the wicket of Sophia Dunkley. Wasn't a great delivery, actually, as Sophia Dunkley just trying to knock the ball back down the ground, just taps it straight back to the bowler, who's never dropping that. And gets another wicket to add to her wicket tally throughout this Women's Ashes. I think that's 23 now for the leg spinners.
That's a good point. Let me dive into in fact, Rex here, he can provide all the stats for us. Alana King's record so far, most wickets in this Women's Ashes, I'm assuming. There you go. It's right on the monitor as we ask at the right time. 15 wickets, Sophie Eccleston with 11. Start of the new over from Annabelle Sutherland. It's clipped away by Nat Sever-Brunt. Down to the fielder at whitish fine leg for a single to start the 40th over. Sever-Brunt to 37. England 4 for 98.
An average of 11.5.
It's pretty good going.
Oh, so well. so well.
I'm interested in your view as to what you've seen from Alana King that makes her such a threat in all 3 formats. Is there one thing you picked up throughout this Ashes series?
I think the rip on the ball that she gets. You know, she turns the ball, also her consistency. So a couple of things there. If you're consistently bowling in threatening areas, and then you can get the ball to turn, you can bowl one that goes slightly straighter. But her ability to consistently bowl in good areas and turn the ball for me.
In the one day, she picked up 5 for 46, 4 for 25 and 2 for 25. She was certainly in the minds and the heads of the English batters. There's Annabelle Sutherland in from the members end, wide of the off stump. Cutting away is Danny White-Hodge, and it lands just short of the fielder, Phoebe Litchfield. In sort of a whitish gully position. There's sort of 3 slips in place. In fact, she's sort of the thirdish in a whitish third slip position.
Yeah. I think it's Ash Gardner there.
It is, you are right. It's Ash Gardner there. Phoebe Litchfield is in its second slip. Ash Gardner is a whitish sort of fourth or fifth slip, really. And that ball was awkwardly right, landing in front of her. One of those tough ones where you're trying to work out whether to lunge forward or whether it's going to carry to you. The next ball from Annabelle Sutherland, defended in the offside by Danny Wyatt-Hodge. So 8 deliveries yet to get off the mark. England 4 for 98. The Australian slip cordon feeling like any ball could be coming their way. Annabelle Sutherland in her 9th over. Turns at the top of her mark. Comes in and down the leg side to Danny Wyatt-Hodge. Mooney shuffles across well to gather.
Yeah, not a wide, obviously, with it being Test match cricket, but a bit of a shame there for Sutherland. Just trying to get the ball to go back in towards Wyatt-Hodge, but Wyatt-Hodge loves to hit that ball from backward point all the way round to deep third, so that's why they've packed that offside. So keep probing outside off stump if I was Sutherland.
Sutherland in, back of a length. Wyatt-Hodge looking to play it late, and it's fielded in the gully once more. 44 and 54 for Danny Wyatt-Hodge at Trent Bridge in 2023. England would love to see an innings like that this afternoon into the evening.
They would indeed.
Crowd has continued to build. The other good part about a day-night test is great to see so many youngsters who have made their way in. With school sort of returning this week for some schools. Sutherland comes in. Off the hip, it's worked away by Danny Wyatt-Hodge, and she's off the mark. She plays it out with just the one fielder patrolling the onside. And Darcy Brown races around from mid-wicket to do the fielding. So just the 2 runs coming from that over. England are 4 for 99. And Danny Wyatt-Hodge on 1. Matt Silverbrunt on 37. Alex Hartley and Matt Clinch with you on ABC Sport and through the BBC, through BBC 5 Sport Extra.
The crowd's just starting to build a little bit more now as we get later on into the day. People finishing work, coming down. A beautiful day for a bit of Test cricket as well. And people sort of following the sun because there's a cold breeze.
It is.
Out there today. And every time that wind comes through the window, I feel like I'm at home.
You got the jacket on as well.
It's not a warm jacket though.
No, it's not a warm
Smart jacket. Unlike Rick and his hoodie. He's asking me why I've not got the full sleeves. They're not full sleeves, they're fake full sleeves.
Right, so you do have the sleeves looking like they're rolled up, but they're not quite. It's a designer. Looks very, very fetching.
Thank you.
Alana King comes in, starting a new over. Full delivery to Danny Wyatt-Hodge, and she looks to drive into the offside where it's fielded.
I would love for Healy in some way to try and get a catch in extra cover.
Vol and Healy are both in the slips as this next delivery from Alana King is driven into the offside. Slight misfield from Darcy Brown, but no single on offer. 4 for 99 England. Trying to rebuild this partnership after the wicket. And Sophia Dunkley out for 21. And Alana King has a deep mid-wicket as she comes in and flights this next delivery, and Wyatt-Hodge is pushing it into the offside. 1 from 13 deliveries. Georgia Vol in at first slip. Alyssa Healy in at second. Beth Mooney, as you'd expect, up to the stumps. There's a little bit going on with the Australian slip cordon. There's a good full ball. A Yorker in which Danny Wyatt-Hodge had to dig out. Just push it back down the pitch.
Yeah, and that's the one that got Sophia Dunkley, wasn't it? That flightier, fuller delivery. Wyatt-Hodge manages to keep it out, just looking to potentially hit the ball into the onside, and then reins herself in, just jams the bat down.
Straightish mid-on and a bit back at mid-off as that ball beats Danny Wyatt-Hodge and decided to try and take on Alana King. She's looking to hit over the offside. Mooney didn't take it cleanly either behind the stump, so everyone was a little deceived.
Well, that's that rip we were talking about. That just does enough there from Alana King.
5 top balls so far. King flights his next delivery and leaning a long way forward. It's defended back down the pitch by Danny Wyatt-Hodge. She survives the Alana King over, which it's a good battle at the moment. A maiden for King. 8 overs, 1 for 19. England 4 for 99 after 41 overs.
Yeah, it's been a good battle so far, this test match between the two teams. Australia obviously getting the early wicket of Maya Bouchier, and then Tammy Beaumont, and then the captain Heather Knight. If Heather could have taken her wicket into lunch, England would have been in a really strong position. But it was beautifully bowled by Kim Garth. In swing, away swing, in swing, straight one. I mean, absolutely outstanding.
No Megan Shute from an Australian point of view, so Darcy Brown,
I reckon she was close.
has been given the keys for the longer format in the last sort of 12 months, but it's a challenging dynamic when one of your most successful fast bowlers is not a part of the side. Elise Perry hasn't been bowling a lot either, so Australia feeling like they have more than enough with the likes of Tali McGrath, the other all-round options. Annabelle Sutherland to start a new over from the members' end. Comes in a Nat Severbrunt, very wide of the off stump. Lucky probably to get away with one there.
Yeah, she gets away with that one. That's a wide every day, isn't it?
I
Nearly
thought
off
so.
the pitch.
Nearly off the pitch. On the SMS, if you're listening to us in Australia, 0467 920 222. The email if you're in the UK, which is tms@bbc.co.uk.
Yep.
Thanks, Alex.
I trust you.
You're meant to know it. How often do you guys read it out?
BBC@tms.co. No, it's, I don't know.
Oh, no. I'll put you on the spot.
Oh, I don't know.
Nat Severbrunt, wide of the off stump, looking to drive Annabelle Sutherland, but straight to the fielder, Tali McGrath, who does the fielding at mid-off. Ravi from Sydney, I recall Alex's antics on comms alongside the great Andrew Moore at the Monica Test.
Oh, I miss Maury.
He's probably one having a breather in the pool in Sydney, enjoying some downtime after the tennis and getting ready for a big rugby league season.
Rude, actually.
It is a bit rude. Sutherland comes in once more, wide of the off stump, trying to entice Nat Severbrunt to drive. She's 37 from 93 deliveries. Australia know her wicket is a crucial one. You had much downtime in Melbourne to get out and see any of the cafes or the ice creams? Is there anything that you've managed to tick off your list?
Couple of boozers.
Couple of drinks?
Yeah,
Yep.
There's a lovely bar on the river in the Yarra.
Yes, there is.
Belter.
Sutherland in. Short of a lengthen. Nat Severbrunt as it just angled into her a little bit. Defends it out into the offside. 4 for 99, England in the 42nd over. Yeah, there's a bar which is sort of in between the bridge which crosses from sort of Flinders Street, which is the main train station, across the South Bank on the other side. It's a good place to stop and have a refresher and watch the world go by.
Yeah, the problem is that it always writes off the next day, doesn't it? So I've actually done nothing while I've been here. In a world of pain.
Slip in place and a gully for Annabelle Sutherland, who once more wide of the off stump to Nat Severbrunt. She drives and straight to extra cover.
Well, it's a good shot that from Nat Severbrunt. Although she doesn't get a run from it, it's a strong shot. It's a metre either side that races away for a boundary. So Severbrunt just needs to know that and needs to be patient and not get too frustrated with herself out there.
No, she almost has to play her own game in her mind as to how she tries to rescue England in this position. Sutherland in, fuller delivery to Nat Severbrunt. She finds a single just wide of the fielder at cover and will turn and come back for two. These deep boundaries out on the Shane Warne stand side, the punt road end for those that are familiar with it with the AFL, and have able 2 runs to close out the over against Annabelle Sutherland as Nat Severbrunt is able to move to 39 and it brings up the 100 for England. 4 for 101 after 42 overs. So after England were 3 for 64 at lunch, the first break here at the MCG, in which Nat Severbrunt was on 20, she's now moved along to 39.
Yeah, there's good partnership, but good from Severbrunt, who's just absorbing that pressure.
Henry and I were having a chat during the lunch break with former Australian women's coach Matthew Mott as Alana King starts a new over. Comes in and beats Danny White-Hodge. She was coming forward looking to try and play on the attack, but failed to make any contact.
Yeah, just need to get the ball just turning ever so slightly, and it just does enough. This one pitches on off stump, turns outside the off stump.
King flies the next delivery, and White-Hodge is beaten and deceived once more. She's desperately trying to get some bat on ball.
I don't know how that's missed the off stump.
And King knows that.
That's a ripper. Now, this is a matchup for me, isn't it? Danny White-Hodge loves to come forward, but Australia have set that trap. Alana King
King comes in, straighter on middle stump this time, and Wyatt Hodge is able to push it out into the offside.
King just needs to be patient here. Just keep bowling with that ball pitching on, off, middle stump, turning away. As you can hear Beth Mooney saying all day, don't change your plans just because you've bowled 2 seeds.
2 slips in place, Pat as well, coming forward. Danny Wyatt defends as Alana King tries to just drag her forward. Phoebe Litchfield with the helmet on. England 4 for 101.
5 now, here we go.
How long can Danny Wyatt Hodge remain patient?
It's a great question.
Alana King will think one of these balls will have her name on it. I can hit the top of off.
There you go, that short extra covers in now.
King into Wyatt Hodge and somehow once more misses off stump. She is peppering at the top of off stump. And if anything, just got too much rip in the end. Hands on her head.
Best one of the lot, that one, from Alana King. What a delivery. This over has been fantastic from Alana King. She's asking so many questions. Danny Wyatt Hodge here will be thinking, I need to get back, but I can't.
Just changing her speed from a couple of kilometres, and Wyatt Hodge thinks enough of that. Tries to hit it straight almost at Phoebe Litchfield and picks up a single to get off strike. But that's the one run that comes off the over, and England are 4 for 102. Danny Wyatt Hodge is 2 from 22 deliveries. Nat Severbrunt is 39 from 97. And if that's what we're in for, Alex, it's going to be an entertaining next 15 minutes.
It is, isn't it? And you almost think, oh, could you get King and Gardner on from either end? Although the Pacers have been doing a decent job so far today as well. So we could be in for a lovely half an hour.
It's going to be an entertaining battle. Thanks, Alex. We'll catch you soon. Some refreshments are being brought out for the players with England 4 for 102. Australia won the toss and decided to bowl first. Georgia Vole came into the 11 to make her debut, while England decided to go with the extra bowler rather than the spinner, McDonald Gay coming in to the England lineup. Maya Bouchier was out for 2. She was out in the first over, caught by Mooney from the bowling of Kim Garth. Tammy Beaumont was out for 8. England were 2 for 23 in the 8th over, and Heather Knight was the last to fall before Sophia Dunkley out LBW to Kim Garth for 25. At that stage, England were 3 for 47, a 50-run partnership before Sophia Dunkley was caught and bowled by King for 21 deliveries. So the Australian bowlers, Kim Garth, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 13. Darcy Brown, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 36. Annabelle Sutherland, 10 overs, none for 30. Ash Gardner, just the 1 over, didn't go for a run. And Alana King now, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20. A double change coming up. Michelle Gosgo about to join you alongside Ben Cameron.
Hello, Patrick Stack here. Do you like sport and good conversation? Then we've got a great podcast for you. One cracking story, in depth, every day, in under 15 minutes. It's called ABC Sport Daily, and you can find it on the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Malegi Alana King in from the Shane Warne stand in. Caught ball chance. And Sophia Dunkley can't believe it. She's chipped it straight back to King, who takes the catch. Oh. King to her right was able to hang on to it. It must be said it was a relatively simple catch in the end, and Dunkley cannot believe it. England lose a 4th wicket. They're 4 for 97.
It's such a soft dismissal, this from Sophia Dunkley.
That was the moment. In the first hour after lunch, England 4 for 102. Sophia Dunkley, she thought she might have hit a bump ball back to Alana King, but it was clear as day. Spooned it straight back to the bowler, and she was out for 21. The 4th English wicket to fall just 5 runs ago. Ben Cameron in position, grandstand cricket here on ABC Sport alongside Michelle Gosco. Got a bone to pick with you, Gozzy.
Yes.
You normally bring lollies for the box. You've got a couple of little lollies in wrappers in front of you. Have you just supplied your own today?
No, I completely forgot I had them in the bag. And I went down and I had a bit of a break between my next stint before the, what do they call it, the dinner break, the first break. And I went down to the corporate function downstairs, and I went down there and everyone was talking, so I thought I'll get something to eat. Didn't get a skerrick of food. Come back up, there's none here either, so I've had 2 lollies for dinner.
Oh, I think the main serving of food is still to come. I'm hoping so.
Is it?
In the media area.
Well, I've got lollies there, Benny. I'll get them to bring it over.
0467 920 222. That's 0467 920 222. If you're listening right around Australia, Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport, as I said. Also going back to the UK through BBC 5 Sport Extra. TMS, as always. Ash Gardner is going to have a role here. The shadows just lengthening across this great cathedral that is the MCG. Sunny afternoon, evening here in Melbourne. 6 o'clock local time. Daylight saving is in effect here in Melbourne, so probably won't get properly dark until close to 8:39. The lights will certainly take effect a little earlier than that. The off-spinner Gardner, right arm over the wicket, bowling here and driving through the covers expansively as White Hodge. Well timed, and that will zip away to the rope for more. That's more to the liking of White Hodge.
Yeah, just overpitched that one there, Ashley Gardner. Only into a second over of this match. Nicely worked there from White Hodge, and that's right in her element, isn't it? Racing away for a boundary. They need a few more of those here, England. This is important partnership, another one here.
Siva Brunt unbeaten on 39. Gardner trots in again, another offie, straight delivery. White Hodge for defensive. Ball on the bounce up towards that bat pad. So a straightish slip in place. Then that bat pad as well. Phoebe Litchfield beneath the lid. One out on the leg side. Gardner bowls, gives it some air. Hodge well forward, bat and pad involved. Clearly bat first.
I loved it that Beth Mooney appealed and then Ash Gardner was looking and went, oh, I better do it too.
Yeah, it was about 90% bat.
Well, I see Georgia Vole's been given the punt from short leg. Phoebe Litchfield's in there now.
Gardner into a trot. Bowls back and cutting his Hodge through a vacant point. At least one. She'll tap her bat and come back for a couple. Much preferring the off spin of Ash Gardner than a leg spin of Alana King is Danny White Hodge. England 4 for 108.
Yeah, normally much easier to navigate that ball coming back in away than away from the right hander.
Gardner in and bowls, gives it some air structure on the pad, big appeal. Maybe just outside the line, got well forward White Hodge.
She was lucky she did get forward. Wasn't far off that one.
Just having a little meeting here, the Aussies. Did hit her maybe just at the top of the knee roll as well. Ooh, Elisa Healy has decided to review it. I think, if anything, at best, this will just be clipping the top of leg, but I think she'll be okay, White Hodge. We'll find out. What was your gut reaction?
On-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Start with front on, please.
I don't think this is out, but that's first glance. She did get well forward, didn't she? But
have a look on DRS. So just getting a standard replay here. Did it hit her outside the line as well?
Thank you. Bat, ball and pad close together. We'll go to Ultradge when it's available, please.
I think that might be the first port of call here. Yeah, that's hit outside the line, I would think.
Yeah.
We've got a gap between bat and ball front on. We have pad first. Go to ball tracking when available, please. Building ball tracker.
This is TV umpire Sean Craig, the voice of Sean Craig you can hear.
Pitching outside off. Impact outside off.
So that
Claire,
is a
coming back
review.
to you on field. Stay with your original decision of not out. Signal now.
So a wasted review from the Aussies there. That's about a ball outside off stump.
Not even close. It's kind of a Marnus sort of one to send upstairs, isn't it? There was one last week, actually. It was well outside leg stump, and they went through everything and then decided to check that last, and that can't be out either.
Gardner in again quickly. Going back is White Hodge to defend. Into the Gardner over. 4 for 108. White Hodge is on 8 and Siva Brunt 39 not out at the other end. I heard Clinchy asking the question about Alana King and what makes her such a dangerous bowler across all three formats with her leg spin.
Yep.
What do you think? It's a great question.
She gets a really good drop.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can navigate sort of the spin that you get, and you can play it off the pitch. So this one's got a little bit more extra bounce than what sometimes they're probably used to sort of playing on. But
spinners have to deceive in flight, don't they?
She does it, and the ball often. Sometimes you'll see the sort of drift of the ball. It's when she releases, it's outside off stump, and then it drifts in almost like an in swinger, and then it lands and goes away. And then there's a couple that she can get to go really and drop at the last minute. That's really hard to navigate.
So a slip, a bat pad, and a catching mid-on. Alana King beginning a new over, bowling to Siva Brunt, sweeping forcefully forward of square, the deep square leg doing the work out there, a single, so Wyatt Hodge back on strike. I'm very partial to the art of leg spin bowling, and you look at all of the century when Shane Warne removed Mike Gatting and that drift late, and Alana King had a little bit of that last over.
That was amazing, wasn't it? Then when we released it, he was outside off stump.
Yeah.
And then it drifted in and went away. Amazing delivery. She has got a little bit of that, Alana King.
In comes King again. Wyatt Hodge plays a little scoop shot, paddles it down towards fine leg. This will be a couple. So looking proactive here, Wyatt Hodge. 2 more for her, moves along to 10. England 4 for 111. The Lord Nelson, the English Lord Nelson, they'll be hopping around on one leg.
I believe in all of that. Yeah,
do you?
7, yeah, absolutely.
And with a silly mid-off here, a couple of slips. Hodge awaits King. Bowling now, King forward. It balloons off a leading edge towards King, just short. Oh, nearly the Lord Nelson.
Oh, it nearly was. And Phoebe Litchfield there at short leg as well on the offside. I think could have chucked a mid out there and gone for that. Might have got near it.
This has been the battle. King bowling again. Hodge driving through the legs there of Phoebe Litchfield. Out towards cover point, gets a single, gets off strike. And gets England off 111, 4 for 112.
That's a really specialised position, that short leg. Short on the offside. You saw Georgia Vole in there and got the punt. See you later, youngster. Let's go with Phoebe Litchfield.
King tries again, gives it some air. Siva Brunt plays it close to the bounce, getting well forward, using that long gate of hers. Just a note on Elise Perry, who did seem to leave the field a short time ago after that dive on the boundary. We haven't seen Perry since, so we'll endeavour to bring you an update. King again, beating the outside edge of Siva Brunt. Great drift. Then the spin past the outside edge. That is leg spin bowling at its finest. That late drift right in the last metre or two before it pitches, and then the turn away. That is exquisite from Alana King.
Oh, gee, that was good. That was good to watch. I mean, just see when she released that again, that drift through the air that she gets often. It's almost like a little outswinger.
I love it.
And it lands outside the off stump or landing, and then it just drops and lands just on middle and near off, and then just takes away just at the outside edge of the bat.
And that's what makes you play the wrong line, isn't it? Because you think, oh, gee whiz, it's drifting down towards leg, and you play the wrong line, and all of a sudden it's spinning past your outside edge, or maybe nicking it.
Yeah, she's really developed that part of her game as well.
Ash Gardner to continue from the members' end. Trots away from us. Gives it some air, and going back though, Danny Wyatt Hodge. Full face of the bat. Just down towards the onside edge of the pitch. Slip in place, that bat pad. Phoebe Litchfield about 2/5 of a pitch width away from the batter. As Gardner unfurls again, and Wyatt Hodge goes forward on the defensive.
It's a little bit cool here in Melbourne. I was just looking down at our right. There's sort of that area where there's
some deck chairs
on field. Thankfully, it's not a little pool area. It's a little bit cold there.
Gardner bowls again. Quicker, flatter down the leg side. Mistiming a pull is Wyatt Hodge, but it gets past the fielder at short fine leg in Darcy Brown. And it does race away to the rope for 4. Wyatt Hodge onto 15, England 4 for 116.
Yeah, got away with that one there, Danny Wyatt Hodge. And that's the shorter boundary there that she's just hit. wasn't in total control of that shot, but just pulled away enough to pick up another boundary. And you can just see just watching the, what's it called, the shadow coming across.
Yeah, encroaching.
Now.
Gardner with her off spin once more. On the off stump, bat and pad close together, appeal, no.
Garden didn't really go up, did she?
No.
Oh, they're going to burn another one, are they?
I don't think they can afford to now, surely. After their bad review earlier, it did seem like a, to quote Jim Maxwell, tick boof rather than a boof tick.
Well, Gardner had the best view, didn't she? He's the one who delivered it. It was good drift, actually, and a little bit... Oh, that one seemed closer than the last one, actually.
Sounded very woody, though. I'm fairly confident there was a lot of bat and bat first. Rick Finlay agrees with me. Gardner bowls once more on the leg stump. White Hodge, a defensive stroke, just nurdles it out towards mid-wicket.
And that's kind of why you go with Ash Gardner, don't you? Obviously, Healy and Mooney behind the wicket, they can't see that.
Last ball of the over. Gardner unfurls on the leg stump and White Hodge unconvincingly out towards mid-wicket. Elisa Healy saying Phoebe Litchfield is in the game right there at bat pad. 4 for 116. Our England Grandstand Cricket here on ABC Sport. Quiet over there, Rick Finlay. Quiet as a church mouse.
Just cruising.
Just cruising.
Well, it's interesting, even for the women playing a test match. I mean, they're not used to being out in the field for this long, are they? So it's about being able to navigate sort of the longer time in the field. They wouldn't be used to playing a day-night test match either.
No, I always remember Nikki Shaw saying to me that, former England Quick World Cup winner, no one tells you in test cricket about how your feet bleed.
She's here today. I just saw her.
I saw her too. It was great to see Nikki again.
Lucky enough to play against her as well.
Alana King beginning a new over, giving it some air to Siva Brunt, well forward. As I like to say, chin over, knee over toe.
It was funny, we were just talking about in that test match that I played that their opening batter scored 10 off about 140 balls. And she hit a 4.
Slipping a bat pad. King bowls to Siva Brunt on the back forward, forcing for that catching mid-on.
So we can either say slow scoring or really good concentration to be out there for that long.
Can King find that magical ball again? Bowling here to Siva Brunt, who's on the sweep. Sweeps it on the 45 down to the rope for 4. Well timed. And that Siva Brunt is getting into her work here. On to 44. England 4 for 120.
Yeah, it was a wonderful sweep there. Didn't quite get that back leg down. Total control of that ball and outside the leg stump. You can play that one with ease. She's looked really good here today.
Is an impressive test record for Siva Brunt. As King gives it some air again and beats the outside edge going forward. Just fending at it, trying to find bat on ball there, Siva Brunt. Past the outside edge.
I think she's getting some batting advice out in the middle as well. Healy and Mooney there. First slip and keeper.
Good coaches, to be fair.
Midge has done a level 3 now.
King tries again, quicker and flatter, and Siva Brunt fends it away towards gully. So just on that record, an average of 48, a high score of an unbeaten 169, and 6 times has passed 50 in Test match cricket, Siva Brunt. It's a good record. Facing King again, giving it some air, edging court, taken low down at slip. Elisa Healy's not sure.
Oh, she went up to celebrate and then went, oh, you better check that.
Siva Brunt is turning and walking off, but they will certainly check this. On 44, she's definitely edged it through to first slip, but did it carry to the Aussie?
Third umpire director, we have a review for a fair catch. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please, and then we'll go to the best angle of the catch?
She doesn't look very confident now, does she?
Didn't really go up immediately.
Well, we can't even say that she's got experience there at first slip.
She's used to having the mitts.
So
Oh, caught it above the turf, but almost...
Can you zoom that up?
Drove
Just
it
front
down
on,
into the
possible,
grass,
please.
low down. Oh.
And happy for a side-on angle if
So
you've got it
clearly
before
it
then.
goes into the hands about 3 inches above the turf, but then the ball and the
Thank you,
hands
frame
go
by
down
frame.
to the ground in the motion of Elisa Healy going down.
I mean, these are the ones that you can have 5,000 looks
Do you have
at.
another angle of the catch?
Part of the ball may have touched the ground.
It never looks good once it's slowed down either.
No.
Any other angles of that?
I don't know if they give a soft call now. I don't think
Can you
they
play
do that anymore.
Normal speed, it's very grainy at all, that's all.
So Sean Craig, that's his voice you can hear, our TV umpire. Which way would you go, Gozzy?
Well, if you're watching it live and it's quick, you could say out.
Fingers are not under the ball there.
Ooh.
The ball is in contact with the ground. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
Then you slow it down and it's probably not out. So, contentious.
Yeah, I would certainly say as well that something about their household, Stark and Healy, with controversial catches in Ashes series.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, she went to celebrate and then sort of, I better check this.
So not out to end the Alana King over. 4 for 120. This is a building partnership. Siva Brunt on 44. Wyatt Hodge is unbeaten on 15. Henry Moran is coming in.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And the ABC Listen app.
Well, contentious moment. A little bit, perhaps. A little bit contentious. As Ash Gardner starts a new over with a dot ball into the offside and quickly into her work again. It's Wyatt Hodge on 15 who's waiting, and she comes forward. She's launched it in the air, down the ground. Some aggression from Danny Wyatt Hodge, and she's going to get 4. Lands a yard or so inside the rope at long on. And she decided, I've had enough of just patting this around, and I'm going to show what I can do.
Wow. Well, we've just had the white ball part of this Ashes series conclude, and she was almost continuing that on there. Danny Wyatt Hodge trying to greet the ball on the half volley there, changing the length of Ash Gardner.
Here is Gardner once again. Slip in place, short leg. Fielder Sutherland has just dropped a little bit deeper. As Wyatt Hodge, to the ground and to the leg side. It was one of those, that catch. And credit to Healy, because I think sometimes players can just, their hope over actual reality can.
Yep.
And especially with TV cameras as they are now, if it is tight, there's no point celebrating if you don't believe it. Here comes next delivery from Gardner, and it's one of those, as it's defended into the offside, where grade cricket, village cricket, those will be out thousands of times every weekend.
100%. And to be fair, she's always had the gloves on.
Yeah.
So she wouldn't have found herself at first slip in a test match before.
One thing that it does show is that this pitch is starting to offer a little bit of turn, and Alana King's getting nicely into her work. Here comes Gardner, took 12 wickets in the test match at Trent Bridge. As slapped away behind square by Wyatt Hodge, who's playing an aggressive hand here, relatively speaking. England moved to 4 for 125.
Yeah, Nat Siva-Brunt has obviously been the backbone here of this English innings. Just watching a replay of that catch again that was not given out. Healy wasn't quite sure, was she? And she just went, look, you need to check it.
It's a lovely piece of bowling. Here's Gardner with the off-spin. And deep in the crease is defending. That's Siva-Brunt, and there'll be no run. End of the over. The partnership worth 28. England 125 on the board, 4 down. We've got a couple of messages on the text line, 0467920 Women's tests are only 4 days, but I bet they managed to earn 90 overs in each day. So good to see. Cricket Australia should implement this Ashes format for all touring teams. Be magnificent regardless of the final score. That's from Lockie from You're going to have to help me here, Gozzy.
Bulladella?
Oh, I'm glad you're as uncertain as I was. That is a relief. Because there was part of me that was thinking it's going to be a bit like... What's the name that is repeated twice, beginning...
Wagga Wagga?
Yes, I think...
That one's easy.
Well, not when it wasn't. There's a little ramp over the shoulder from Danny White-Hodge down towards fine leg. There's a slip and a silly point in place now for the bowling of Alana King from the far end of the ground. There was great mirth from others in the commentary box when I got that wrong
Did
last.
you say Wagga Wagga?
Yes, because
you
it's spelled Wagga Wagga. Like the Shakira song. By the way, update from Cricket Australia on Elise Perry. She landed awkwardly on her hip diving the field. Not expected to come on and field for the remainder of this session. Here's Alana King, driven, very painfully into Phoebe Litchfield, who I mentioned was fielding close in. And that one would have stung.
Oh,
She's okay.
That was straight off the middle of the bat.
Oof.
Ooh, that would have hurt. She's wringing out her hand too, so they can't afford another injury if Elise Perry is certainly injured.
Well, it was technically a catching chance. Only it wasn't really. Here is King, sweeping, big appeal for LBW, is turned down. And Alana King is intrigued, more than intrigued. And England have been undone by the sweep and the LBW shouts a lot during the ODI series, and there is a conference taking place. Is she going to be tempted? No, I don't think so. Walking back to the various positions, and we'll have a little look at the replay.
Good drift again. No, pitched outside leg.
Do you think?
I think so. So that can't be given out. That's what happened in the other matches in the white ball format. We had 1,000 looks at already pitched outside leg, which can't be out.
Alana King bowling. Oh, caught this time. Danny White-Hodge has been caught by a diving Phoebe Litchfield at silly point. And England lose a fifth. Alana King has been threatening, and finally she strikes.
Who said there was something wrong with Phoebe Litchfield wringing out her hand? I'll tell you what, that is an absolute specky of a catch. Diving away to her right. Rightfully turned down the chance to go upstairs, but that one there, that drift that Alana King has been able to extract has been absolutely remarkable, and she's been well rewarded with a big wicket there. Phoebe Litchfield again diving away to her right, so well done to Alana King, and they get the breakthrough.
If the first wicket she got, the little chip back from Dunkley was a little soft, well, that's really good bowling, and you can sense in the over the fact that the ramp was attempted, then it was the sweep, and then an uncertain prod forward. There was no consistency in shot selection from Danny White-Hodge, and you just felt that something was going to happen. As she goes, Amy Jones comes to the middle, a player that does have a Test 50 against Australia in a series in 2019. And she joins her great friend, for whom she was maid of honour at the Siva Brunt wedding a couple of years ago, with a score at 5 for 127.
Danny White-Hodge had an extraordinary amount of the strikes. She faced 46 balls, while Siva Brunt faced 17 in that partnership.
Well, there you go. It's a brilliant catch that from Phoebe Litchfield, because it's not a position she'll be fielding often.
No, not at all. I mean, they took Georgia Vole out of that position. They put Phoebe Litchfield back in there. It is a really specialised position.
And also, she's just been hit.
Oh, smacked in the hand. So it's a good catch.
So England 5 down. 5 for 127.
Getting some batting advice there from Beth Mooney again. So that would be worst nightmare, wouldn't it be? Beth Mooney and Elisa Healy in keeper and first slip.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a combo, isn't it? Especially Amy Jones is not one of, the noisier players out there. She's quite timid and quiet, actually, as a keeper.
I'd just be saying, how much do you charge for your coaching per hour? Now, Healy's a level 3 coach as well.
Well, there's a debate as to the world's #1 keeper in the women's game. I think most would suggest Jones with the gloves is superior. Here is King, and Jones will get a run immediately into the leg side, just tapping the ball to the left of Mooney. But that said, I think it would be a pretty good competition between Mooney, Healy, Jones. They're all exceptional with the gloves.
Let's just have a keeper off. Keep off.
Well, I think that'd be... I missed the bowl off, personally.
Oh, I played in a bowl off.
Did you?
Great. My one and only T20. fantastic.
So much fun. Here is next delivery from King, inside half of the bat from Siva Brunt, who's looking to drive through the offside. End of the early, right. We're going to have to wait until your next stint to find out more about that, Gozzy. Sarah Elliott is coming in to replace you with the score after 49 overs of this England innings. Asked to bat first by a happily fit Elisa Healy, with England 128 runs on the board, but 5 wickets down. There's close to 10,000 in at the MCG. Wonderful scene in front of us. The ground largely bathed in sunshine, but a crescent of shadow is creeping across that outfield, almost reaching the middle now. And as Sarah joins us, that feels like a significant moment in the game, that wicket, not just because England are 5 down, but also the turn, the spin, the pressure.
Oh, it just keeps building. Hannah King's bowling beautifully. Just the spin she's been able to get. It does make this last 5 wickets questionable. Is that the right word? Makes me nervous for England's last 5 wickets.
I'm glad it's only the last 5 that have made you nervous. It's been all 10 for me. In comes Gardner, and defended by Amy Jones. Not much turn there. I'll bring you a little update from what's been happening in the men's test match in Gaul shortly. As Jones takes a little step to the leg side. You've got 3 fielders on... Well, actually 4 fielders on the leg side. I'll talk you through that in a moment. And Jones is defending again. We've got Phoebe Litchfield at a very short mid-on. And then Alana King at mid-wicket. On the square still. Sutherland's waiting sort of halfway to the boundary. Just beyond mid-on. Jones is defending again. Fielder just behind square. Just what would be just inside the circle in a one-day match. And then a fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And Jones has a habit of flicking that ball to mid-wicket, and that is a real hot spot that Australia will be aware of. Slip in place as well. Oh, there's a bit of turn there, and it hits high up on the pads.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess the disappointing thing for me is that the 3 of those batters have got starts in the 20s. They've sort of done all the hard yards to get themselves in, and then given away their wicket. Not given away their wicket. It's been some really good bowling by the Australians.
Here's Gardner outside the off stump. Ooh, catches the cry. Georgia Vole will go off in hot pursuit down towards the Shane Warne stand in the distance, as Amy Jones gets a couple of streaky runs and moves to 3. England up to 130 for the loss of 5 wickets. TMS at bbc.co.uk is the email to get in touch. Ash Gardner with the ball in hand. Right to the end of the 50th over. Here comes Gardner. Into bowl. A ball which is defended into the onside by Amy Jones. The over comes to an end with the score, as I say, 130 on the board. 5 down, 50 gone. And Siva Brunt there on 44 from 108. Amy Jones is still there, having joined her not long ago. Just looking at a replay of the Elise Perry incident that has led to being off the field of play, and it's the left hip, I think, that she's landed on awkwardly in a heroic piece of fielding. By the way, as I mentioned, men's first test in Gaul, Sri Lanka against Australia. Australia 3 for 497 as Makwaja with his first test double ton, 212 not out. And Josh Inglis on debut is 57 not out. Last 3 Aussie men's test debutants all scored half centuries in their first innings. Constance, Webster and Inglis now.
Very good, and over there in Sri Lanka too. That's impressive.
Quick ball first up from Alana King is slapped sort of forehand by Siva Brunt towards mid-off and no run.
I feel like the Aussies here are trying to get through their overs a bit too. Really, so much pressure on England in that way as well.
King again, end of the mark, runs in, bowls a little more flight this time. Siva Brunt drives, same sort of region. No run. Yeah, and also you want to maximise the amount of time if you can get to the new ball with the lights and the dusk. Tricky for batting if indeed they need that long. Here is Alana King bowling to Siva Brunt, who lunges forward in defence. Got a bit of a life. And Lisa Healy couldn't quite take a catch at slip. She waits there now, the Aussie captain.
Just feel like something's going to happen. You're in the game when Alana King's bowling.
Midway through her 13th over, she's got 2 for 31. King bowls to Siva Brunt, who comes forward in defence. blocking that ball into the offside.
It's a good spectacle, isn't it? Looking out there, the lights have come on, the girls are in their whites.
You there, Kimmy?
Here is King. Creeping in again, past the umpire, quite wide in the crease, a bit quicker this time, and angled down towards short third. Ash Gardner will run round to pick up, and there's no run. Pressure being built with dot balls as well as good variations in pace from Alana King.
And interesting too, was there a run there? Maybe, I don't know, Henry, but it's important to think about scoring and rotating the strike, especially with King bowling so well.
It's a bit straighter, a bit more flight from Alana King, and there's no run there. End of the over. England stands still. The score 5 for 130. I agree with you. What you can't do is get bogged down.
That's the danger for England here, isn't it? 5 wickets down, and for the scoring to just dry totally up. It's not what they want at all. That's when wickets certainly will come. But it's got to be calculated risk. So for me, that one to backward point, that was a calculated. It was very, very low risk, if any risk at all, to scamper through if the non-striker was switched on and ready to go, looking for runs.
11 maidens in 51 overs for the day.
It's difficult, I know, because the stats database and the limit of women's test matches is not nearly as extensive as the men's game. But I wonder what that would compare with. I wonder how good an economy that is from Australia. It's felt like they've been absolutely on the money, though. Ash Gardner, the destroyer in that test match at Trent Bridge a couple of years ago. She's bowling to Amy Jones, the England wicketkeeper. Slip in place, still that field with packed on side. 3 in the sunshine in the offside, with the shadows lengthening. Here comes Ash Gardner to bowl to Jones. Oh, it's a beauty. And Amy Jones has been bowled for 3. England 6 down. Ash Gardner gets the wicket, her first. And Jones trudges off, with England starting to look at a familiar story.
I have to have a look at the replay of this one. She looked to just miss a straight one, really.
No, you're right.
Play for a little bit more turn, possibly, but I think she's going to be disappointed when she looks at that one on the replay. Wasn't tight enough in defence. She wasn't looking to score. She wasn't going to get a run off that, of the way she played it.
Do you know, I thought it had passed the inside edge on first viewing, but it's a poor shot from Jones, hanging that bat out there. And Ash Gardner gets the wicket. Sophie Eccleston trudges out there and joins Nat Siva-Brunt, who is playing a bit of a lone hand. And as you say, how often do we see this with this England side? One player manages to hang about.
It's a real battling kind of effort, isn't it? Which is full credit to the player that Siva-Brunt is. She just needs someone in there to go with her. Partnership. Good piece of bowling, but really a wicket handed to Australia there.
Well, she grimaced to Jones when she walked off, and I think probably with good reason. It's not a great shot.
It's hard, isn't it? When things aren't going your way, you just seem to find ways to get out, or luck really doesn't follow you. And the Australian side, luck's following them in a big way at the minute. Not just luck, that's hard work, and luck in a loose sense of the word, but doing a lot of things right out here, and they're reaping the rewards of that.
England 130 on the board, but 6 down as Sophie Eccleston comes to the middle at 8. It's quite a thing when you look at the comparison between the two sides. You've got Talia McGrath coming in at 8 for Australia, and I think she could legitimately bat the top 3 for most sides.
For a good time, not a long time, Ash, I reckon.
And I think you're absolutely right, Beth. In comes Gardner bowling to Eccleston, who was described as being here for a good time, not a long time. That is kind of how she bats, Sophie Eccleston.
One Moon's got a sort of high standard to live up to be able to compete with what Elisa Healy delivers when she's behind the stumps.
Gardner to Eccleston, who thought about winding up and didn't. As another dot ball. She is responsible for one of my favourite moments in cricket history. Just for, you could just see the agony of how the mind was working, Eccleston. She's deep in the crease and defending into the offside. She got a free hit in an ODI in Mumbai. And drove it gloriously through the covers. And you thought, that's a good shot. And you thought, oh no. She now thinks she's Don Bradman. I know what's coming. Here is Gardner, defended again by Eccleston. And you could just see what was going to happen. Julian Goswami was bowling. Full straight, massive swing, almost off her feet, stumps out of the ground. That was just so predictable. Eccleston's none from 4. Here comes Gardner, and that is driven into the offside to the left of the aforementioned McGrath. 1 run is taken. Eccleston will keep the strike, and a successful over for Ash Gardner, her first wicket. England find themselves in a bit of a heap. With 52 overs bowled, Australia have got 6 wickets, 131 on the board. Sarah Elliott. You'll be joined in a moment by Matt Glitch.
Women's International Cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
The ABC Listen app, BBC 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sounds.
Thank you, Henry. England's 6 for 131. Sarah Elliott, the curiosity was always going to be as the floodlights turn on here at the MCG, what will the conditions be like? Well, England will be flat out trying to make sure they're not bowling at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. The Aussies have been superb here with the ball in hand. Spinners doing a great job bowling in tandem. Great flight and drift from Alana King, and Gardner just gets through her overs, that bit of extra bounce. It's really the subtle variations that she bowls with. So they found a way to drive scoring as well.
That's the thing, isn't it? All of a sudden, England are under pressure here with a short leg in place for Alana King. 2 slips, Vole at first, Healy at second. And King full of confidence with 2 for 31 as she comes into Sophie Eccleston and leaves it outside the off stump on this occasion.
It's a brave leave, wasn't it? Yes. First ball she's faced, not too far away from that off stump, especially when you're not sure how much it is actually spinning.
I suppose if anyone's going to have a bit of an idea, you'd hope it's Sophie Eccleston, but it doesn't often work like that when you have a bat in hand. King comes in, Eccleston goes forward, hits it hard and straight to the fielder. And the catch is taken by Kim Garth. And Sophie Eccleston holds out off the bottom of the bat, trying to play over the offside. And Kim Garth takes the catch between her eyes. England lose another wicket. They're 7 for 131.
What do you do here if you're Siva Brunt? Are you trying to start taking all of the strike? That was a really poor shot from Eccleston in the context of the game and the wickets, and it just showed no desire to sort of dig deep. It was just a loose shot, not what the game called for at all.
They're playing right into Alana King's hands here by deciding to be intimidated by the spin, and really Sophie Eccleston is a better batter than that. Out for 1 from 7 deliveries. England 7 for 131. And deciding that enough of that from Alana King and trying to take it on. You're right, Nat Sciver-Brunt 44 from 114 deliveries. There's a 50-run partnership with Sophia Dunkley, but really there hasn't been too much of an intent by the rest of the middle order and bottom order to try and hang around with her.
It's such a mind game. I think this is why we love Test cricket, isn't it? About how does she approach this now? Does she start scoring more freely and try and take the game on a little bit and get some runs on the board? Does she try and face as many balls as she can? She's probably got to do a little bit of both.
So Rihanna McDonald-Gay makes her way out to the middle as the new batter for England, and all of a sudden she's right into the furnace and having to try and find a way to deal with Alana King at the moment. 3 for 31 with the Shane Warne stand behind her. The leggy once more has had a dominant series so far and is proving to be an absolute handful for the English batters. Leading wicket taker so far with 16 wickets across the Ashes. The 20-year-old McDonald-Gay out to the middle. You can hear Beth Mooney in conversation with Elisa Healy and Georgia Vole. It's all smiles when you have the opponent 7 for 131.
Oh.
King comes in and beats her outside the off stump, coming forward trying to get bat on ball.
They are going to be absolutely loving this, the Aussies. You know, 3 surrounding the bat, the banter that's going on, well on top in the battle.
Finish it.
Oh, that has not missed off stump by very much at all.
Stevie Litchfield at short leg. King comes in. McDonald-Gay drives off the outside edge. It's fielded and backward point by Ash Gardner.
That's the idea to like perceive pressure. The Aussies are doing a great job at making England think that they are well on the back foot. And this is from a couple of wickets previous as well.
King flights his next delivery on leg stump, and McDonald Gay is able to get off the mark. She plays it out square on the onside. There's just the one fielder, Georgia Wareham, who comes in from the deep. She's the sub fielder at the moment for Elise Perry, who's off through an awkward landing through injury. She won't return for this session. We'll wait and see if she's out after they take the tea break. Rick Finlay.
After the sport.
As Ash Gardner is now asking for Darcy Brown to come in from deep cover. Slip in place. Bat pad for Nat Sciver-Bryant as she drives and beats the fielders on the offside. Beautiful cover drive. And she is trying to put on a one-woman show here against a dominant Australian bowling attack. 4 to move to 48. England are 7 for 136. 5 runs and a wicket coming from that over from Alana King, who has the figures of 3 for 36.
Before she hit that 4, the Australians had kept Sciver-Bryant so quiet that she'd only scored 8 runs out of the last 34 runs that England have scored over 4 partnerships. And she hasn't had much of the strike, which is probably a credit to the Australians of depriving her of that.
So 8 runs of the 34. Do you know how many balls she'd faced out of that?
Yeah.
I'll come back to you on that because I feel like her...
24 balls.
24 balls. So her partners have struggled to really just get off strike and give her back the responsibility.
And certainly that's the plan there. We saw the field all being pushed up. They just didn't want a single being scored. Happy for that 4 to go, but wanted to bowl at the new batter here.
And that's over 15 overs.
15 overs. Ash Gardner comes in from the members' end here at the MCG, and McDonald Gay is forward and pushing it into the offside. Gardner skips across to her left to do the fielding. England 7 for 136 at the start of the 54th over. Ash Gardner in a 7th over, 1 for 18. As the offie comes in over the wicket, struck on the pad going down leg side. As McDonald Gay couldn't make the most of it. Deep mid wicket, backward square. There's a squarish mid wicket, mid on, mid off. A bat pad in position for Ash Gardner, who comes in over the wicket, angling it in on middle and off stump. Just drifting down the leg side as McDonald Gay is struck on the pad.
They're going to keep building this pressure. Every half chance is going to be a massive appeal. They're going to be in the ear of the 2 bats ladies here.
Slip in place for Gardner, wide of the off stump, and McDonald Gay is looking to cut and misses. Mooney takes it up to the stumps. Backward point at the moment, which is Georgia Vole. Tali McGrath is at extra cover. Kim Garth at mid-off as Gardner comes in. McDonald Gay is driven forward and straight to the fielder at point. Georgia Vole does the fielding. She'd start to get a little anxious thinking about the prospects of batting, potentially under lights, alongside her good mate Phoebe Litchfield. As Gardner comes in, quicker delivery on middle stump, and it's dug out by McDonald Gay and into the onside for a top ball. So a maiden over from Ash Gardner. She whips through her overs. England 7 for 136 after 54 overs. Nat Sciver-Bryant is on 48. And Rayanna McDonald Gay is on 1.
Yeah, without a doubt, Georgia Vole will be starting to think forward to her opportunity to really take part in this game. There'll be some nerves, but she seems like the type of player that just takes things in her stride. She's already got a lot of runs under her belt and had some great success in the short sort of 4-month period that she's been in this Aussie team. So she'll go on with a lot of confidence, and I'm sure all the messages would have been around just play your natural game. Just play your natural game. We'll support you. We'll get around you, and that would be terrific to see.
Alana King starts a new over, comes in, and Nat Sciver-Bryant, who's forward and defending back down the pitch. Sciver-Bryant 48 from 115 deliveries. Can she do any better against Alana King, having seen them tumble around her? King comes in over the wicket. Sciver-Bryant is sweeping. It's in the air. It'll land just short of the fielder. A deep backward square leg, Georgia Wareham. And they get through for a single. Sciver-Bryant to 49, 7 for 137.
It's a nice strong shot there. Playing to her strengths.
This is the moment, though, with McDonald Gay on strike. Alyssa Healy making a couple of changes to the field as well.
They will take their time too, setting this field, having a talking about it, getting in her ear.
So there is a short leg in position at the moment. Phoebe Litchfield. Georgia Voller's got a helmet coming out as well. Imagining she's going to go to a bat pad. Alyssa Healy in as a slip at the moment.
How fun. Two mates, Litchfield and Vol, standing opposite each other on the MCG.
Letting her know what's in store for her as Alana King comes in, flights this next delivery, and it's defended by McDonald Gay into the onside. 7 for 137. She's faced 9 deliveries, 10 deliveries now for just the one run. As the pressure continues to build, Australians around the bat. King flights this next delivery, gets good spin and grip off the pitch, and it's driven down to mid-off where the fielding is done by Talia McGrath. 1 run so far from the over. King comes in, flights his next delivery. McDonald Gay is forward and pushing it back down the pitch.
Just great to hear the Aussies banter away, clearly enjoying the opportunity.
Alana King altering her flight and her speed as she comes in. The next one is a quicker delivery on middle stump. And McDonald Gay gets through the over by pushing it out onto the offside. Just the 1 run coming from it. England are 7 for 137 after 55 overs. Nat Sever-Brunt is 49. Rana McDonald Gay is on 1. Matt Clinch alongside Sarah Elliott with you on ABC Sport. The wickets to fall so far after Australia won the toss and decided to bowl first. Maya Bouchier was out in the first over, out for 2. Caught Mooney from the bowling of Garth. Tammy Beaumont was out LBW to Darcy Brown for 8. Heather Knight was out LBW to Kim Garth for 25. At the first break at lunch, England were 3 for 64. And the wickets to fall since then. Sophia Dunkley was caught and bowled by King for 21. Danny Wyatt-Hodge was out for 22. Caught Litchfield from the bowling of King. Amy Jones out for 3. Bowled by Gardner. And Sophie Eccleston out for 1. Caught by Garth from the bowling of King. Ash Gardner is setting the field from the members' end. England 7 for 137. As Gardner comes in, back and across goes Sever-Brunt. And pushes it down the pitch, and a dot ball to start the 56th over.
Don't mind it going back to that, Ash.
Do you think there was opportunity to play a third spinner in Wareham?
Gardner quick in her delivery once more. Fuller on off stump, and it's flicked away out to Alana King, who does the fielding at mid-wicket.
It seems sort of a clear plan that spin's going to be vital in the game.
I honestly thought Georgia Wareham would come in rather than Georgia Vol. Next delivery from Ash Gardner, full, dug out by Nat Sever-Brunt. She's showing the patience and composure which she hasn't seen from too many of her English teammates.
But I guess the question too is in around McGrath. Like, if you're going to come and bat at 8 and not bowl many overs, is it better to have a stronger bowling lineup? Is that would be a really tough call on McGrath, vice captain obviously, and
especially on the possibility she could have captained the side. Around the wicket from Ash Gardner, angling it in on off stump, and there is a half century for Nat Sever-Brunt as she turns it around the corner to backward square leg. A fighting 50 in a historic day-night test match at the MCG. Nat Sever-Brunt showing her class. 50 from 121 deliveries. England are 7 for 138. It included 4 fours. She's really trying to give England something to leave these Australian shores to be proud of. Gardner comes in. Next delivery to McDonald Gay. Quicker. Angling it in on middle stump, and it's defended out to Ash Gardner at mid-wicket. What's impressed you about Nat Sever-Brunt's innings, Sarah? As Ash Gardner doesn't give us much time to pose questions. And a inside edge which beats Beth Mooney down the leg side. I think that was an edge, or did it come off the pad? It runs down fine towards the rope. It's reeled in just inside as Darcy Brown races after it. And well run in the end as they turn and come back for 3. 7 for 141.
I think it's been a terrific innings. She's been really disciplined. Appreciated the decision making of when to play shots and when to put the bat away. I think she's been very focused and very determined. And it's been tough because she hasn't had a lot of support in terms of partnerships around her, in terms of another batter taking on the game. So she's done a lot of it herself. Very mature innings. And the next sort of half hour is going to be really crucial with her at the crease, working with his tail end to try and put some sort of a total forward for Australia.
End of the over, 7 for 141. Mac Lynch alongside Sarah Elliott with you for Grandstand Cricket. And through the BBC, fifth half century in Test cricket for Nat Sciver-Brunt. She's 50 from 121 deliveries. And it's McDonald Gay who's on strike at the start of a new over from Alana King as she's trying to draw her forward. Short leg, back pad in position once more. She defends off an outside edge and it trickles down to Alana King who does the fielding. 3 wickets for King so far. Flights it in on off stump and beats her as she's looking to rock back and cut late.
Did you hear something? Yeah, extra win.
This is start of her 16th over as well for Kingy, so a big workload.
You want to? I didn't hear a thing.
There's mixed opinions out there from the Australians. I didn't hear a thing. Kingy seems pretty interested.
It's been anywhere near one. Exactly.
Georgia Vole and Phoebe Litchfield are just enjoying the banter here as King comes in. Was there an edge on that one? And I think Mooney's put this down. We'll get a closer look here as McDonald Gay coming forward, trying to flick away. Don't know.
I feel like there's a bit of something on there, was there?
Heard something in our effects mic. Beth Mooney has her work cut out for her here, up to the stumps. Certainly some noise there. And McDonald Gay is 1 from 18 deliveries as she comes forward and this time defends into the offside. 7 for 141. 4 dot balls so far this over from Alana King.
She's got to just keep sticking to a really clear plan.
We are under 2 minutes away from the scheduled next break as McDonald Gay is back and across and defending into the offside. 1 more to go. And she very cleverly steps back from her stumps and just tries to soak up a few seconds. But Alana King is trying to whip through this over, see if they can get in 1 more. King more flight on this next delivery. And McDonald Gay pushes it out into the offside. A maiden from Alana King. 3 for 37 from her 16 overs. And England are 7 for 141. Now Sciver-Brunt is on 50.
She's got a really important job here to do, and there's lots of noise, lots of distractions. The Aussies are in her ear. She just needs to keep to a simple plan. You can only deal with 1 ball at a time. You get through the 6, you get through the over, and you celebrate that. And that's the plan. You've got to keep your mind in that focus and support Sciver-Brunt as much as you can.
It's interesting to see Sciver-Brunt's scores over the last 9 innings. 58, 169 not out, 78, naught. 59, naught, 128, 37, and now 50 not out. So she either gets the duck or plenty.
So that's a good streak there in which she's had of scores over 50 as Ash Gardner will bowl the final over before the tea break. Now Sciver-Brunt comes forward and just using her wrists pushes it onto the onside. Out square of the wicket, a little inside edge. 7 for 141 at the start of the 58th over. Ash Gardner from the members' end, over the wicket, outside the off stump, turned away by Nat Sciver-Brunt square and picking up a single. She moves to 51, 7 for 142. I mentioned the extra grass which has been left on this pitch, Sarah, with a pink ball day-night. Sort of feels like a score, though, of sort of 200 to 250 would be par. Do you have a gut feeling as to what you'd think you'd be hoping to get before both teams have batted?
Oh, it's so hard to say, isn't it? Yeah, you think that 240 plus?
Gardner wider on the crease to McDonald Gay, pushes it out wide of Fall and can't get off the mark though.
It depends which team's perspective you're looking at it from, which is a bit sad to say, but I think Australia would have won. If they had batted first, they would have wanted to get in and make well over 300.
Yep.
Piled runs on.
Short leg, back pad, slip in place for Ash Gardner, angling it in on middle stump, and McDonald Gay turns it away onto the onside. She's 4 from 23 deliveries. How long can the dam wall hold up under this pressure of King at one end and Gardner at the other?
Such a battle. This is great from Sciver-Brunt.
I think there was a chance to Beth Mooney. which was put down as Gardner wider on the crease around the wicket, and McDonald Gay wanted the single as she turns it around the corner. It was chopped off at short finally by Darcy Brown, and Nat Sciver-Brunt had her hand up. No, thank you.
I think she's quite happy for McDonald Gay to take this final delivery.
One ball to see out here. Gardner around the wicket. McDonald Gay comes forward, inside edge onto the onside, and that should be the tea break. England 7 for 142 with Nat Sciver-Brunt 51. McDonald Gay is on 4 after England at lunch were 3 for 64. The Aussies able to pick up 4 wickets in that session as we head towards the dinner break. Once more, a dominant display by Alana King. Why have we seen such dominance from spin throughout this Women's Ashes series, Sarah Elliott?
Well, it's a really good question. I think we've just got some quality spinners that have been bowling superbly. The way Alana King's bowled with control, but ability to fly at the ball and then turn the ball big. I think testament to her and the work she's put in. Gardner's been terrific as well. And then you've got Wareham, who's also been bowling very, very well on the sideline. So they've certainly played a big part in this game, and you'd think that they're going to play a lot bigger part if Australia are going to take 20 wickets and really try and push for a win.
You certainly think so. And the threat of what Alana King might be able to offer if this pitch does break up is a scary proposition for the English batters. So 4 wickets falling in that session for 78 runs. So once more, Australia's dominant session.
Oh, absolutely. They won the first session with 3 wickets, and then to take 4 wickets in that session, well and truly on top in this game. So much now resting on Sciver-Brunt and how deep she can bat and how many runs she can pile on before Australia take these 10 wickets.
So I guess from a small positive from the English side of things, at least they'll take the dinner break. Australia will still be bowling as the lights come on. We'll be fascinated to see what this pink ball does. How many overs are we in? 58, so you'd imagine hopefully it'll soften up. Could be a little easier to bat, or what are you expecting?
Well, I think just the Australians are on top. It's that perceived pressure as much as anything. They've got the wickets. There's a lot of pressure on this 7th, 8th, 9th. This tail end, there really is. They're bowling well, they're bowling in good areas, and for me, they've really dried up the scoring, which is putting pressure on. So that sort of counteracts the fact that it might be getting easier to bat just because of the number of wickets that Australia have taken at this point in the game.
So Australia won the toss and decided to bowl first. Georgia Vold coming in to make her debut from an Australian point of view, and England going with the extra seam bowler rather than the spin bowler. Maya Bouchier was out for 2, caught by Beth Mooney from the bowling of Kim Garth. That was in the first over. Tammy Beaumont was out for 8, LBW to Darcy Brown. At that stage, England were 2 for 23. And Heather Knight, just before the lunch break, was out LBW to Kim Garth for 25 from 50 deliveries and included 4 fours. After the lunch break, Sophia Dunkley was out, caught and bowled to Alana King for 21. A 50-run partnership between her and Nat Sciver-Brunt. Danny Wyatt-Hodge was out for 22, caught Litchfield from the bowling of King. 5 for 127 at that stage. Amy Jones was bowled beautifully by Ash Gardner, out for 3. And Sophie Eccleston was caught by Kim Garth at extra cover from the bowling of Alana King, out for 1. England get to the tea break, 7 for 142.
The English women, as they get ready to make their way back out onto the MCG. Is there any way back into this for the English women? How do they fight back? It does feel like the timing might work out for them here, Alex, because they might get a new ball under lights and they could be in a good position if they can bowl well.
Yeah, look, I think Nat Sciver-Brunt, she's absorbed the pressure that the Australians have put on her for now. I would love to see her maybe play a few more shots, because as you say, as the lights start to take over, it might be a really good time to have that new ball in hand, try and get a few early wickets. We know Australia are on top. England are 142 for 7, so things haven't gone as planned for England today, but a half-decent partnership between McDonald Gay, Sciver-Brunt, and you just think that when you've got Lauren Bell, Lauren Filet might get this wicket, talking and Lauren Bell there in her pads, but she's picking the ball with the coach, John Lewis, that new ball that she's going to have in her hand. She'll look to swing the ball in, swing it away as well. Look, if England get bowled out, like you say, they might get the best of the conditions.
Were you much of a ball picker? I know it didn't impact your discipline as much, but did you believe that the darker the shade, the more it swung, or anything like that?
So what it is, so there's a bit of research within the ball, and I taught tried to teach our youngsters how to pick a ball, but if you run the back of your hand over the side of the ball, and because the white ball gets stamped, you can feel the stamp on the back of the ball, and if you can feel it, it won't swing for as long. So you want a pronounced seam, and you don't want to be able to feel that stamp on the back of the ball. So, you've got to try and pick the right ones.
What's the theory behind that? Alana King is going to bowl from the Shane Warne stand end of the ground. Will be Nat Sciver-Brunt on strike. McDonald Gay at the non-strikers end, a slip, a bat pad, backward point, deep point on the boundary. Also a cover fielder long off about 3/5 of the way back to the rope. Quite a wideish mid-on and then a deep square leg as well. Just trying to scan around the outfield at the moment to see if Elise Perry is out there. It doesn't look like it at the moment. So that is a concern for the Aussies after that hip issue for Elise Perry diving in the field. We've wondered right throughout this summer as to whether we could beat England with 10, and we might find out.
Right, can you stop? You're just trying to wind me up here.
Alana King beginning with her leg spin, and Sciver-Brunt driving it forcefully back to the bowler. And knocks it down.
I don't think you should have bowled anyway.
No, neither do I. I was stunned by that.
Yeah, I don't think you should have bowled anyway. Neither has Talia McGrath. So, just hear that.
Here comes King, well flighted, and Sciver-Brunt pushing out to cover. I missed it.
Oh, the stump mic, very agile.
Very agile.
Very agile. Another dig, maybe?
Just you think so?
Coming from the commentary box.
Us Aussies wouldn't do that.
Nah, never.
King with her leggies again. Giving it some air, and it gets through everybody. Beats Mooney as well as Sciver-Brunt. Skips away down towards the rope. Out after it is Vol for the Aussies. Picks it up just inside the rope. And that will be buys all round.
Yeah, another ripper from Alana King, who's just started this spell from where she left off. That one pitching on leg stump and turning outside the off stump. Now that's the line you want to be bowling to Nat Sciver-Brunt. That's where she's struggled throughout this series. There's been a few leading edges. She's just bowled slightly wide to her so far today.
King bowling again. Sciver-Brunt defending a ball on the leg stump. How's the drift that Alana King has been able to get in this spell here? It's been beautiful.
Yeah, all the way throughout this Ashes series, she's had that lovely drift in towards middle and leg, and then the quick turn away.
In she comes again, King on middle stump, and Sciver-Brunt well forward, chin over knee over toe, defending it back down the pitch. 7 for 144 are the English women. Richard from Geelong, loving the call.
Thanks,
but
Richard.
Wishing England women would show more application. Imagine what the great Sonny Gavaskar would have said about Eccleston's shot.
Rubbish!
King bowling again, and bowled her! Sciver-Brunt goes back, it skids through her, woodwork disturbed. 4 for King, England 8 down for 144.
I think that's 6 times in a row now Nat Sciver-Brunt has been bowled. Just going back, this time she goes back to a fuller delivery. Not quite got the length right. Alana King, it's that line that has been struggling England all series. When the ball is pitching on leg stump and it's turning away from the right-hander, that's where they've struggled throughout. She's bowled slightly too wide to Nat Sciver-Brunt today. As soon as she's come out after tea, if that's what we're going to call it, dinner, lunch, tea, she's bowled on leg stump. She's asked a couple of questions, got the ball to turn big, and again gets Nat Sciver-Brunt.
Sciver-Brunt trudges off. She can't believe it, out for 51. It is a 7th time in Test match cricket that she has passed 50, but departs almost immediately. And the King bowling beautifully at the MCG. It just feels right, doesn't it? Has mixed up her pace exceptionally well here. You are an exponent of spin bowling, Alex Hartley. What have you made of the way that Alana King has adjusted her line and lengths, her paces to the England bats?
Yeah, I think she's been exceptional. I think she's read the surface perfectly. I mean, to get the ball to turn as much as she had, I said that was 6 times in a row. It's 5 times in a row now for Nat Sciver-Brunt has been bowled. But yeah, look, Kingy for me, she, as you say, she's floated that one up. She's been brave. She's got enough purchase out of this surface. She's very, very close to getting a name on the honours board here.
Oof. That would be very special for the native Victorian. They say the trend is your friend. Is that a concern for Nat Sciver-Brunt, or is it just one of those things?
I think it's just one of those things. There are a couple of times she might have played across the line of the ball.
Darcy Brown beginning a new over, going full wide outside the off stump. McDonald Gay on strike. Filer the new bat down at the non-striker's end. A little bit of shape away there for Darcy Brown, and that should be encouraging for England.
Yeah, it will be encouraging because, as you say, as soon as the lights start to take over, this ball will start to misbehave. England will have a brand new ball. We are starting to see all four shadows out there at the moment as well.
98% of the MCG in shadows. Brown in and bowling on the stumps and defending McDonald Gay full face of the bat.
Darcy Brown, 13 overs, 1 for 36 today as well. She has been very, very good. Maybe a few question marks. Why did she get the nod over somebody like Megan Shute? Well, this is why, so that she can run in. She bowled so well to Sophia Dunkley.
2 slips in a gully. Brown delivers, ducking underneath at McDonald Gay. Almost gets down on one knee.
And it's offers you that something extra. England have it in Lauren Filer where you just get somebody to run in and just bowl short, nose and toes with that extra pace, extra bounce.
We love nose and toes, and we do note the English team coming with bowlers who bowl in excess of 140 plus for the men's Ashes next year. Brown full and straight. McDonald Gay nice on drive, at least one, maybe just one. Kept her shape as she punched down the ground. On to 5 is McDonald Gay, 8 for 145. So will that trouble the Aussies next year in the men's Ashes?
Well, let's not talk about the men's Ashes yet. You know, I can't start being miserable about that already.
I think it'll be a very good series. I think you guys will be live.
I do. I think it's going to be a belter.
That pad in, 1.5 pitches away. Brown bowling here to Filer, who turns away and takes it. It balloons towards slip. Just off the arm guard there, and that was unconvincing from Filer.
Yeah, it's well bowled by Darcy Brown again. A little bit of a laugh there between Phoebe Litchfield, Beth Mooney. They know exactly what they're doing. They're straight up in front of her going, oh, mate, you're scared of that, aren't you? They know what they're doing.
2 slips in a gully. Brown again backing away Filer and slogging. A white ball stroke, heaves it down along the ground towards Cow Corner for 4, and she's going to fight fire with fire.
Well, I don't hate that from Lauren Filer. She's just been peppered by a back of a length ball from Darcy Brown, and she could not have cleared that front leg anymore if she'd have tried. Right outside the line of leg stump, big old heave into the offside, but gets 4 for it. Maybe a little cameo of, you know, I don't know, 30 off 20 would be quite good for England here. Well,
did you 8 for 149 for what it's worth as well, England? Did you ever face anyone that you were genuinely frightened of?
Not in a game, and I refused to face quicks in the net. I had Ishmael in my team. I tell you what, it's come off her glove.
Yeah, I thought it ballooned off the glove too.
Come off her glove, and they've not gone upstairs.
So the Aussies have missed one there. It's come right off the tape at the top of the glove, and maybe a little bit of the padding that sits at the top of the hand as well.
Oh, and that comes on the big screen.
King to continue. 3 fielders around the batters. King comes in and bowls to McDonald Gay, forcing off the back foot on the bounce into the silly mid-off, like seagulls waiting around the bat for a chip.
Where are the pigeons? They've gone.
We have sounds that normally ring out to scare them away here at the MCG. King tries again, gives it air. Forward McDonald Gay, nurdling out towards cover point. So what, you just wouldn't face Ishmael in the nets?
Absolutely no chance. I batted 11 for a reason. I do not want to break a rib.
Mooney goes down, King comes in on the leg stump. McDonald Gay turning it away towards mid-wicket. They get through for 1. Throw comes in from Sutherland there at mid-wicket, and Elisa Healy has to tell Georgia Vole, you've got to get out of the way.
Yeah, Ishmael in my team, Leah Tahuhu as well, when she was at the peak of her game. She was bowling absolute rockets. I thought, nah, I'll face it in a game if I have to, but there is no chance I'm putting myself through that.
Risking injury. 8 for 150. It does bring up the 150 for England as King bowls again and beats the outside edge. Going back, trying to defend was Filer. Oh, a bit of turn there for Alana King, searching a fifer.
The way she's bowling, it's coming.
Trots in again now, spins it out. Filer whips it down towards the mid-on fielder. Sutherland going down to field. Lots of Aussies in the cable nets.
It's getting cold.
Great part of our game.
Yeah, elite. But then you just can't see the names and numbers now.
King tries again. Filer gets the bat out in front of the pad to defend. End of the King over. 8 for 150. Ben Cameron, Alex Hartley, English World Cup winner. Grandstand cricket here on ABC Sport. Shadows just beginning to sprout out from the feet of the Aussie fielders.
I like the fact we've been on air for, I don't know, 12 minutes. And you've tried to wind me up. The first time this summer as well, by the way. You didn't even say hello.
No pleasantries.
No pleasantries, just throw me in the deep end.
Yep.
I like it.
I have a lot of British friends, and that's how I treat all of them.
I'm glad I'm considered a friend.
I did hear you speaking earlier about having a couple of... Did you describe them as boozers? Down on the Yarra, the little bar that floats on the Yarra there. Corbin Middlemass and I actually spent Christmas Day there. Beautiful way to spend the day.
What a time to be alive.
2 slips in a gully. Darcy Brown in and bowling on the leg stump. Bat and pad involved. It drops down just on the onside for McDonald Gay.
Yeah, it's a lovely spot. I've been taken down a couple of times on this trip, actually. Hobart was a low point of mine. But high point, great night.
We actually had Christmas lunch with Yashasvi Jaiswal.
Did you know?
Yeah. He was on the table next to us, so it was very much together but very much apart.
Okay, it wasn't together at all.
Brown in and bowling again on the middle stump and standing very still to defend McDonald Gate. He's not aware that we had Christmas lunch together.
No, but you did.
As well.
That was my next question. Did he know that he was sat with you? And you're not going, oh, how are you going? Oh, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. We did say goodbye to him on the way out.
Just another couple of fans.
Correct. Nightfall here at the MCG. Here comes Darcy Brown in and bowling again down the leg side. Playing a miss, trying to get it away fine there, McDonald Gate. 8 for 150 England. Catching you up if you're waking up over in the UK. I feel obliged to say, if you're underneath the duvet, because that's what Jim Maxwell says every time he mentions our TMS listeners. Australia did win the toss. They elected to field first. Maya Bouchier, first bat out for 2. As Brown arrives again, a short ball. McDonald Gay comfortably ducks underneath it. Tammy Beaumont was out for 8 shortly after LBW off the bowling of Brown. There was a brief partnership before Heather Knight was out for 25. LBW off the bowling of Garth. Shortly after that, Sophia Dunkley out for 21. Caught and bowled by Alana King. Danny White-Hodge had a great battle with Alana King before a leading edge balloon to Litchfield. Out for 22 off the bowling of King. Amy Jones out for 3. As Brown arrives again, goes full and straight. McDonald Gay without timing on the drive. Sophie Eccleston, a shot that I pay a little bit for the thoughts of Sonny Gavaskar on. Caught by Garth off the bowling of King. And that's how we arrive here after a short time ago. Siva Brunt was out for 51. The best of the English bats.
You've got to 150.
Got to 150. Brown, a short ball, digging it in, ducking underneath it. Again, McDonald Gay, the end of the over, 8 for 150. That's a success in this series.
Well, that's well played by McDonald Gay. Really, really well played. She's got her hands, her bat, they stay low as she ducks out the way. Quite often you can duck out the way and keep your bat up above your helmet, but she's managed to duck out the way and lower her hands at the same time. She's played that really nicely.
Sometimes you have the periscope too, don't you? Is that the right word, Rick?
I don't know what you're saying. The periscope?
Yeah.
Leave the bat up in the air.
Yeah, leave the bat up in the air.
Which is what you were saying.
I've
never heard that.
You've never heard that?
The periscope?
Yeah.
I don't even know what one is.
Comes out of a submarine, does it not, Rick?
Like a little antennae?
Yeah, comes up for air, I think.
Well, you learn something new every day. I won't be using it, but...
I think it's a form of seeing above water.
It's a fairly common cricketing term, I thought. As King begins a new over. Filer again with a little agricultural slog down towards mid-on. Can't beat the fielder.
She's playing the Mark Wood role.
Just
has to have a swing.
get in and go.
Some runs.
Filer picks up her bat. King trots in, fizzes out a leggy. Caught on the crease, but successfully defending Filer.
Stayed low, that one as well. It's well kept out by Lauren Filer.
Did you go out and look at the pitch today?
Yeah.
What did you make of it?
Hairy.
Hairy, very hairy.
It's
patchy grass.
Yeah, 9 millimetres of grass on there, which is why I love the fact Australia won the toss and bowled.
King bowling again, beating the outside edge of Filer. Slightly quicker, but it's still bit and turned past the outside edge. Yeah, so what? They're worried about the pink ball getting chopped up, so they've left a little more grass on it.
And actually, you might get a little bit more pace and carry as the game goes on, rather than the wicket just completely flattening out and just being dead.
3 close fielders around the bat. Here comes the Aussie leggy again. Bowling once more to Filer, hits it back to her. And it's hit the stumps at the non-striker's end. I don't think there was a hand on it from King. It was flailing as she went down.
It's a drop catch, that, now.
You think there was a hand on it?
That's a drop catch. It's gone straight back to her. Alana King, we've seen her take a few decent grabs, and she gets there, and it goes through her onto the stumps. And that was her opportunity to have a 5 for in the bag, and it would have been a great catch to get that 5 for as well. But yeah, it's a drop.
Do you know what a chest mark is?
When you get hit on the chest.
King bowling again here, very full, well flighted. Digging it out is Filer. Now in Australian rules football, we have a chest mark when you catch it on your chest. It looked like that was what Alana King was endeavouring to do there. King trying to finish the over. Trots in, gives it some air. Filer lifts it down towards the fielder, mid-on over her head. Skips away over the rope for 4. Sutherland was trying to take the catch, but couldn't quite get there. And Filer isn't going to wait about here. Moves along to 8. England 8 for 154. Worth mentioning here too, just quickly, Josh Inglis has just brought up a maiden Test century on debut. The 3rd Aussie man to do it in Asia. Michael Clark and Sean Marsh, the other 2. Becomes Australia's first Test 100 on debut since his WA coach, Adam Voges, against the Windies in 2015. And he's been dismissed as well for 102.
Oh.
Be pleased with that, Alex. He's an Englishman.
Yeah.
So it's
Yorkshire.
Yep. Playing for the wrong team.
Could easily have played for England. Still has the Yorkshire twang.
Does he?
Yeah, very noticeable. Brown beginning a new over on a good length. McDonald Gay getting forward in defence. Yeah, you can notice it when he speaks.
I mean, what a knock-on debut, to be fair.
I did see, he's not keeping in this Test, but I did see presumably an Englishman on Twitter tweet about the Aussies always complaining about England's naturalised players. You guys do realise that your next long-term keeper still has a Yorkshire twang. He very much does. Brown right arm over again, full and straight. McDonald Gay on the drive, well timed. Beats the fielder there at mid-on, and this will get towards the rope. King in pursuit, flicks it back. Might have been touching the rope. That's a good shot from McDonald Gay. They'll come back for a 3rd.
Well, we've seen that time and time again today, the Aussie fielders just stopping the ball before it gets to the boundary. Just a slight twinge of the neck. I've got all my words muddled up there. As we have a look on the replay, I actually think she stopped that. That's an unbelievable effort. Or has it touched the rope?
Oh, I think that's just flicked the rope.
Is it a rope or is it a pipe? That's what I want to know. It looks like a pipe.
I think it's a rope. We don't have the Toblerone like we often do. Yeah, I think it deflects back off the rope and then Alana King flicks it back. What are you saying?
I think she's stopped 4.
What we do know is England will need every run.
Yeah, we'll take it. We'll have 4.
8 for 154 at the moment.
Yeah, go on, just give it 4.
It's mightily close. How would you know? How would you possibly know from all of these replays?
The longer you look at it, the longer you think it's going to be saved, do you? There you go, save the boundary.
Good work from Alana King. Hopefully the neck is all right. She's still manipulating it herself down there at that mid-on position. Brown runs away from us, arrives now to bowl, full and straight, lofted, straight up in the air, should be caught. They come from all angles, and the catch is taken. Georgia Voll claims it going to ground. It was awkward looking, but she holds onto it, and Filer goes. Her flashing innings of 8 comes to an end, and England are 9 down for 157.
Well, just for a split second there, I thought that was going to be put down, but Georgia Voll, good catch, diving forward, full length dive forward, actually just dives forward as she's taken the ball just to soften the blow, make things slightly easier. Filer's just trying to get things going. She clears that front leg. And another outstanding bit of fielding from Australia, as we've seen time and time again throughout this Women's Ashes.
Great athleticism again from the Aussies in the field. It's time for our favourite commentary duo to reunite.
Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Well, is Alana King going to have the opportunity to take a fifer? Because Lauren Bell comes to the middle, and I would say that her stronger suit is her bowling, possibly. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's sort of, you as an Aussie, you want to get this wrapped up, but Alana King is on 4 foot and bowling so well from the other end. She has just twinged her neck.
Yeah. You've got to be careful with this extra athleticism in the field. It can come at a cost.
Yeah, it can. It can come at a cost of whiplash.
Well, it would be something quite fitting. I don't know. Leg spin bowler called King at the MCG.
Gets herself on the honours board.
5 wickets as a leg spinner in a test match against England.
At the Shane Warne end as well.
You know what I mean?
Sort of want to see it, don't you?
Yeah, a little bit. So bear that in mind, Darcy. You can come roaring
You just
in.
bowl outside the off stump.
It's all right. England will find a way of chopping off. No, we jest. Because if you don't...
You'll
right,
cry.
Darcy Brown to Bolton. Lauren Bell, right-handed, 2 slips and a gully in place. And looking to wrap up the innings. In comes Brown, full, straight and defended by Bell, who plays with that front leg getting out of the way. And it was very much number 11, that, wasn't it? I've seen you play that stroke a few times.
I used to plant my front foot down the line of leg stump no matter where the ball pitched. And Lauren Bell done pretty similar there.
In comes Darcy Brown, floodlights taking hold, and she bowls a ball which is striking the pads, and there's half a bit of interest.
It's going down.
I think it was, probably, as we see the replay.
Yeah, you could see leg stump.
Crowd just over 10,000 in.
That's her run been bowled 5 times in a row.
Has she? Dear. Which is a worrying trend, isn't it? But you can't really blame her too much.
Oh, she was good today.
England, 157 on the board. 9 down, almost all out. As the over comes to an end, and there will be the opportunity for Alana King. I have to say, Rihanna McDonald-Gay, 40 balls she's been out there, hit 9 runs, and actually, I think she and Lauren Filer have played with almost as much initiative as anybody.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Dunkley and Silverbrunt were good.
Yeah. Yeah. I think McDonald-Gay is going to be a very good cricketer. A really good all-rounder.
Alana King takes that pink ball from Talia McGrath, has a little chat with Elisa Healy.
How do we give McDonald-Gay 1? Is what they'll be saying.
Yeah. 157 on the board, 9 down. If you want to get in touch on the text, 0467 920 222 in Australia. On the email, tms@bbc.co.uk.
There is. Just mid-on just drops back a little bit.
Yeah. McDonald-Gay waiting, pushing towards Litchfield at Silly Point. There's a short leg as well.
Get you cover further out. Just give her 1.
I'm with you. McDonald Gay's looked pretty solid.
Yeah.
Alana King's got 4 for 42. She creeps in now. In bowls. This is pushed back towards her. And there'll be no run. God. Just a hush around the ground. The crowd know the significance potentially of this moment. King again. Creeps in, bowls. Oh, beats the edge. Lovely bowling.
Straighter one that from Alana King, but it's just outside off stump. Had it been slightly straighter, that might have clipped the old stumps.
Alana King again. From that far end, bowls to McDonald Gay, driving. It's parried. There probably wasn't quite a single. And a surface that is offering turn, Alex, and England have picked one spinner.
Yeah. I think Charlie Dean buying at 7 is slightly high.
Yeah. McDonald Gay is waiting. Here comes Alana King. And she's going to jam that ball into the offside. So she will face the final ball of the over. 5 dots so far in it.
So she's a young player, is McDonald Gay, but she's got to try and get one here. So Lauren Bell's not on strike for 6 balls of Darcy Brown.
Alana King. Bowls. This is driven into the offside, and that'll go out towards mid-off, and there is no run. And so the over comes to an end with the score on. England 157 they have on the board, but they're 9 down, asked to bat first by an ambitious Australia side who sensed the opportunity today under the sunny skies of Melbourne on the first day of a test match. You think, have a bat, not this England team, not as vulnerable as they've looked in the last few games.
Now, look, it goes against the trend, doesn't it? But actually, the surface with the 9mm of grass on it, Australia probably thought it would offer a little bit more, to be completely honest. It's not offered that lateral movement that you would think with so much grass on it, but it has kept the ball together. And brave call from Alyssa Healy, because if England had got in, they scored big runs. You look silly at the toss, but Australia again have dominated.
Here's Darcy Brown, bowls it short, it's in the air, dropped at slip. And they will get through for a single. Put down by Vol, it probably should have been taken.
Yeah, should have been taken that from Vol. In the last couple of overs, there's been a couple of drop catches. One from Alana King, caught and bowled. It was a tough chance. This one, pretty simple chance, actually. Georgia Vol over ahead to a left-hand side. Tips it over the bar.
Yeah, she does, rather. It was a decent save. In comes Darcy Brown to bowl to McDonald Gay. It's flicked airily towards mid-wicket, where Alana King is waiting. Nice email this from Dave the trucker in the UK. Started listening to Test Match Special from last year's Indian Premier League. I don't think I've missed a match. I've been listening to the ABC's coverage of the Big Bash as well. I'm just thoroughly enjoying it.
Aww.
Here comes Darcy Brown, full delivery, which is dug out, and a little bit of yes and no, and eventually the single is taken. England move forward to 9 for 159. I cannot find faults with the Australian team. They're phenomenal. Seem to have a depth of players who can bowl and bat. I was wondering if you think England's problems, they just don't have that depth of batting. Well, I think we've seen that today. I think that's certainly a fair point, Dave.
We just don't have the depth of players that Australia have. But, you know, this year going into our domestic cricket...
Darcy Brown bowls a shorter ball, which is chased by Lauren Bell, and she can get nothing on it.
There have been 5 drop catches and a missed stumping today.
5 drop catches and a missed stumping.
Well, standard slipping. We do wonder what might have been, don't you? Also, Dave says, trucking away in a sunny but cold UK. How many shirts has Alex collected this tour? Because you get your nice TV outfits.
I don't get to keep them.
I know. In comes Darcy Brown to Lauren Bell, who's jamming the ball away into the offside. There'll be no run there, though she quite fancies one. No, so those very fancy outfits, hand them back, don't you?
Yeah, unfortunately. I wouldn't have enough suitcase room to take them all home.
How many pairs of shoes did you bring with you?
8.
8 pairs of shoes?
Yeah, I've worn them all.
It's extraordinary. In comes Darcy Brown. Bowls a ball which is angling into the gloves of Lauren Bell, and she drops it down actually quite well into the offside. I should point out as well, every single one of them seems to be increasingly more expensive and increasingly less comfortable.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Alex Hartley is going to make way for Michelle Gosgo, who's coming in. I'm going to have to stand up here, aren't I? It's quite a tight commentary box. We've only just had dinner, so I'm going to have to make move. And Gossy's going to grab a seat here. And I'm very pleased to say that we are going to be joined by a very special guest as well for the next little phase of commentary. As Lynn Larson, a name that rings through the history of Australian women's cricket and women's cricket around the world as a real iconic figure. That's that word again on a day that is, it is quite iconic today, MCG Test match. We're going to see Alana King looking to take a 5th wicket. In now, bowling, and this is flicked towards mid-on by Rana McDonald-Gay. No run. 13-year career. Numerous records from Lynn Larson. Remember the Australia team in India in '84. This is jammed into the ground by McDonald-Gay. Captain aged 22 in 1986. Youngest person to achieve the honour. 15 test matches. Captaining in 10 of those. Australia's most successful captain, winning 5, drawing 5 as well. Here in the commentary box today. As here comes Alana King, and driven into the offside, no run. And it was your blazer that Alyssa Healy was wearing today, is that correct?
No, it wasn't.
That wasn't your blazer, it was another blazer.
That was still in my cupboard when I flew out yesterday.
Unless she's nipped in and taken it. Well, she was wearing one of the older blazers today. Here comes Alana King, driven into the offside and up towards mid-off. But you know, a day like today, it's a special thing, isn't it?
Oh, it's beyond words. I think even us going out this morning and this afternoon and being honoured as the former captains, that was really special, and having both teams form that guard of honour. I don't think that's ever been done before, or the opportunity to bring former captains together in that way. So that was history in itself, and I was just so privileged to be part of it.
This is defended into the turf by Lauren Bell, who's got to survive one more delivery from Alana King. She's rather grimacing as the England number 11. Not just because of the prospect in front of her, but the England situation as well, which is a pretty grisly one. 9 down, 160 on the board. Here comes King looking for a fifer. She's in now. Bowls! Oh, very nearly gets through. Goodness me. But somehow Bell survives. We'll see the replay, and just about. End of the over, 67 bowled. King's got 4 for 43, and England 9 for 160. Lynn Larson is with myself and Michelle Gosgo. And you think about the journey women's cricket has been on in the last 10, 20 years. To reach this point is something special.
Oh, it's unbelievable. I don't think any of us earlier players thought we'd ever see the game at this stage, and really it's been in a really good state for a number of years now, and the standard keeps growing, the profile keeps growing, the girls just keep doing things that continue to amaze us. So there's a lot of ex-players down in the room there today. We haven't watched a lot of cricket, to be fair. There's so much catching up from 20 and 30 years ago, but everyone is just so delighted with where the game's at, and the fact that we could all come together and share this really special occasion is something I think we'll all remember for a long time.
Darcy Brown looking to wrap up the innings. Runs in, it's a full delivery, which is nicely played into the offside to the left of Talia McGrath, who sprints round to pick up from mid-off. 1 run taken, so Bell will be back on strike.
And Lynn, we were just trying to work out when was the last time I saw you. It was 1998, it would have been?
I think that's when it was. I was lucky enough to be manager of the Australian team at the time and that tour of England. And just saying it, I hadn't seen you since then, but your career went on to marvellous things since then with your double 100 and really cementing yourself in the side, and obviously up here in the commentary box. So delighted to see some of these young kids who you were at the time come through and make a career out of cricket, which is fantastic.
Here comes Darcy Brown, end of the mark, looking for the final England wicket, and she's in and digs it in short, swinging wildly at the ball.
Well, how would you describe that one, Lynn? What you just saw?
I'd describe it as very nice from up here in the comm box. I would have no desire to be out there facing Darcy Brown at the moment. It was bad enough in the times when I have to face up against Catherine Fitzpatrick, Sharon Tredrea. I was very good at nicking her through slips, and that was my mode of operation. But no, she's on fire, Darcy, at the moment.
She's in and bowls. This is chipped in the air. It'll drop just short. Fielder running in from point. There was no control in the stroke from Lauren Bell, who would probably have been hoping when the toss was won by Australia and England were asked to bat, she could keep those pads off for the rest of the day. Not a bit of it. She had them on ready to go when the second break was taken, and she was out pretty swiftly afterwards as well. England 9 down. Here comes Darcy Brown. 3 slips in a gully waiting. Oh, it's an extraordinary full toss which whistles past off stump at around about sort of half stump level, and England remain 161 for 9.
That's eloquently known as a full bunger, that one. Difference for us, Len, though, we never used to bat with helmets, so when you're facing Catherine Fitzpatrick, who was pushing sort of 125, there were no helmets then, so you're sort of navigating bumpers with no helmet on.
I think I was one of the first ones to wear a helmet.
Swing and a miss from Lauren Bell. How that's missed the top of middle stump, I won't ever possibly know. And was that seen as a bit of a thing?
Look, I don't know how it happened that and I had never been hit in the head or anything, but somehow I was one of the first ones. I had one of those. It was like a motorbike helmet early on with a big bit of plastic across the front, which was...
The translucent...
Yeah, fairly unsightly. Something that the Bradman Museum were chasing, but I'd...
Full delivery dug out by Lauren Bell. Somehow she manages to get the ball towards the gully region and survives the over. England 9 down, 161 on the board, 1 from the over, and 68 have been bowled. But I was thinking about, the way the game has changed aesthetically, and the fact that Charlotte Edwards, who is the captain that Heather Knight replaced in 2016, when Charlotte Edwards made her England debut in the mid-90s, it was still players wearing skirts.
Yes.
And, you talk about the sort of development players starting to wear helmets. It is beyond recognition, what we see now.
Oh, very much so. And that was on that tour in 98 that we first laid eyes on Charlotte Edwards, and what a great player she's been for England since that time. But you're right, we trotted around in our culottes and our long socks, and we took pride in how smart we looked, and I think at the time we did look smart, but it was very, very practical, the move to the pants for the girls, particularly the way with the fielding now, with the techniques, with the sliding and so on. And she said, the helmets are mandatory. It's a very, very different looking scene out there.
Alana King bowling. It's in the air, back towards the bowler, but drops a yard or so short of King, who is hunting that 5th wicket.
How's the mood downstairs? Obviously, as former players, you must be so proud to see this. And, I mean, they've had 80,000 here in the year 2020 at the World Cup.
Alana King is in. McDonald Gay plays the ball to Phoebe Litchfield. Silly point.
It's very, very much the same suspects that were here in 2020 are back down there today, reminiscing not only on that day, but various tours. The first people I saw today were people that I toured Indy with in 84.
Alana King bowls to Rihanna McDonald-Gay, who defends off the back foot.
And so lots of stories swapped. We toured India in 94 and conditions were so much better, as you'd know, but 84 was quite horrendous. So, yeah, some of the tales get bigger and better each time you catch up with people.
It's a little bit wider and slapped towards Kim Garth, waiting at cover, no run. As we see at the end of her mark, Alana King going to try and take her 5th wicket and the final one. And that is angled down towards short third. It's going to bring at least 1 run, and Lauren Bell will have 1 ball to face at the end of this over. On the SMS, by the way, lovely listening to you, Henry and Alex, from Jen and Rusty. And those are 2 names I know, because Jen is Mrs. Jim Maxwell and Rusty is the dog.
Oh, wow.
So hello to you both.
Oh, amazing.
Michelle Gosgow, Lynn Larson here as well, on a very special day for women's cricket the world over, I'd argue. Here comes Alana King. This has been hit in the air, but dropped short of mid-on. And the over goes by, with England surviving it once again. And with the score standing at 162 on the board, 9 down, Australia, they know, well, England are going nowhere. It's just a question of when, really, they can wrap up this innings. I'm going to get out of the way. You two are going to stay here for the time being. You'll be joined in just a moment by Matt Clinch.
This is ABC Sports coverage of women's international cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes.
I'm gonna soak up the sun. I'm gonna tell everyone to lie.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, England 9 for 162. Australia closing in on the end of the innings, and the part that impresses me is that Jen's listening to us and not Jim covering the Australian tour of Sri Lanka. Good to have you on board, Jen, and of course Rusty the super dog. The wonder dog, yes, correct. Ash Gardner is trying to deliver her own wonder. And she starts a new over into McDonald Gay, wide of the off stump, and she punches it into the offside. Picks up a single as Talia McGrath moves around from mid-off to do the fielding. England 9 for 163. McDonald Gay is now 14. Lauren Bell is on 1. Hello, Gozzy. Hello, Lynn. Nice to be with you.
Hello.
And you. Thank you.
What have you made, Lynn, of this showcase at the MCG compared to what it was back when you used to play?
Different game, different, set up with the whole thing. But, we're discussing down there in the grounds. We like to think that the challenge was the same. The strategy was there to get the best out of your bowlers and put pressure on to force a wicket. So it's exactly what they're trying to do now. Slip
in place for Ash Gardner as she comes into Lauren Bell, who's forward and defending back down the pitch. The crowd are engaged. They know just one more wicket and they'll be seeing Georgia Vole and Phoebe Litchfield opening the batting for Australia. England trying to crawl as close to 200 as they possibly can. Gardner comes in, off the edge it goes, down low and wide, past Georgia Vole at first slip. She races after it, and Bell will turn and come back for 2. There's some good running here with the possibility of a third, but in the end, Donald Gay's endeavours is unsuccessful, and Lauren Bell moves to 3. 9 for 165.
Lynn, I remember watching you when you were playing. You're a real role model for me coming through. Obviously coming from Lismore.
Absolutely.
Ash Gardner into Lauren Bell, wide of the off stump, and she hoiks this away out towards deep mid-wicket. A well-timed shot for 4.
Well, it's right at the top shelf. There we go. She's had enough of this spin. I'll just smack away at 4, but they're moving along a little bit, but it's been disappointing, hasn't it, from England today? But just back to my point, how did you get your baggy green? Were you presented it? Because I was just given it in a plastic bag.
It's a good question. As Ash Gardner comes in, will Lauren Bell go again? No, she defends into the offside.
We had all sorts of versions. For my test debut in India in '84, I think our manager went around Sydney and just bought some of those green-looking caps with the sewn-on badge at the front.
Gardner into Bell, forward and defending into the offside. 9 for 169 at the end of the over. Bell's on 7. McDonald Gay is on 14.
So there was that one, and then there were a number of versions after that. But again, same deal. You just turn up before you went on a tour. Here's your kit, and there was a cap in there until we got the official ones in the Cricket Australia presentations a number of years ago.
So what do you still have, Lynn, and you, Gozzy, from your playing time?
Everything. I'm a shot.
You've got everything?
I loved my Australian gear. I loved my blazer. It doesn't fit me anymore. The only thing that fits me is one of those many caps that I have, and the official one, of course. All my gear, I just loved everything about being an Australian cricketer. I love the gear. So that history, and it means a lot to me. And I've got every item. I'm hopeless.
Former Australian captain Lynn Larson is with us on ABC Sport and through the BBC. Alana King's looking for 5 wickets, and she comes into McDonald Gay. She defends into the offside. Start of the 71st over. England 9 for 169. King with the figures of 4 for 44, and she starts her 23rd over from the Shane Warne stand-in. Comes into McDonald Gay, slip in place. She's able to turn it off her pad, but straight to Georgia Vole, who does the fielding square on the onside.
Clinchy, I reckon back when I played, and would have been even more so for Lynn, we paid to play.
Yes.
So you wanted to keep that stuff.
Absolutely.
You're not going to chuck it out something you paid for.
Alana King at the top of the mark. The leggy comes in. McDonald Gay drives along the ground, down a long off, and quickly takes off for the single. Talia McGrath decides not to release the ball. She moves to 15 from 62 deliveries. She'd shown the tail how to bat this afternoon. 9 for 170. So what have you kept, Gozzy? Everything.
Well, yeah, a lot of the stuff. My dad's telling me to get rid of it out of his garage, so I'll be doing a garage sale shortly.
Lauren Bell awaiting Alana King. Bat and pad close together as she defends back down the pitch.
I've got a couple of baggy greens. We've got two different versions. Obviously, the men on their baggy green have got red with yellow writing. We've got yellow with red on the Australia part across the crest.
Alana King comes in. Lauren Bell waiting, comes forward, struck on the pad. King enthusiastic down on one knee. As the finger stays down, jamming her bat and her back pad together. The Australians are having a chat. Healy comes racing down as to whether they'll go upstairs. The DRS timer is at 3 and Healy decides they will.
That was the old Nathan Lyon appeal, wasn't it? Down on one knee, pleading with the umpire to give it out.
Third umpire to director. We have a review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Start with front on, please.
Australia still have 2 reviews, I suppose, in many ways. Why not? And Sean Craig will go through the process of trying to work out whether this would have been hitting the stumps. Was there any bat? It didn't look to be. Oh, no, maybe there was.
Thank you. We'll just go ultra split screen.
Looks like she's got an inside edge onto her back pad.
Would have been out if it didn't hit the middle of the bat.
Just confirm there's no contact with the front foot there. Can you roll it back? Just roll it back. Can you give me something more on the right-hand side?
We are going through the process despite this seeming pretty obvious.
Pitching, that's all.
You can hear a few of the Australian girls saying, I think you hit it.
Great, thank you. No contact with the front shoe. And you go back to the split screen, please.
Oh, it doesn't really matter where it pitched if it hit the middle of a bat for an LBW.
Thank you. Yes, good pace. Keep it at that pace. Keep going. No, we've got contact with bat and no contact with pad. First contact with bat, so going back on field. Eloise going to get you to stay with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Signal now.
England 9 for 170. Australia's DRS unsuccessful. They still have 1 review remaining. Lynn Larson is alongside Matt Clinch and Michelle Gosgo with you on ABC Sport and through the BBC. What do you think, Lynn, of the technology of today?
The technology is great if they're nice and quick with it, and I think people lose a little bit of...
King into Bell. She's forward and just gently defending the end of the over. 1 run coming from it. England 9 for 170 with Bell on 7, McDonald Gay on 15. The third session of day 1 of this day-night test from the MCG.
Do you think you would have been good with the DRS, Lynn?
Oh, that's funny. I mean, it's hard to tell. I think most of us looking from our lounge rooms can say, well, yeah, that looks one way or another. I think out in the middle you've got a pretty good instinct. You tend to know, if you're batting, you run out, or if you're in the field, you've taken a catch or you've whatever. So I've never had the opportunity to do it, but I'd like to think that just your natural instincts kick in and you're reasonably across the decisions. But who knows? We see a lot of the top players out there get it very, very
well.
Wrong, so.
You being a former captain, so someone comes up to you like Alana King and pleading with you to give it. Is there some players you probably believe a little bit more than others?
Ash Gardner from the members' end comes in wide outside the off stump, and McDonald Gay looks to drive and fails to make any contact. 9 for 170 at the start of the 72nd over. Gardner comes in over the wicket, angling in an off stump, and it's chopped away and defended by McDonald Gay. To the short leg, where Phoebe Lynchfield has the helmet on. Slip in place. Deep mid wicket. There's Gardner at the top of her mark. Flights this next delivery, getting a little bit of turn off the pitch, but not that much. 9 for 170.
Lauren Bell's longest innings in international cricket. Previously 16 balls in ODIs twice. She's up to 23.
Absolutely, 7 from 23 deliveries. As Ash Gardner doesn't give us a lot of time to fire questions in between deliveries. She's changed to around the wicket, wider of the off stump, and McDonald Gay is able to play it to the offside. There could be a run out here. The throw comes to the keeper's end. I'm not sure what they were doing there. The easiest of run-outs for the Australians. And Darcy Brown was able to pounce. The English batters were almost in the middle of the pitch as they crossed over, and Darcy Brown throws to the keeper's end, and an easy run-out, really. It was a hesitation in the end. and that's what brought about the error. And Lauren Bell could do nothing but watch as the run out took place. England all out for 170.
Clinchy, that just about sums up their whole tour, that run out there. There was never a one there. It wasn't even the best throw from Darcy Brown. It landed on the bounce to Beth Mooney, who had to make a way to her right, but still plenty of areas to get out, probably a couple of metres there. So that pretty much sums up the whole tour. It didn't go their way. I'm just watching some footage of Georgia Vole making her way off the field. I'm sure she's deep in thought here, going, all right, well, there might be a little bit of movement here this evening under lights. It's cool as well, so tough initiation coming for the youngster.
So Lauren Bell is run out for 7 from Darcy Brown, who threw to the keeper's hand. McDonald Gay finishes not out on 15, and England post 170 from their first innings. After Australia won the toss, they decided to bowl first. Maya Bouchier was out for 2. Caught Mooney from the bowling of Kim Garth. That was in the first over. Tammy Beaumont was out for 8. LBW to Darcy Brown. At that stage, they were 2 for 23. They lost 3 wickets before the lunch, the first break here. Heather Knight was out. LBW to Kim Garth for 25. Then after the lunch break, Sophia Dunkley was out. Caught and bowled by Alana King for 21. Danny White-Hodge was caught by Litchfield from the bowling of King, out for 22. Amy Jones was bowled by Ash Gardner for 3. Sophie Eccleston was caught by Kim Garth from the bowling of King, out for 1. Nat Severbrunt was bowled by Alana King, one of the balls of the series so far, getting the in-form batter from an England side of things, looking to cut late, and in the end, cannon into the top of middle stump, out for 51 from 129 deliveries, and the final wicket to fall. Lauren Filer, before that run out, caught by Vole from the bowling of Brown for 8. England all out for 170, while for an Australian point of view, Kim Garth 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 13. Darcy Brown 18 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 47. Annabelle Sutherland 10 overs, none for 30. Ash Gardner 10.4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 30. And Alana King 23 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 45. The leg spinner, the highlight from an Australian point of view, 4 for 45. Michelle Goscoe alongside former Australian captain Lynn Larson with you. Give us your snapshot. What have you made so far of day one of this women's historic day-night Ashes test from the MCG?
Well, firstly, a bit of surprise that Australia won the toss and sent England in. Normally when you win the toss for a day-night test match, you go on bat first in the good conditions that are on offer, which it was here today. But yeah, I mean, look, that was not good enough there from England. Again, Australia bowled some good areas. Normally it's the seam bowlers that are going to get the breakthrough, and that's what happened with Kim Garth, 2 for 13 off 10. But Alana King, she's been exceptional throughout this whole Ashes series, 4 for 45. I was willing her to get a 5-er. I think she deserved a Michelle here at the MCG. Unfortunately, it didn't fall her way. But, gee, Australia just keep going on. And I'll tell you what, this clean sweep is absolutely on here at this day-night test match.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say about winning the toss. When we went out for the captain's presentation this morning, it was a thing of, OK, what do you do if you win the toss? And every captain who was out there was, you bat. And, of course, that's different. Maybe that's old-school philosophy, but we, of course, hadn't had a pitch inspection. But so the girls have gone about it in a different way. But, boy, they've bowled and fielded really well today. But on the other hand, if you look at that last wicket for England, the girls just played the ball as it was. They were batting sensibly with a bit of application, and it's a shame that the top order batters didn't, because I don't think there was any great demons in the wicket. It was just a matter of application, and that's what Test cricket is. You keep the good ball out, and when there's an opportunity to score, you do that. And it's been, as you said, Michelle, it's been the story of the England tour. They just haven't been on their game. They haven't applied themselves to the situations, and the fact that that last pair could hang in there, except for the mix-up in the middle, just shows that there are plenty of runs to be scored. They just didn't take advantage of opportunities.
So England all out for 170. The one concern from an Australian point of view was Elise Perry racing to the boundary, dived in an acrobatic fashion to tap the ball back inside the rope. She was off the field for a considerable amount of time, so we'll keep a close eye on it as the Australians will make their way out to bat in around 6 or so minutes time. A quick question to finish with. Georgia Vole makes her debut out in the middle. What are your memories of your debut, Lynn, as to your first time playing for Australia?
My first time, I've mentioned India a number of times already, but that's where it was, in front of probably 20 or 30,000 people in India. I don't remember too much of the batting, but I remember taking a really good catch and a big dive and big cheer and so on. I would have been nervous, but I don't recall a lot of it. But doing anything in India with that crowd and that whole cricket mad environment was just sensational and special times. Then I didn't know what my future would hold, to go on and have the privilege of captaining Australia, but every test match, every opportunity we got to do that was really special. So Georgia will be just pinching herself today to think, wow, I'm out here, this has all happened so quickly for her this season, but she's the complete package. She's just stepped into international cricket and hasn't missed a beat, so I'm hoping it's the same out there today. She's got a lovely technique, and I'm hoping that she can hang in there tonight and build a big innings tomorrow. I wish her all the best.
And if she'd like to emulate anyone, Michelle Gosgow scored a double century on debut.
Yeah, in front of 20 or 30 people in England. That was about our crowd, actually. And, that was a bit of a blur as well. I nearly ran myself out last ball of the day, 20-something not out. Interesting that the person I was rooming with, Charmaine Mason, was number 11 batter, and actually said to me if I got a 100, she would give me 20 quid. So I was like, beauty. That was like a day's shout, when we were there. That's all we got as payment. So as it was, I ended up getting 100, and then towards the end 194, and out trots Charmaine Mason, and she'd already said to me at the tea break, if I get 200 she'll give me 50 quid. So I'm like, oh, there goes my 50 quid, and she come out and she gave me some sound batting knowledge and said, you stay out here, and the rest is history.
It certainly is. Lynn, thanks so much for coming up and joining us. Enjoy the rest of the day at the MCG.
Thanks so much for having me. It's been lovely. Thank you.
Former Australian captain Lynn Larson with you on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch alongside Michelle Gosgow. Of course, the first test is also taking place in Sri Lanka between Australia and Sri Lanka, and what a memorable day it has been, or memorable couple of days really, for Usman Khawaja, who has led from the front from an Australian point of view, 38 years of age, and he was able to lead from an Australian point of view, and they posted 5 for 600 at the tea break. So Alex Carey is there on 25, Bo Webster is on 10. Usman Khawaja was dismissed for 232. What an innings it was. But he was alongside the debutant Josh Inglis, and he scored a century as well today, as called by Brett Sprigg.
2 runs away. Josh Inglis on the back foot, punches away here. They'll get at least one. They'll come back for the second. You can hear the cheering. He may come back for a third, Josh Inglis. And with that, he raises the arms and brings up a test century on debut. His parents blow kisses. Josh Inglis raises the bat, the helmet above his head. He is a classy player who becomes the first Australian in 10 years, not since his state coach Adam Voges in the West Indies. A 100 on debut, Josh Inglis, take a bow.
Brett Sprigg calling all the action. It's available on the ABC Listen app with Jim Maxwell, Corbin Middlemass and Brett Sprigg alongside Jason Gillespie, Phil Jakes and Stuart Clark. So coverage taking place at the same time, the men's test and the women's Ashes. So it's a great luxury to be able to flick between the two on the ABC Listen app. Going to have a double change taking place. Sarah Elliott is about to come in and join you. Ben Cameron as well. This is coverage of the Women's Ashes on ABC Sport and through Test Match Special on the BBC.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Around the wicket, wider of the off stump, and McDonald Gay is able to play it to the offside. There could be a run out here. The throw comes to the keeper's end. I'm not sure what they were doing there. The easiest of run outs for the Australians. And Darcy Brown was able to pounce. And Lauren Bell could do nothing but watch as the run out took place. England all out for 170.
Georgia Vole on test debut is about to make her way out into the middle and face the music for the first time at test match level. It will be a pink ball under lights at the MCG. This is grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron in position alongside Sarah Elliott. What will she be going through right now, Sticks?
I just think she's going to be so excited for the opportunity. She strikes me as someone that's pretty cool, calm and collected under any sort of pressure. So I think she'll be pinching herself and just excited. Really keen, I think, to probably get her first ball and her first runs under the belt. And then hopefully we'll see her free up and play the way she's been playing this whole summer.
So the umpires, Claire Polisak and Eloise Sheridan, making their way out into the middle. I'm not sure if we read this out, but Sophia Wacker-member in Glebe said, as a 7th-generation Aussie, I'm struggling with the fact that the English commentators are so likeable. It's affecting my enjoyment of this route. I totally agree. It is hard to swallow, isn't it?
It's very true. It's a fierce rivalry, as you know, between Australia and England. They are very likeable.
If you were England right now, how would you be selling this? Because I think there's an easy sell if you're the English skipper, Heather Knight. Look, we might have made 170, but it's the old cricket adage, runs on the board, and we're going to be bowling with a brand new pink ball under lights. It doesn't get much better in terms of conditions than this.
100% it doesn't. That's the way they've got to be approaching this, is to attack, to make these two young Australian batters play as many balls, make decisions on as many balls as they can. If they can pick up a couple of quick wickets using the conditions to their favour, then that's going to put them in good stead. They do have runs on the board, and this is a big occasion, so it doesn't get any better than this. In terms of England, I know morale's going to be pretty low, but in terms of what an opportunity to be out there playing, you've just got to make the most of it and celebrate every opportunity you get.
The last Australian woman to make 50 on debut was Jess Jonathan, who made 99, but that was 16 players ago.
Oh, I've got a question for you, Rick, and I think I know the answer to this. Who was the last Aussie to make a century on debut? Last Aussie woman. Obviously, Josh Inglis has just done it moments ago. I think it might be a member of this commentary team.
I think you're right.
Give you the initial, Sticks.
Yeah.
Michelle Gosco.
Gozzy.
Double
time, wasn't it, on debut? Not just the one, the two.
2001 at Shenley in England.
Oh, well, good, she doubled up and went on with it. Didn't throw it away.
Has she mentioned that already in commentary yet? I'm sure she would have mentioned it a few times. It's an elite club. She's very pleased.
Mel
Proud.
Jones.
I think she's the captain of that club.
Mel Jones was the last one before that. 131. Back in 98. Also in England, in Guildford.
So Lauren Bell to open up with a brand new pink missile. Phoebe Litchfield will take strike. 2 slips, a gully, a point, mid-off, mid-on, bat pad, square leg and fine leg. Bell in and bowling to Litchfield. Forward bat and pad involved. It dribbles out towards mid-wicket. A little bit of shape back into the left-hander there for the right arm quick bowling, right arm over the wicket, Bell.
Well, some good voice and energy from the English fielders so far. Let's hope they can carry that through. They've certainly got to be up and about to try and take every single chance that comes their way. The question is how long they're going to be able to sustain it for. A wicket will certainly help.
The lights in full effect. Litchfield opening up her stance to face the right armour, who's bowling now, tucking it off her hip. Behind square, and Litchfield is underway, as are the Aussies. So one without loss are Australia, and Georgia Vole is about to face her first ball in Test match cricket.
How exciting. I'm excited for it.
I'm nervous.
Are you
It's the
nervous?
difference
I'm
between
excited.
us. I'm a nervous, not necessarily glass half empty, but a bit of a panicker.
Yeah.
You're excited? Possibility growth mindset from you, Sticks?
Well, it's probably not normally my default, but yeah, absolutely.
2 slips in a gully. Vole on strike. Bell bowling now. Driving his Vole immediately off the mark. A square drive forward a point, and she will double up and come back for a couple. So immediately off the dreaded duck on debut.
Some relief in that shot for sure. Wasn't overly convincing, was it? But it got the gap. And I think that's why she can be excited, because she's young, she's in form, a lot of confidence. This is just a great opportunity for her.
The tall Bell arrives again, bowls to Vole, who stands tall, fends away from the body, out towards point.
Hasn't been much preparation in terms of changing format into this pink ball. That last T20 wasn't that long ago, so I imagine it's been a pretty intense week for her, trying to prepare, get as much time in the nets as possible against the pink ball with just that different mindset.
I feel like it would be such a hard thing to change without playing. 2 slips in a gully, Bell in and bowling, Vol beaten outside the off stump. A little bit of shape away, maybe more off the deck. Oh, just straightening off the pitch beautifully. And if there was a 4th stump, that would have hit right into the middle of it.
She just got a smile on her face there, Georgia Vol. Not a lot she could have done with that one. That's a terrific ball. Just kind of laugh it off a little bit, smile off, and you face up for the next one.
Ted Lasso, Bear Goldfish.
That's good words of wisdom.
Here comes the tall Bell again, bowling to Vol, who's leaving outside the off stump.
Good decision. You can see she's really trying hard in terms of these routines, switching on, switching off, making good decisions.
End of the Bell over. So Vol unbeaten on 2, Litchfield on 1. Australia 3 without loss. England all out for 170. How would you go trying to switch between the formats? Six, you didn't play a lot of the red ball, longer format cricket. How would you go trying to get ready for it?
It's a good question. We didn't switch a lot. I guess it's like you said, you just get your head in the game. We'd always have that lead in with training. From memory, we played the test match at the start of a series, which I think sort of helps in terms of you got a bit longer to prepare, and preparation doesn't. It would have started before. They would have done some red ball, pink ball preparation, and then some one day, and then gone into that. So it's not just this final sort of week. The more you can get in and face the opening bowlers, I think the better with a new ball. It's just mindset, isn't it? And it doesn't change. Your routines don't change. Your routines don't change in terms of switching on for each delivery, queuing into whatever it might be in your game that you need to queue into.
So it will be Lauren Filer to bowl from the members' end of the ground. Quite a tall opening attack for England. 2 slips in a gully, right arm over the wicket, bowling to Litchfield. Angling across and letting it go, Litchfield.
It was well wide. Phoebe didn't really need to put too much thought into that one.
2 slips a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Bat pad under the lid, pitch and a half away, just in front of the popping crease, and then a fine leg as well. Are you surprised they left out Kate Cross?
Yes and no. I think there's some more injury there.
Filer in again, down the leg side. Hasn't quite got her line just yet.
We heard from the England camp that she was fit, had the okay to play, but she wasn't bowling fast enough. But, I mean, maybe her loads aren't up to it, and that comes with a great risk that she'll break down again partway through the test match. So I don't think it was so much a decision not to pick her as opposed to she really isn't ready. Her fitness isn't ready to play.
Here comes Filer again into the delivery stride and going back to defend. Here's Litchfield up on her toes. Ball goes out towards cover point.
Certainly leaves a big hole in the English bowling lineup for mine. Just in terms of experience and in terms of that ability to just stack up and build pressure over a period of time. I think Filer's been pretty good during the white ball series, but just lets the batters off the hook. He just hasn't quite got that consistency. He's bowled a terrific ball, but then in between that, lets the pressure off.
Filer past the umpire, full and straight, edging Litchfield on the bounce into the gully. Looking to drive, it squirts away there, but survives, does Phoebe Litchfield, a ball just outside off. Beautiful twilight period here at the MCG. Lights in full effect.
It's been a reasonable crowd that's come in. I'm not sure what my expectations were, but it's been a reasonable crowd.
10,057 throughout the day. Filer bowling. Leaving is Litchfield, very watchful, well outside the off stump. Taken low down by Jones. Worth mentioning too, so 26 overs minimum to be bowled by the English here, so we're into the second over, so 24 more after this.
There's been a lot of talk and a lot of hype around this test match, certainly in Melbourne, hearing it, whether it's been through kids' connections or the local cricket clubs. Certainly been a lot of interest in it.
Litchfield awaits Filer, gets a length delivery and glides it into the gully. A little bit of shape away there from Litchfield.
But you just
playing it nice and late.
Sorry, I was just going to say, but you do just wonder, with the series already being won, with England's performances not quite been where we'd want them to be, whether that might affect the number of people that choose to actually come and watch live.
I think what will be interesting too is, I mean, the big days were going to be Saturday and Sunday, and now you wonder perhaps if Australia, say, can put on a score, and if England are already under the pump come late tomorrow, depending on how quick this match moves, what that looks like.
That could be an exciting day to come and watch, couldn't it? See if Australia can get some wickets. I've had a lot of draws in recent Ashes history, so it'd be exciting to come and watch if a win was in Australia's grasp.
Bell from the Shane Warne stand end, new over, Vole driving, timing it well. Ball skips down towards the mid-off fielder in Siva Brunt. Very tall and long and lean is Bell, and runs in straight lines, almost Andy Caddick-like. Of all hands straight, arms straight.
It's a well-drilled running technique. That one just slightly over-pitched, allowing Ball to be on that front foot and confidently drive.
In she comes again, Bell. Bowling to Vole, shouldering arms. Through to the keeper it goes. Getting some shots of Georgia Vole's parents who were down there for the presentation of her cap earlier today and looking horribly nervous.
I tell you what, I'm just learning that it's much worse. Cricket's a much worse game as a parent.
There's just no lives in this game.
It's brutal.
Test cap 185 for Australia. Facing up to Bell again. Outside the off stump, forcing off the back foot, timing it well. Back foot cover drive. And that will settle the nerves again for Georgia Vole. First boundary at test level. Moves along to 6. The Aussies 7 without loss.
Wow, just too easy there. That one was too short. Easy for Vole to jump back on that back foot and really comfortably play it through the covers. Just hasn't found her line or length in this over. Test match cricket's all about building pressure.
Flash of the blade from Vole, who's facing again and going forward rock solid in that forward defensive.
That's a much better ball. See some good shape, getting some good away swing. Needs to try and bring those slips into play.
Phoebe Litchfield coming down the pitch and just encouraging her junior batting partner, which does sound funny to say because they're the same age at 21. Bell bowling again and standing tall, Vole on the back foot defensive stroke. So you could only imagine they would have played a lot of cricket together through the underage system, as much as Phoebe Litchfield was elevated at such a young age.
She wasn't in the underage much, but yeah, it certainly would have played against each other a lot coming through the ranks. It does signal a little red flag for me in terms of, we've spoken so much about where Australia's at, where's England at, but the fact that we've got two 21-year-old openers, and you look at that English lineup, they're not a young side.
Bell in and bowling, going full, Vole driving straight towards the cover. Picks out the fielder, end of the over. 7 without loss, the Aussies. England all out for 170. Vole on test debut, unbeaten on 6. Phoebe Litchfield is 1 not out at the other end. So 163 runs in arrears. Elsewhere in Gaul, Australia 5 for 600. Carey unbeaten on 25. Webster is 10 not out. As always, there's a call of that test on the ABC Listen app. You can click on the Test Match Cricket toggle, or we'd prefer you stick with us here at the Women's Ashes.
Surrounded by cricket at the minute, aren't we? The Big Bash finished in great form. I finally thought I might get the TV back and there might be no more cricket, but no, plenty more, which is terrific.
Filer beginning a new over and just jumping a little bit that delivery at Litchfield, who does well to play it down towards the gully.
She did very well not to try and turn that onto the leg side, but rather to play with the straight bat. smart Test cricket opening up against this new ball that is doing a little bit.
Very tall English bowling attack. There goes Filer in and bowling to Litchfield, beating her outside the off stump. Didn't chase after it though. Phoebe Litchfield did well in that department. 7 without loss, the Aussies.
Oh, that's another terrific ball. I think an extra bounce that she get as well is quite challenging. She bowls with really good pace, Filer, as well. That's a terrific ball.
I want you to do me a favour. Just watch the beginning of Lauren Filer's run up here. In she goes into her stride now, past the umpire to Litchfield. Defending very watchfully, right beneath her eyes, Phoebe Litchfield. It's the start of the run-up. It looks like a race walker, doesn't it?
That's exactly the words I was going to use to describe it. She looks like a race walker for the first sort of 3 metres of her run-up.
There's a speed walk element to it, and then into the stride.
Takes off. It's quite unique, isn't it? It's effective.
Very effective. Really into the race walker stride now. Now in and bowling. Wide on the crease, swinging it a little bit down the leg side. Well taken by Jones, low down the English keeper. 7 without loss midway through the 4th over of the Australian innings.
I've been pretty critical here, Ben, but in terms of the number of balls the Australians have had to play at, we've probably had 4 absolute cracker deliveries. But outside of that, not really been forced to make decisions.
You need a higher percentage than that, don't you? Filer to the left-handed Litchfield. Down the leg side, it flicks something. Bounces through to Jones. Taking a little bit of pad. Haven't got their lines or lengths right yet, England, and they've got a pink ball, brand new, under lights.
That's the thing. You've got to make the most of that. That's the one thing that's in your favour at the minute. You've probably got the best of the bowling conditions right now.
Because if they don't as well, pink ball will be soft, it'll be broad daylight, and it will be money for old rope for the Aussie bats. Filer arrives, full and straight, Litchfield turning, straight to the fielder, flicks it at the stumps. Great work under the lid there. In close at that pad. Is that Tammy Beaumont under there? I think it is. Great work. Nearly flushed it at the stumps for a run out, but end of the over, a maiden. Good over from Filer. In some ways, didn't concede a run, but a little errant.
Yeah, it was. You just got to string more balls together to build pressure. You can kind of pick the fielders, I reckon, that are happy to put the helmet on. Tammy Beaumont certainly fits the mould of energetic, wants to be part of everything, busy. Phoebe Litchfield's a little bit the same in terms of her energy and what a terrific fielder she is, but no surprise that Tammy Beaumont's under the helmet and doing such a terrific job.
Here comes Bell, running in and bowling to the right-handed Vol, who lifts it past that fielder under the lead. Beaumont just over her head, and they'll get a single. Could have easily been caught in there. Played it forcefully enough, did Georgia Vol. 8 without loss go the Aussies. Vol on to 6.
That wasn't far off Tammy Beaumont at all. Now my memory's a bit like a goldfish, but Georgia Vol, MCG, during the WBBL, she teed off here, didn't she?
She did. We did that game.
She is a batter you don't want to get settled at the MCG.
She made 90 not out.
She's got some great memories here.
Bell arriving now outside the off stump, and Litchfield lets it go. We did that game, I remember, and I think it might have been 96 not out or something of the like, winning runs.
And under pressure too, it was a great innings. And that WBBL fixture is actually probably really valuable in terms of the girls that played in that, coming into this game, a little bit more familiar with the ground, with the pitch, not being overawed by the occasion of playing here.
3 slips in a gully. Left-handed Litchfield is looking at Bell, who bowls outside the off-stumper, playing a miss. Litchfield going fishing. Just hanging her bat out. Lucky not to get an edge there.
It's a good delivery, just shaping back into the left-hander, forcing her to think that maybe she might have to play at that one.
And a few more balls in that sort of area, England. Beautiful evening in Melbourne. Litchfield picks up her bat, leaves the ball closer to the off stump this time, but a good length.
I wonder whether she's left that one as much on length as the line. Maybe not. Watching the replay, you can see her really working hard to go through those routines.
A little wander out towards square leg. Into the office there of Tammy Beaumont. Goes back and hammers her bat into the MCG turf. Faces Bell, goes forward. Turns it straight to that fielder Beaumont again. Under the lid there. Pitch and a half away from Phoebe Litchfield. A little bit of shape back in there from Lauren Bell. Maybe just finding her groove a little bit.
It's been a more consistent over, hasn't it? You can just see how much Tammy Beaumont's loving the opportunity to be under the helmet. That's something we don't get to do often. We don't have many test matches, so actually fielding close.
Last ball of the Bell over. Jones goes down behind the stumps. Bowls now Bell. Litchfield full face of the bat. Back down the pitch. End of the over. Just a one run from it. Bell starting to find her groove. Australia 8 without loss. Henry Moran is going to come in.
Grandstand cricket.
Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Well, in a tour for England where successes and good news has been pretty hard to come by, I think Lauren Bell has been excellent, actually. I think she's had a good series.
That's good. Got to hold on to these. You got to take the positives, and it certainly has been one.
You do a little bit, because there have not been many.
Filer's also been good. I feel like she's struggled a little bit just in that she hasn't bowled high enough percentage that have really challenged the ball at the minute, but her good balls are brilliant.
I think that's the thing. A little like Darcy Brown early in her career. You know that the good one is just round the corner. Here comes Filer then, start of a new over, and Vol plays very correctly. High elbow into the ground. The gulls are looming, hovering above the ground. It's a little like vultures at the end of the series, just waiting to pick up the bones of English women's cricket.
Oh dear, it's not that dire.
No, it's never that dire.
It has been a great series if you're an Australian supporter, though.
It has. And it's had its entertainment throughout, I think. Here comes Lauren Filer, 2 slips waiting, full toss, driven down the ground. That'll be 4 runs. And with Filer, you do get inconsistency. The good ball can sometimes be followed by a poor one. And Vol was happy to pick up the gift. Down the ground it goes, and though she prods and pokes at the pitch, that was not called into action for that delivery. It was a low full toss.
It's the hard bit, isn't it? This is just letting these Australian batters settle. It takes the pressure off. It means they can switch on for those good deliveries without the pressure of scoreboard or the feeling like they're facing too many balls without scoring.
Filer just loses her run-up. Good little stat. We've done this about the Australian age of Australian Test openers. Comparison between Gaul and the MCG. Here is Filer, full delivery, which is played back towards her, and she misses it in her follow-through, and there will be a single taken. So Australia move forward, 13 without loss. In Sri Lanka, Australian openers 38 years old and 43 days, which is a reasonable vintage between Usman Khawaja and Travis Head. Khawaja making 232, by the way. And in this game, 2 21-year-olds.
It's pretty remarkable, isn't it?
Filer in again to the left-handed Litchfield, leaves that alone through to Amy Jones. In that game, by the way. Sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say, what do you read into that? Why?
The future for Australian women's cricket is very, very bright, and Usman Khawaja is still an exceptional player. I would say, well, it's circumstance in it, because it easily could have been Alyssa Healy or Beth Mooney at the top of the order.
Correct.
So, I think what it just says, you've got 2 very talented, exciting players at the top of the order for Australia. Here comes Filer, and Litchfield will get a run there into the offside, just nudging it to the right of Dunkley at cover. In that game in Gaul, by the way, Australia, who elected to have a bat first, have faced 144 overs, and they are 605 for 5. Josh Inglis with a debut century Esme Khawaja becoming the first Australian to score a double 100 in Asia since Dizzy Gillespie.
Is that right?
I think so, yeah.
Wow.
Here comes Lauren Filer. It's a full delivery. She's driven towards cover and stopped. I liked what Jason Gillespie said. He said, welcome to the clubbers. Welcome to the club. End of the over, 14 without loss, 6 from it. 6 overs gone. Australia trail by 156 runs. So that is the state of play here. And if you do want to follow coverage and commentary of that game on ABC Grandstand from Gaul, you can do that as well. You can join the conversation with us here at the MCG on the text line 0467 920 222, on the email tms@bbc.co.uk is the way to get in touch. I had an email from Caroline in Bristol saying awful, and that's always a worrying sign, because you think, well, what have we done? Somebody said something terrible. Yeah. But actually, as the gulls sweep ever lower and Lauren Bell begins the approach, running into the left-handed Litchfield, she bowls a ball, she's driven down the ground and to the left of mid-off, well stopped by Filer. Caroline says, the only way you can describe England's performance is awful. However, your banter and comments are very funny and make up for the disappointment. That's for all of us, so we'll take that.
We'll take that. Very good, thank you, Caroline.
Lauren Bell at the end of a mark. The gulls have now pretty much all just landed on the outfield. Over to our right. They've obviously spotted something. Here comes Lauren Bell. Angled approach to Phoebe Litchfield. It's a rather ballooning delivery outside the off stump. Looping on through.
It's probably been oversaid, but Kate Cross has been a big loss, a big gap that's been left in this English bowling lineup, and just the leadership of the team, I think, as well.
I think under these conditions, floodlights on, pink ball would have been perfect for Kate Cross. And she's here today. She's carrying drinks. She'll know that as well. Lauren Bell runs in and bowls to Litchfield, who defends confidently and pretty comfortably as well. And Australia will also know this is the danger period. England have managed to extract pretty much twice as much swing from these early overs as Australia managed. But so far, there's a couple that have beaten the bat, but it's not been quite the sense of jeopardy that we saw almost right from the off. Maya Boucher was out 4th ball of the game before we'd even got upstairs from our pre-match show. In comes Lauren Bell to bowl to Phoebe Litchfield, past the umpire now and driving down the ground. That is a glorious shot. A little gentle push, but the timing sees the ball rocket away, and up go the gulls, almost in acknowledgement of the quality of the stroke, as if the outfield sizzled in appreciation. That is a brilliant shot.
Some credit has to go to Georgia Boll, who did a very good job of getting out of the way of it as well. Timing, just beautiful, wasn't it? Just raced away without any effort.
You will have timed plenty like that. I have never timed a shot like that.
I don't believe that.
You've not seen me bad. In comes Lauren Bell, and Litchfield up on her toes will get a single into the offside if she's quick. Throw comes in from Wyatt Hodge, and they do get through for 1. So the score moves forward to 19 without loss. Australia trail by 151.
Your sense of timing with the jokes and your commentary stuff, you're all over it.
Yeah.
We stick to our strengths, eh?
Stick to our strengths. You're very kind. Thing is, we don't get to play terribly often, because the English summer doesn't have many nice weekends.
Sounds like you're feeding into an excuse there.
Maybe. Well, a gull has distracted Lauren Bell as it swooped low. There must be 100, 150 out there. Here comes the England fast bowler. There's a short leg in place, 2 slips and a gully, and the Volt is edging and caught. There's the first wicket. Amy Jones with the safe hands. Australia lose their first. It's Vol that goes for 12. And Lauren Bell celebrates a wicket in what has been an excellent opening spell. She's bowled 4 overs and now has got 1 for 13.
A loose shot there from Georgia Vol. It's a good delivery. It was well outside off. Probably didn't need to be played at, but attempted Vol into the shot. Just drawing the edge, unfortunately, and a good solid catch. It's well wide when we look at the replay. Well wide. Probably in hindsight, a ball she should have left.
She'll know that. And it was just that one where your eyes light up. And I wonder, actually, if the beginning of the run-up followed by the pause and the stop and just those little fractions that can see a moment of concentration go. Right then. Thank you very much, Sarah, for the time being. Alex Hartley has come to join us, fresh to celebrate what has seen England picking up a first wicket here. Under the floodlights at the MCG, crowd of around 10,000 in. I think a few have probably drifted home. It's a chilly night out there, as we see. Coming to the middle, Annabelle Sutherland, who scored 100, brilliant 100 against England in that Ashes Test match at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, no, Elise Perry coming in at number 3 for Australia. Whether or not that injury is more of a concern than we think.
You've still got that stress ball, Alex.
I've had it all day. I'll have it for the rest of the Test match.
Do you think?
It's amazing. It's something for me to fiddle with. I like fiddling.
I know, and sometimes you click a pen, which is
yeah,
not, just
exactly.
not just annoying for me, but also the listeners.
Yeah, so at least this is silent, apart from when I throw it against the window.
Yeah, you stop that. Litchfield and Filer were about to resume battle, with England having picked up a wicket, that of Georgia Voll. And it was a decent enough catch from Amy Jones. There were the slight sort of simple hands, weren't there? But she managed to take it cleanly enough.
Yep, got the wicket, that's all that matters. And Voll just chasing a wide one, didn't need to play at it, and that's the discipline of Test cricket, when you go from white ball to pink ball in this case.
Well, here comes Filer to bowl to Litchfield, drops that down into the offside, and there is no run. We had an SMS from Nick in Adelaide. I know I'm a hopeless romantic, but it is the first ever day-night test at the MCG. I just hope these women take a moment to consider their place in history, alongside other lauded names that have graced the hallowed turf. Specifically, Taylor Swift. They're playing cricket where Taylor Swift played You're Losing Me. Amazing. In comes Filer, driven into the offside, and there'll be no run from the bat of Phoebe Litchfield. Well, Katy Perry's played here. Been all sorts of that.
Yeah.
Tina Turner, I think, has played here.
G Flip earlier.
Yeah.
We got Bluey.
Have we?
Yeah. Don't know what day or when. I think it must be Saturday. Get the kids down.
Yeah, you'd have thought so. In comes Filer, elbows jutting out. She runs past the umpire now. It's a shorter ball this time that Litchfield stabs into the onside towards Lauren Bell.
It's interesting that Sutherland's come out at number 3 and not Perry. We know that Perry had that slight injury concern and she went off the field for a long period of time.
Also, Healy could have easily, carded to come in at 4. You'd have thought would be the one that would go straight up the order. So there are a few walking wounded in the Australian lineup. Landing awkwardly on her hip was the word from Cricket Australia, Perry. Left alone outside the off stump by Litchfield. The gulls continue to increase in number.
We managed to stop the pigeons earlier, but there's nothing stopping the seagulls land on this outfield.
Well, what can you do? Unless you put a big net above the stand.
Well, you can see them all perched on top as well.
Yeah, they're just thinking about when they're going to make their swoop down. I wonder if there's some grass seed or something.
Must be. I wonder if they know what happened to their mate.
Oh, don't. No. In comes Filer. Outside the off stump, chased by Litchfield, and it goes through to Amy Jones. You mean the one got hit the other night? I know.
BBL.
I know, that wasn't very good. There was one years ago in a BBL match. That was hit and then was carried to the boundary edge. And about 5 minutes later, its head poked up.
Came back to life.
Carried on with its death, sort of had a sort of DRS.
Not dead.
Impact in line. Seagull living. In comes Filer. Full delivery. Ooh, finds the outer half of the bat. Goes out towards point. There's no run. Filer concludes a maiden over. She's bowled 4 none for 6. And I think England have been pretty impressive with the ball so far. 8 overs gone. Australia have just got 19 on the board. 1 wicket down.
Yeah, they have. They've been really impressive with the ball so far. Lauren Filer getting the ball to shape. And Lauren Bell the same, just adding a little bit of pressure. Australia, they'll be pretty confident. They only trail by 151, England being bowled out for 170. They've been dominant throughout this series, haven't they? It's the word that we've used most days because that's the way that they have been, that's the way they've played. And they were very impressive with the ball. A few drop catches, but we see that in Test cricket, don't we?
Yeah.
5, Rick, did you say? Drop catches for Australia? Yeah, 5.
And a missed stumping.
Oh, yeah, there was that one. That was a harsh one, though.
Lauren Bell with a straight approach, runs in from the far end, driven beautifully by Sutherland and beats the dive of the fielder, who's fell rather in stages. It has to be set at mid-off, and the ball goes whistling out towards the ropes to bring a boundary from the first ball of the over. Sutherland's first ball shows she means business. That was a lovely shot.
Great shot from Sutherland, and this is the impressive thing about this Australia side. It doesn't matter if there's an injury and Elise Perry can't come in at number 3. You've got somebody just as good that can fill the role. It's not a bad delivery at all from Lauren Filer, but Sutherland with a long stride forward just punches it past Nat Sivabrunt at mid-off.
It's a great shot. This next delivery is defended very correctly from deep in the crease by Sutherland, who played so brilliantly in that Test match at Trent Bridge in the 2023 Ashes. She
also had a double century.
Yeah, against South Africa at the WACA, but it was 137 not out against England. Such control in that innings. 184 balls she faced. Here we go then. Here comes Laura Bell to bowl to her. And this is helped away down towards fine legs. A chase on for Dunkley, who will pick up. And the score moves to 1 for 24. Australia trail by 146. I reckon there is, within our eye line, there's got to be 200, 300 seagulls.
Maybe a seagull for every member of the public in the stands.
No, it's much fuller than that. It has thinned out a little bit because it's chilly.
It's freezing, isn't it?
Update from Cricket Australia. Perry will not bat tonight, reassessed in the morning. Litchfield taps the ball towards Beaumont at short leg.
Well, this is an interesting debate. We're talking about Sutherland coming in instead of Elise Perry, who you just said won't bat today. On the TV, they're saying, who will be the greatest? After 87 matches, Perry had 573 runs, Sutherland 1,345 runs at an average of 33. 500s already. Mind you, Perry had more wickets. Perry 113, Sutherland 86. Very close in numbers.
In comes next delivery, which gets Litchfield a bit of a tangle. Plays the ball into the pads. I mean, you say close in numbers, not in terms of runs or average, then,
not in terms
wickets.
In terms of wickets, average 21 for Perry, 22 for Sutherland. Economy of 4.2 for Perry, 4.8 for Sutherland. But Sutherland's batting average after 86 matches is considerably higher than Perry's.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing she's played that many games, really. You know her as well, playing Welsh Fire together in the 100.
Good egg.
I'd love it if you said bad egg. No, she always strikes me so as very level-headed, is what the impression I get. As Litchfield defends back up the track, and there is no run. Righto, I'm getting out of the way, Alex, with the score at 1 for 24. 24 for 1. Australia trail by 146. Don't forget, BBC Sport website and app for your highlights if you're in the UK. We'll have a podcast for you on BBC Sounds, wherever you are in the world, to enjoy that. Alex, you're going to be joined in a moment by Matt Clinch.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listener.
Thank you, Henry. Australia 1 for 24 after 9 overs. Phoebe Litchfield is on 7. Annabelle Sutherland is on 5. And Nat Sivabrunt coming into the attack from the members' end here at the MCG. She was the standout with the bat. 6 consecutive innings where she scored 50 in Test matches for England. She's tried to do her best to keep this English side in the fight and not go back to the UK without a victory, or at least showing some fight here in Australia.
Helps if I turn myself on. Yeah, she was good with the bat, wasn't she? As she always has been. She's probably not scored the mountain of runs she would have liked. She's been she's been brilliant against Australia in the past. You know, there's 2 back-to-back ODI centuries in the 2023 Ashes.
Nat Sever-Bryant with 2 slips in place as she comes in to Annabelle Sutherland, pushing forward and off the outside edge. It's fielded out point. Bit of enthusiasm by Danny White-Hodge in the field. That's what England need.
Yeah, they do. But she showed some fight with the bat, didn't she? Some impetus. She absorbed pressure when needed to. But we just got bowled again by a lovely delivery.
Alana King. Sever-Bryant right arm over the wicket comes in and forward. Annabelle Sutherland is defending back down the pitch. Australia 1 for 24. Georgia Vole was out for 12 on debut. What do you feel like, Alex, would be a satisfactory end of the day from an England point of view, having been dismissed for 170?
Bowl them out for 30.
I more meant how many wickets would you like to see England have Australia down at the end of the day? Now it's Sever-Bryant wide of the off stump as forward comes Sutherland, little inside edge. And another dot ball. 3 dot balls to start this over.
Got 50 minutes left of the day.
Have you got one more?
Yeah,
I would
one
almost
more.
say that's a pass.
One more. I think I'm being greedy if I say 2.
Get Annabelle Sutherland. That would feel like a crucial wicket given her record in Test cricket. Elise Perry, questions around her fitness with that hip concern. Sever-Bryant angling it in on middle stump. A bit more width than Annabelle Sutherland can play it wide of the fielder at mid-wicket. Quickly shuffles away for a single. She moves to 6. Australia 1 for 25 in the 10th over.
She's done well there as Sutherland, as all the seagulls were definitely in her eye line as Sever-Bryant's running into bowl there. Flying across the sight screen.
Yeah, the interesting stat in which you're referencing Annabelle Sutherland is she has 2 Test centuries. Elise Perry has 2 Test centuries. So to think that Sutherland is just at the early stage of her career, Phoebe Litchfield is happy to let this ball go through to Amy Jones behind the stumps. Australia 1 for 25. And just how good could Annabelle Sutherland be? 23 years of age, turns 24 in October, batting all-rounder.
So she's a newbie, a new 23 as well.
Well, feels like she's been around forever. Dad James was the CEO of Cricket Australia for such a long time. Brother Will, captains Victoria here. As Phoebe Litchfield comes forward, watchful for Nat Sever-Bryant with her first over and defends into the offside. Just the 1 run coming from that over. Australia 1 for 25. Litchfield on 7. Sutherland on 6. England posting 170 earlier in the day. Nat Sever-Bryant top scoring with 51 from 129 deliveries. Matt Clinch and Alex Hartley with you on ABC Sport and through the BBC. 10 overs in, 26 overs required for the day's play. We have half an hour to try and get through the allotted overs if we need to, but I think everyone's hoping that 100 overs a day.
Yeah.
It's been some good intent from both the Australian and the English players to try and get through their overs as much as they can, and a crowd of just over 10,000, which has been a great indication as they look to try and break the cumulative crowd record of just over 23,000. Start of a new over, off an outside edge, Annabelle Sutherland as Lauren Bell is drawing her forward. And it's fielded at backward point.
Yeah, Sutherland just closing the face of her bat there, trying to knock the ball into the onside, thick outside edge. Just playing right across her front pad there, Annabelle Sutherland.
Lauren Bell with 16 wickets throughout her Test career. She's just played the 4 Test matches, so she's the player that very much from an England point of view hoping to continue to thrive. Right arm over the wicket, full to Sutherland. And she pushes it out to mid-on.
Yeah, got 8 in the last Test match against South Africa. Bowled so well, and it was good to see her bowl so nicely, as she has done actually throughout this Women's Ashes series. Been really consistent. She's got the ball to move off the surface. I've been really impressed with her, actually.
Right arm fast medium, bowling just under 110 kilometres from the Shane stand end. Having turned 24 in January. And she's at the top of her mark coming in to Annabelle Sutherland. She squares her up and just pushes it into the onside. There is a short leg in place, so pressure on Sutherland to try and just find a way to rotate the strike here. And this is what Australia did well with their bowling and their fielding, has just really squeezed England.
Yeah, she's good in there, Tammy Beaumont. She stops so many runs, takes some brilliant catches at short leg, and she's chirpy as well. England are going to need that energy that she brings as well. She's obviously not been around the team while they played the T20s.
2 slips, Gully, short leg. There's Bell in once more, this time wider of the off stump, and Sutherland's happy to let it go by.
So that extra bit of energy that Beaumont will bring in there at short leg, the bit of chirp, energy around the team, will only lift this England side.
Had a listener question a little bit earlier about the fitness of Kate Cross. Obviously frustration from her point of view that she hasn't been able to play a part in this Women's Ashes. Filer and Bell, so the next generation very much being thrust into this Women's multi-format Ashes series. As Bell, right arm over the wicket, comes into Sutherland. Big stride down the pitch and pushes the full ball away. 1 for 25 in the 11th over.
It's been good to see that they can cope without her, though. Obviously, it would be amazing for her to have played, for her to have been able to play some part in this Ashes series. Lauren Bell, Lauren Filer have been good with the ball. So whenever that time comes, whether it be 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, whatever it may be, England will have their seamers ready to take over.
Bell's been consistent this over, a full ball angling in and off stump, and that completes a maiden as Annabelle Sutherland just digs out the full delivery. Australia 1 for 25 with Sutherland on 6, Litchfield on 7. The 1 wicket to fall. Georgia Vole was caught by Amy Jones from the bowling. Old Bell full caught the outside edge, out for 12. Australia were 1 for 19 in the 7th over. And I think some drinks are going to be brought out onto the field. So the Seagulls flying in the night sky. And Australia 1 for 25 with Annabelle Sutherland on 8 and Phoebe Litchfield on 7. Drinks are on the field.
Men's Test cricket is back. Sri Lanka versus Australia.
He's bowled. That's it.
On now on the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Comes the England fast bowler. There's a short leg in place, 2 slips and a gully. And Vole is edging and caught. There's the first wicket. Amy Jones with the safe hands. Australia lose their first. It's Vole that goes for 12. And Lauren Bell celebrates a wicket in what has been an excellent opening spell.
A loose shot there from Georgia Vole, tempted Vole into the shot, just drawing the edge, unfortunately, and a good solid catch.
Drinks break at the MCG. Australia 1 for 25 after England were all out for 170. Phoebe Litchfield is on 7. Annabelle Sutherland is on 6. And a maiden from Lauren Bell before the drinks break. 11 overs in, 26 overs required for the day. A crowd of just over 10,000, 10,057 in at the MCG for a historic day-night test match. The update from the Australian camp is that Elise Perry injured her hip while fielding in the outfield, trying to tap a ball back inside the rope. She won't bat tonight and will be assessed tomorrow morning. So I guess everyone, Alex Hartley alongside Matt Clinch, will be keeping a close eye on the Australian warm-up. Well, it's pretty relaxed, but on this occasion, I think everyone's going to be monitoring Elise Perry just to see how her movement is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. See how she moves tomorrow, see if she has a bat, see how she pulls up in the morning. But, yeah, landed awkwardly on her hip was the message that we got.
Was scheduled to come in at number 3. Annabelle Sutherland elevated up the order. Even Alyssa Healy, given the fact that she hasn't really played since those women's one-day internationals. Probably don't get nervous, but she's only playing in her 10th women's test match, so she'd be eager not to be in tonight, wouldn't she?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Just look after me, guys.
But she'll back herself if she has to be, you know.
Of course.
Batting in a different position to what she has done in the past as well. A little bit further down the order, up the order, for her. Normally got the keeping gloves on. We saw her break 2 digits in the last test match she played in the 2023 test match. So, yeah, she's not got the gloves. She's been planted at first slip. So, it's good to see that she's fit to play after the struggles that she has had.
Absolutely. Nat Severbrunt is going to continue from the members' end. Comes into Annabelle Sutherland and looks to work it off her pads. It's fielded at mid-wicket. Start of the 12th over, Australia 1 for 25 on the SMS in Australia, 0467 920 222. Andrew from the Gold Coast, great commentary on the Women's Ashes. Special mention to Henry and Alex for their concise, knowledgeable and funny commentary, impartial and brilliant teamwork. Thanks for your great work. Now it's Severbrunt in, past the umpire, and Sutherland's Litchfield it is who's forward and defending back down the pitch.
I've never had to give out as much money as I have to get people to text in this trip, honestly. 20 quid for you, Andrew, as well.
Dan in Canberra, I love Henry as a commentator, but you know England is struggling when we are getting a blow-by-blow of the Seagulls. Well, there are a lot of Seagulls on the outfield of the MCG. Litchfield is awaiting. Nat Sciver-Brunt full outside the off stump. Driven to mid-off, quickly through for the single. And the throw is wide from Sophie Eccleston at the non-striker's end. England 1 for 26. Trying to just keep rotating the strike.
Yeah, it was a good bit of fielding there from, I think it's Rihanna McDonald-Gay at mid-on. Release the ball quickly. Threw the ball to the striker's end. An extra little bit of oomph in that.
Sciver-Brunt back of a length, and this time Sutherland is nudging it into the offside. 1 for 26. Australia trailing by 144 runs. And Catherine from Western Sydney. Perhaps Taylor Swift singing Cruel Summer at the MCG this time last year was a warning for the English. That's not nice.
It wasn't this time last year. It was this time 5 years ago.
Sciver-Brunt, short ball. Sutherland trying to get underneath it. I think there was an edge on it. Was there, or did it maybe come off the helmet? The slip cordon were up. They might be keen to have a look, and I think this has clipped the helmet on the way through. Sutherland was offering no real emotional response, so she wasn't all that worried.
Yeah, Sciver-Brunt just taps her head and says, think it was helmet. On the way through as well. Captain Heather Knight doesn't go upstairs for it. We see the replay. Tries to hook the ball into the onside. Does it just hits her on the helmet? So I'm guessing we're going to have some sort of concussion check as well.
Sutherland mid-pitch with Phoebe Litchfield. I think they're all waiting to see if a trainer will come out just to make sure she is okay.
Well, the Aussie physio's probably a little bit busy with Elise
Here they
Perry.
come.
Annabelle Sutherland's going to meet her halfway. What day is it? I don't know, first day of the test match. What time is it? Honestly, no idea. Sun's gone down, look at the big screen, 9:20.
This is the right thing to do, but everybody is waiting a few moments just to make sure she's okay, but seemed pretty innocuous and right off the very top of the helmet with the short ball going through. You mightn't have been aware, but Taylor Swift performed here at the MCG last year. 3 nights in a row.
No, she
96,000.
Did she? She did it again. So she performed here 4 times.
She's popular everywhere she goes around the world.
She loves the G.
No exception here.
My bad.
Sutherland's been given the green light, but wasn't quite ready as Nat Sciver-Brunt was just about to release the ball. That's about as late as you can decide that you're not quite ready, pulling back and putting her left hand out to apologise. Something caught her eye. There are seagulls flying behind the sight screen, so I know Ben Cameron was explaining normally there's a wire that takes place and a sound which they try and use for the AFL to make it a bit easier, but the seagulls flying right across the pitch, making it just a little bit hard for the batters to concentrate.
Right.
It's like an Alfred Hitchcock movie.
Just a little bit. Now Sutherland is ready. She comes forward and off an outside edge, drives down to Bell, who does the fielding at mid-off.
Well, you'd be filthy, wouldn't you, if you did get bowled off a delivery when the seagulls are flying in front of the sight screen. They're all over the gaff.
1 run off the over. Australia 1 for 26 after 12 overs. Sutherland is on 6. Litchfield is on 8. Matt Clinch alongside Alex Hartley, and we're watching the seagulls as they swing from the left to the right. Trying to work out exactly how much of a distraction they are proving for a run at the moment.
This is madness. There are so many out there. They are literally covering half of the field, and there's more that are coming down now.
What do you reckon? 200? 300?
Easy. And there's so many perched up at the top of the G as well.
It's got us all now curious as Lauren Bell starts a new over from the Shane Warne stand in into the pads of Phoebe Litchfield, who just turns it around the corner and beats the bat pad to get a single, backward a square. Litchfield a 9, 1 for 27.
They're so close, flying so close to this commentary box. I'm sort of frightened one's going to fly inside.
Well, you got your little squeezy cricket ball. No, hang on to that. Don't throw that out the window. That will get us all in trouble.
No, but I will pepper a seagull with it. it's soft. It'll just get it to go away.
Just need some chips or something to lure them away. They are on the outfield of the MCG as Bell comes in, and Sutherland is forward, batting about a foot outside her crease at the moment as she defends back down the pitch.
Yeah, just looking to navigate the swing if there is any from Lauren Bell. We've seen a little bit this afternoon, or this evening, sorry. I tell you, I kept saying good morning to everyone this morning, and it wasn't this morning. The game started at 2:30. Everyone was like, afternoon. I was like, oh yeah.
It's the morning somewhere in the world, but yep, old habits die hard. Sutherland awaiting. Bell down the leg side this time. And Amy Jones just shuffles across to the left and gathers it cleanly. Did you expect the pink ball would do a little more than what we've seen so far?
No, I don't think so. You'd expect it to a little bit under the lights, but it's more the perception of the pink ball than anything else for me. But once you've got that new ball in hand, you have to take advantage of it while it is swinging. But we did see in the first innings it was swinging more from this end,
yes,
media end or whatever it's called, than the far end.
As Bell is in once more, Sutherland has beaten as she comes forward. Nice little bit of shape there.
Yeah, a little bit of lift as well from Lauren Bell. Goes past the shoulder of Sutherland's bat, who just takes her bat away at the last minute. Well bowled by Lauren Bell, who's bowled very well again today.
In her 7th over, 1 for 19. A rice smile from Amy Jones. She takes it behind the stumps. Tali McGrath was interesting. She spoke about how had the ball swinging a little bit more in Adelaide than she did in Brisbane. So just the different conditions, the humidity. As Bell comes in, Sutherland's trying to poke it into the offside, but can't get a single here as it's fielded by Danny White-Hodge at backward point. Just the 1 run so far off this over. England with 2 slips and a gully in place. They're getting cold in that little sort of alfresco area they've got on the boundary line there. The opportunity for 50 to 60 fans to sit inside the fence.
Anyone can go in it as well.
Can they?
Yeah, you just have to register yourself at gate 5, I think it is.
Yeah, look at you providing information for any fans wanting to come along tomorrow or across the weekend.
Get yourself to ground level.
We're almost at 9:30, which is the scheduled stumps time, so play will be extended until 10 p.m. All the minimum number of bowlers are overs are achieved. 13 overs in, needing 26 for the day, so we've still got a bit of work to do. As Bell comes into Sutherland, who drives back down the pitch, and Bell puts out a left foot at it, was able to ricochet it, and wants to be careful there not to do any damage to her foot. It was good fielding in the end and prevented probably at least 1 or 2 runs. So 1 run from the over, Australia at 1 for 27.
Yeah, good little slide tackle that from Lauren Bell in the end. Saved 4 and tapped the ball straight to mid-off.
Seagulls still on the outfield here at the MCG. Crowd of just over 10,000 in attendance. Some of them no doubt would have made their way home in preparation for work and school tomorrow, but we are back from 2:30 p.m. tomorrow, so hopefully with Friday a lot more people will continue to come in to witness this historic day-night test match. Nat Sciver-Brunt starting her 3rd over. She has the figures of none for 2 as she starts this new over. Outside the off stump into Phoebe Litchfield, who defends into the offside. Tammy Beaumont does the fielding. The only part with the day-night test, and we find this in the men's as well, is that the nights just go like that. All of a sudden you're finished and it's, from your point of view, TV or other radio commitments, and yep, it's 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock by the time you get home. Nat Sciver-Brunt comes in. Beautiful drive through the offside by Phoebe Litchfield. Dissects the field and it runs down to the rope for 4. First time in a while Australia have had a boundary as the Aussies move to 1 for 31 in the 14th over.
Yeah, really nicely played from Litchfield as well. Just a punch through the covers. Maybe a fraction full from Sciver-Brunt. And the ball races through the Seagulls, who now go to the other side of the ground. There are quite a few that are behind Sciver-Brunt that could be quite off-putting here for Phoebe Litchfield.
The rope is sort of brought in about 20 metres from where the fence is, and you get good value for your shots on this MCG outfield. Litchfield to 13 as she awaits Nat Severbrunt. Full delivery outside, or angling it in on off stump, and it's dug out and fielded at mid-off. 5 fours in the Australian innings so far. Sort of hear the seagulls in the background. You're listening to hear where the England camp are providing plenty of encouragement. Severbrunt, beautiful delivery with a nice bit of shape there, and Phoebe Litchfield has a bit of a look behind her as it's taken by Amy Jones on the bounce.
Yeah, I don't know how that's missed off stump, to be completely honest. It's a great delivery from Severbrunt as it nips away from Phoebe Litchfield, and it just misses off stump. Stays quite low as well. It would have hit about halfway up off stump.
Actually nipped away too much. If it had just kept straight, it would have cannoned into off stump. Litchfield now awaits Nat Severbrunt and gets full and defends into the onside. Australia 1 for 31 in the 14th over. Just changing her pace a little bit as well. Severbrunt. Slip in play still. There's Litchfield on 13. Comes forward and just defends once more. Watchful to see out this over in which just that boundary came from it. Australia 1 for 31. Litchfield on 13. Sutherland on 6. Thanks to Alex Hartley. We're going to have a double change. So Elliott is here alongside Michelle Gosgo, and in a moment, Gozzy and Ben Cameron are coming in.
Women's International Cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Just another manic Monday. Wish it was Sunday.
Thanks, Clichy. 1 for 31 are Australia in reply to England's 170. Bell in operation from the Shane Warne stand end of the ground. 2 slips in a gully as she arrives to bowl and Sutherland leaves. Michelle Gosco in position alongside me.
Evening, Ben. I got my cup of tea ready. How cool is this? I actually just took a moment to have a look and go, wow, here we are playing a pink ball day-night test match at the MCG. Wow.
I think I meant to say me, Ben Cameron, but I kind of just stopped after me. It probably sounded like I assumed that everyone would know. It wasn't meant to come out like that.
They should.
No. 2 slips in a gully as Sutherland facing Bell down the leg side. There's a quick flush at it on her hip, but a play and a miss through to the keeper.
Interesting here for, obviously, England have had a tough day, haven't they? Dismissed. Did think that it would have been easier to bat earlier on here this afternoon. A bit harder under lights, obviously, with the pink ball as it usually is.
Good news for the Aussies is that it will be soft tomorrow in the daytime, and you would think they could plunder the English then. Bell bustles in again. Sutherland goes forward off the outside half of the bat. Out to cover point. Picked up right on the edge of the square.
Just looking out here and see how many seagulls there are here. There wouldn't be this many during AFL, surely.
No, they kind of get scurried off because the play moves around a lot more than cricket, whereas it's very centralised to cricket, isn't it?
Can't imagine the English should be too used to this.
No. I do like this text, though. It says, so, MCG stands for many seagulls. Bell bowls, Sutherland for defensive, pushing out to cover. See, it's funny, Rick, because the S, the C sounds like the S.
Do you know what? I saw Rick look over. He was like, okay, what have I missed something? And then I went, okay, there you go. C. Very good.
Yeah. I actually think that's quite clever. You happy with that, Rick?
That's very good for you, Ben.
No, it wasn't me. That was actually off the SMS line. That's why it was good for me. Yeah. Bell arrives and bowls, and Sutherland pulling. Not with great timing, but out through mid-wicket. And at least one, and then they'll come back for a couple. 1 for 33.
I ventured downstairs with the past players function, and it was great to see the Afghan women here. We played a match earlier this morning. also have dignitaries down there as well. So it's a great catch-up, and it's a real celebration of women.
Minding your P's and Q's down there?
I was, absolutely. Absolutely.
How do the other half live?
Pretty well.
Yeah.
More food than I've eaten all day anyway.
Sutherland on strike. And just fending at a ball outside the off stump, out to the point fielder, no chance of a single. 1 for 33 are the Aussies. Sutherland on 8, Litchfield on 13. Just a reminder that Sutherland batting at 3 here. That is because Elise Perry injured her hip diving in the outfield to save a boundary, and won't bat tonight, will be reassessed tomorrow morning. That is a real concern.
Oh, that'd be horrible for Elise Perry and Australia as well. Absolute goat of Australian cricket. So hopefully she can get some work done tonight, come back tomorrow and be okay to play.
The Aussie wicket to have fallen in this innings. Georgia Vole out for 12 on debut. Siva Brunt to continue from the members' end. Right arm over to Litchfield on the drive. Hits it straight to the fielder at mid-off. Interesting field here. A slip, a gully, a point. Cover is slightly closer than absolutely conventional. Just beyond the edge of their square. Then they've got a short extra cover. 2 pitch widths away from the pitch we're playing on at the moment. Mid-off, mid-on, catching mid-wicket, and then a deep backward square as Siva Brunt bowls. Litchfield rock solid in that forward defensive, right out of the textbook there.
Yeah, gully's quite close. That's where I used to field, and obviously it's a clear plan against Phoebe Litchfield. Seen her dismissed a number of times actually throughout the white ball series with the reverse sweep. I don't think she'll be employing that here this evening.
Seen a few fields from Australia and now England as Siva Brunt delivers again. Litchfield very watchful for defensive. Pushes out to that cover fielder. They just suggest maybe the pitch is a little bit slower than we think.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a number of times actually when the Australians were in the field that a number of the balls sort of dropped before the slips caught in there. Notably the one with Elisa Healy at first slip. So just slowing up a little bit here at the MCG.
Siva Brunt runs away from us, delivers to Litchfield outside the off stump. Happy to let it pass is Litchfield.
Yeah, the old sucker ball, that one. Yeah, she was nearly going to go at it, but it was enough away that she could just let that safely go through to Amy Jones, the keeper. It almost looked like, just watching Nat Siva Brunt with ball in hand, she was pretty good for England, I thought. Their best batter here this afternoon.
Litchfield awaits Siva Brunt. Straight delivery on the leg stump. Knocks it along the ground for that catching mid-wicket.
It's interesting, isn't it, that normally with the pink ball you sort of see the seamers come into play. They're the ones who sort of break the game open, but it was Alana King for me. I know that Kim Garth got a wicket in the first over, but for me, Alana King, she just keeps getting better and better, doesn't she?
Jones goes down, Siva Brunt arrives, and Litchfield goes forward to defend again. Just finding the spot here, Siva Brunt. 1 for 33, the Aussies, a maiden there from the English medium pacer. Litchfield on 13, Sutherland on 8. Recapping the day, Australia won the toss. They bowled first. Maya Bouchier didn't last long. They were 1 for 3 when she was out for 2. England eventually 3 for 47 when Heather Knight was out. It was Alana King, the pick of the Aussie bowlers. 23 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 45. England all out for 170. Then in their first innings here, the Aussies, Georgia Vole out for 12 on Test debut. And Sophie Eccleston is going to come in and have a bowl. What do you think of this decision?
Yeah, I don't mind this. Obviously, she's ranked very highly in world cricket, predominantly with the white ball, but it's worked well for Australia here, and why not chuck it up here for Sophie Eccleston?
35 wickets at tick under 30 in Test match cricket. She's taken 10 wickets in a match before as well.
Yeah, and she's still only 25 as well. Interesting watching her mark her run up here. She has the old under 10 mark where you sort
use
of
your feet.
Yeah, your heel sort of goes to your front toe and then you keep going that way. Oh, love it.
Bowling her slow left arm orthodox. Flailing her arms and now bowling here to Sutherland. Well forward to defend. 3 catches around the bat. Slip, silly mid off, bat pad. What can Eccleston extract from this wicket? Bowling again. Sutherland forward, nearly to the bat pad. It landed just in front of them. Squirted between their legs. Half chance perhaps. Bouchier in there under the lid.
Yeah, that's the way. Put the tallest player in the team in at short leg.
Stay low. Eccleston bowls. Flatter, quicker. Sutherland knocks it straight into Bouchier. On the bounce.
But also then, Ben, it also creates a bigger sort of target space for the batter. So, in a way, she's got long reach as well. So there's pros and cons to being in that position. And the Australians didn't really employ this, did they? With a silly mid on and a silly mid off.
Sutherland awaits. Now sweep, strikes her on the pad, big appeal for leg forward. No. Not out. What do we think about that? Doesn't look like there's going to be too much of a conference.
No. And I think that one just going down the leg side there. Got to be a little bit careful here, though. Sutherland. So should be getting some batting advice as well from the fielders around the bat.
Eccleston unfurls and Sutherland very watchful here with her defensive stroke on the front stool. The Aussie women seem to have put any aggressive strokes away here, making sure they get through to stumps. About 18 minutes away from it. Eccleston bowls. Sutherland goes back and pushes back down the pitch.
That's over.
1 for 33, end of the Eccleston over. Sutherland on 8. Litchfield on 13. Ben Cameron, Michelle Gosco, Grandstand Cricket here on ABC Sport.
Gossi, you were talking about Alana King getting better. In the previous 4 tests, she only had 4 wickets. So she's actually doubled them in one day in the 5th test.
What about career quartiles through the white ball cricket, Rick?
I'll have to look up one.
He's put you on the spot.
I know that Rick loves his quartiles, but it's a good method to devise how someone is tracking broadly in their career, and you would think that there's been an uptick in terms of strike rate average with Alana King, the way she's been bowling. Constantly improving. Australia 1 for 33. Australia trailing by 137 runs.
That's amazing. I mean, with leg spinners and finger spinners, they often get better the older they get. That's certainly the case with Alana King.
New over from McDonald Gay, a new bowler into the attack with her right arm mediums and driven out into the covers by Phoebe Litchfield there. Wide half volley knocked down by Tammy Beaumont.
Oh, you just mentioned, Ben, about shutting up shop, and sometimes that can create opportunities for the opposition. A little bit more tentative than you normally would be.
McDonald Gay in and bowling. Short ball pulling is Litchfield. Behind square, but a fielder out in the deep. And a deep backward square, just one. Yeah, you don't want to become too tentative because it can just bleed into your defensive strokes and the way you're moving generally, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the spinners employed and those 2 catching positions there as well. So that's sometimes where it can balloon up a little bit.
I've done it, Ben. ODIs, Alana King. First quartile, 27.4. Second one, 21.94. Then 14.13, 11.71 bowling averages.
McDonald Gay bowling and forcing back down the pitch off the back foot is Sutherland. Look at that. When Rick's numbers back up the eye test of Michelle Gosco and myself, we love that.
Well, I'm thinking quartile must be quarter. So,
yeah. So her career average is just declining through each quartile.
There we go.
With the ball, that's what you want. The bustling McDonald Gay. Past the umpire, right arm over, down the leg side. Half volley nicely taken by the keeper, Jones.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, yeah, she found herself not playing in T20 cricket and then now is forced away back into that and bowling in tandem with Georgia Wareham. And Georgia Wareham obviously only played, I think, one test match, so favoured Alana King. So far, the Australians, last few times they've played tests.
McDonald Gay arrives again outside the off stump and pushing to that cover fielder is Annabelle Sutherland. Unbeaten on 8, Litchfield 14, 1 for 34.
But back to your point about sometimes going into your shell too much, then you start leaving balls that maybe you need to play at as well. So look, it's a double-edged sword, isn't it?
Seagulls have taken over the MCG. Back of a length, and Sutherland pulls through mid-wicket. Well timed this. In pursuit, the English fielders. They won't catch that. Into the rope. Maybe they haven't completely put away the attacking strokes. 1 for 38, Sutherland onto 12. Litchfield is on 14. And with that, the Seagulls have taken off.
They like that shot. They're celebrating. What a shot there from Sutherland. Sort of a front foot pull there. She's a tall player. Able to do that prop on the front foot. Geez, they're going everywhere. One really came in the window here.
I don't want
what's
that.
movie?
Steal our
The-
chips.
The Birds or whatever, that movie. Oh, you're too young.
The Birds.
Yeah,
Bungie.
I mentioned that
you.
earlier, the Alfred Hitchcock movie,
There we
1963.
go.
Psycho.
The Birds, it's called.
It's called The Birds.
Thank you.
Oh,
Don't call me that, Ben.
no. Well, that's the Alfred Hitchcock movie that I know, Psycho. Know about The Birds.
You probably did more than one movie.
Yeah, I know that, Rick. Come on, Rick. You're meant to be the numbers, man. Provide us. How many movies did Alfred Hitchcock make?
At least 2.
1 for 38, Eccleston beginning a new over. Litchfield defends off the back foot. Do like my movies as well.
Yeah. Oh, it's disappointing though. You're a youngster though.
Haven't seen The Birds. I'll add it to the list. Eccleston over the wicket to the left-hander. Litchfield reaches forward to defend.
It's scary, Ben.
Well, most of his are. Psycho definitely is. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. The side of Margaret and David. Eccleston, well flighted. Litchfield goes back to it, just turns it around the corner. Straight to square leg, 1 for 38, the Aussies. You know about Margaret and David?
No.
Old ABC TV and movie show. The left-hander Litchfield.
Oh, yes.
Facing Eccleston and going forward again. Very watchful here, the Aussies.
I do remember now. Absolutely. I used to watch that show, actually. I just forgot what their names were.
Reviewers.
Yes.
Reviewers.
Yes.
Here comes Eccleston again. Forward once more, Litchfield. Getting right onto the front foot to defend here. The 21-year-old Aussie opening bat.
Would you trust my reviews, Ben?
What's your favourite movie?
Oh.
The Aussies trying to get through to stumps. Slipping a bat pad. Eccleston spins out another down the track. Here's Litchfield, hits it back to the bowler. And maybe just hurt her hand a little bit in fielding there. So 1 for 38, Litchfield 14, Sutherland 12. Do you have a favourite movie?
I've got a couple, actually. You're allowed to, different genres. Lion, I like the movie Lion.
Yep.
That's one of my favourites. The Bachelorette.
Bachelorette.
There's some funny ones.
What about you, Rick? What have you got for us?
The Birds.
The Birds. Hasn't offered anything up just yet, Rick. I'll tell you my favourite.
Yes,
my favourite's
please.
Good Will Hunting.
Oh, yeah, they're good.
Great movie.
Yep.
And Dead Poets Society.
Oh, there we go.
Both starring
Damon?
Robin Williams.
Matt Damon? No.
Matt Damon's only in Good Will Hunting.
Okay.
McDonald Gate to continue. 11 minutes away from stumps. Straight delivery. Sutherland punching down to mid-on on the on-drive. In Gaul, Australia have declared 6 for 654. You come up with a favourite movie yet, Rick? I think
I like those Bourne movies.
You like the Bournes? Yeah, it's a good series. Bourne Supremacy, Bourne Ultimatum.
Is that cool? I said Matt Damon. Right.
Right arm over McDonald Gay on the off stump. Inside edge, thick inside edge on the on drive. Rick's favourite movie is the 2025 Big Bash League final on repeat. Just watches Mitch Owen's innings over and over and over.
I've watched it twice already.
Have you? You score it each time?
I've only been home one day since the match was played.
Ben, you know I'm from Western Sydney.
I do know that. Arriving McDonald Gay down the leg side and low down. Suggestion here from back in the studio, Mitch Turner. Rick's favourite has to be Rain Man. It is about a very astute mathematician. Can remember important facts. Stars Tom Cruise. Good movie, Rain Man. Slip, a gully, catching cover as well. McDonald Gay bowls on the stump, structure on the pad. Big appeal. Maybe some bat involved. Will England go upstairs? They confer. Can we listen in here? What can we hear on the stump mic?
5 seconds.
3. They're going to refer. The Seagulls were all we could hear. Listening in, 1 for 38. Oh, the Aussies. This is mightily close.
Oh, that was
Third umpire to director.
Well, I think if there's not bat involved, this could be trouble for Annabelle Sutherland.
He's not out. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please?
They had half a second on the clock too to make a decision.
So, TV umpire Sean Craig getting a replay here. It decks back a little bit.
You will go to Ultra Edge.
Maybe just sliding. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, sliding down the leg side, I think. Nipped off the seam there, though, back in quite sharply.
I don't think that will be hitting the stumps. You wouldn't think.
Thank you. Definitely no bat involved. Go to ball tracking when available, please.
Yeah, that's why there was a little bit of hesitation about whether to go up or not.
If it is hitting the stumps, you wouldn't think it would be enough to overturn.
Still building ball tracker.
She bowled well here, though. My favourite movies are drama.
It's all right. Might take a few more seconds. Still building ball tracker.
Just building that drama now.
Ball tracker. Let's take a minute or two to load.
Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets missing.
Yep.
Claire gets to stay with your original decision of not out. Let you know when you're on screen. Signal now.
So as we thought, just sliding down there to jag back quite a way.
The height was good. Yeah, just sliding down though. When you can see the off stump, that kind of tells you, doesn't it, that possibly it's only going to be at best clipping that leg stump.
McDonald Gay runs away and bowls on the middle stump again, and very watchful Sutherland defends.
She's bowled well, though. 111 kilometres an hour, that last delivery. McDonald Gay.
Too.
Yeah, I like it. So, only new into this England lineup. Only 20 years of age.
Playing in her second test match. Bustles in again. Bowls on middle stump and turning it away down towards mid-on is Sutherland. End of the over. 1 for 38, the Aussies. Sutherland on 12, Litchfield on 14. We are closing in on stumps. Matt Clinch is about to jump in as I jump out.
Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
the ABC Listen app, BBC 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sounds.
I'm broke, but I'm happy. I'm poor, but I'm kind. I'm short, but I'm healthy. Yeah.
Thanks, Ben. Australia 1 for 38 after 20 overs, trailing England's first innings of 170 by 132 runs. And Sophie Eccleston is going to come into the attack with the end of the day looming from the Shane Warne stand end. Can she channel a bit of Alana King and what she was able to do earlier today?
Possibly so. Some late night drama here at this test match.
Eccleston with a slip in place comes in over the wicket, and Litchfield is back and playing off the back foot out through the gap in cover. Just picks up a single to start the 21st over. Litchfield to 15. Australia 1 for 39.
She's been very watchful, hasn't she, Phoebe Litchfield? She's put away the reverse and the sweep shot predominantly here, which is used to, I wouldn't say to great effect actually in the white ball series. It's got her out a few times, but she's got much more time to bat here. No dot ball pressure, no scoreboard pressure.
Start of Eccleston's third over. The first run scored against her as it's a full delivery to Annabelle Sutherland, and all over that as she drives wide of the fielder. Out mid-off and across the rope for 4. Just a little skip down the wicket and was able to pounce.
Yeah, it was a simple punch, wasn't it? Didn't try and overhit it. Met it on the half volley. Full face of the bat. Exquisite timing from Annabelle Sutherland.
Short leg back pad around Annabelle Sutherland, who takes a big stride forward and gets to the pitch of the delivery to defend back down the pitch. Australia 1 for 43.
Sorry, Clint, there's not a whole lot of turn on offer, is there, for Sophie Eccleston at the moment?
Most likely one more over if she can get through this relatively quickly into Annabelle Sutherland, who gets it past the back pad and through for a single to move to 17. Australia 1 for 44.
There you go. I said she's put it away.
Commentary from Amy Jones behind the stumps for England there. 6 runs off the over so far. Sophie Eccleston comes in. Phoebe Litchfield is up on her toes, defending as she plays into the offside. And Sophia Dunkley does the fielding. Australia 1 for 44.
Oh, that's why I love Test match cricket. You get people under the lid giving you some batting advice as well.
In comes Eccleston. Litchfield hits straight past the bowler and beats a lunging effort from Lauren Bell as well. Mistimed a little, but was able to get to the pitch of the delivery and with enough power, muscle it down the ground for another boundary. So 10 runs coming off the over from Sophie Eccleston, and just when you thought Phoebe Litchfield were thinking, right, let's get through to the end of the day's play, an attacking shot to end that over. Australia 1 for 48, Litchfield on 19, Sutherland on 17. Alyssa Healy has the pads on. She would not want to have to come out and face an over here.
Sophie Eccleston, who had 2 maiden overs before that, conceded 10 off her third over.
10 runs off that over. Rick Finlay providing the stats for you from the MCG. Australia 1 for 48. And the final over for the day's play is going to be bowled by McDonald Gay. Her third over with the figures of none for 5. Slip still in place. Sophie Eccleston has been fielding at slip so far tonight. As McDonald Gay starts a new over. Right arm over the wicket. Back of a length and able to whip it off her pads as Annabelle Sutherland out forward of square. It won't quite reach the rope as Tammy Beaumont races after it. Litchfield calls her back and they get through for 3.
Wow. Well, Tammy Beaumont's 33 years of age. You'd be thinking, all right, you go out there, some youngster, go and run at the last over of the day. And go and chase that to bring up their 50. 151 in the 21st over Australia. I think you've earned that right once you get past the age of 30, haven't you, Clint?
I think so.
Go and put one of the youngsters in there because in Test match cricket, obviously there's more gaps. So put the youngsters out there where the gaps are.
And in comparison, a 21-year-old Phoebe Litchfield and 23-year-old Annabelle Sutherland. McDonald Gay comes in, short ball once more, and Litchfield's able to play it off her hip. Backward a square, thought about a second. Litchfield says no. And Sutherland was keen to push, but realised there was no second on offer. Australia 1 for 52. His partnership now up to 32 runs after the wicket of Georgia Vole, who was out for 12.
Just seeing a timeline of the runs. So there was an enormous amount of dots in a row. And there's been a plethora of runs scored in sort of the last 2 overs or so. So talking about shutting up shop, they haven't done this pair.
There's a straightish mid-on for McDonald Gay, who's giving width, and it's driven by Annabelle Sutherland, but straight to the fielder, Danny White-Hodge at point, anywhere half a metre wide of her, and it was 4 all the way. Straight to the fielder. Said the night is trying to provide encouragement and extra cover.
3 more balls to negotiate and come out, and the batting will be much easier during the afternoon here.
Litchfield and Sutherland trying to get through to the end of the day. As Sutherland is back and defending into the offside. Australia 1 for 52 with 2 balls remaining.
I'll tell you what, Clinchy, in my debut, last ball of the day, I nearly ran myself out. Lisa quietly, I went, yes. And she goes, what are you doing? No. I had to do this big slide. Last ball of the day. I'm like, what am I doing? Wow.
Just not quite in the situation mode quite then. McDonald Gay comes in, wide of the off stump, and this time Sutherland gets the width. Drives through the gap in the offside. Out towards the rope for 4. Short and too much width for Annabelle Sutherland, who was all over that as she moves to 24. Australia 1 for 56.
Yeah, just searching for some extra swing there, McDonald Gay, and just over pitching outside off. Nicely worked there from Annabelle Sutherland.
18 runs in the last 2 overs so far. 1 ball to go.
It's been a good end to the day's play from an Australian point of view. McDonald Gay comes in, Sutherland comes forward and defends. And that will be stumps on day 1 of this historic day-night Women's Ashes Test match from the MCG. Australia finish at 1 for 56 after 22 overs. Phoebe Litchfield on 20 and Annabelle Sutherland on 24. Australia trailing by 114 runs. A little bit of a chat between the youngsters for Australia out in the middle, but smiles as they make their way from the centre wicket. Australia won the toss and decided to bowl first. Georgia Voll making her debut from an Australian point of view. England went with the extra seamer with Anna McDonald-Gay rather than Charlie Dean. And England were under pump right from the outset. Maya Bouchier was out for 2 in the first over. England were 1 for 3. Tammy Beaumont was out LBW to Darcy Brown for 8. And Heather Knight was out LBW to Kim Garth for 25. At the first break, the lunch break, England were 3 for 64. After that, Sophia Dunkley fell for 21. She was caught and bowled by Alana King. Danny White-Hodge was caught by Litchfield from the bowling of King, out for 22. Amy Jones was bowled by Ash Gardner for 3. Nat Sever-Brunt was bowled by Alana King for 51 after 129 deliveries. Sophie Eccleston was out for 1, caught by Kim Garth from the bowling of Alana King. Lauren Filer was caught by Vole from the bowling of Brown for 8. And Lauren Bell, the last wicket to fall, was run out by Darcy Brown for 7. A mix-up between... It wasn't even really a mix-up. They just dawdled in the end, and it was a simple run-out for Darcy Brown, who threw to the keeper's end. And Rana McDonald-Gay finished on 15 not out from an Australian point of view. Kim Garth, 2 for 13 from her 10 overs. Darcy Brown, 2 for 47 from her 18 overs. Annabelle Sutherland, none for 30 from her 10 overs. And Ash Gardner, 10.4 overs, 1 for 30. Alana King, the pick of the bowlers from an Australian point of view, 23 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 45 as her impressive record continues in this Women's Ashes. Australia chasing 170 runs after England's first innings of all out from 71.4 overs. Georgia Voll, the 1 wicket to fall, caught by Amy Jones, full, caught the outside edge from the bowling of Lauren Bell on debut, out for 12. At that stage, Australia were 1 for 19, and then a handy partnership between Phoebe Litchfield and Phoebe Litchfield and Annabelle Sutherland, with Litchfield on 20 not out and Sutherland on 24. Michelle Cosgrove, it's been a dominant day once more from an Australian point of view.
Yeah, Clinchy, I promise you I'm not repeating myself from the past 18 days or so, but Australia's been on top here today and England will be disappointed. They got sent in to bat in the best conditions of this test match. Going in this evening, there wasn't too much swing on offer. I think Australia hit really good lengths, and then all of a sudden Australia were on top. So, yeah, disappointing day for England.
A 37-run partnership to finish between Litchfield and Sutherland. Ben Cameron and Henry Miranda headed downstairs. Let's go down to Ben Cameron.
Yeah, thank you, Clinchy. I've got Darcy Brown with me. 1 for 56 at stumps, the Aussies, after bowling out England for 170. How do you assess the day?
Yeah, I think it was a really positive day for us. It's always nice to bowl them out on the first day and have a little bit of that, and we've only lost 1 wicket as well, so it puts us in good stead for the tomorrow.
How did you find bowling with the pink ball?
Yeah, it was good fun. Anytime we get to play a test match is always great fun, and to get a few overs in is always nice. It's a good change-up, I think, for us bowlers.
What were the differences or similarities to playing Test cricket with a pink ball as opposed to a red ball?
In my limited experience, it didn't swing as much as we thought it would, but especially with the wicket as well, I guess it nipped around early, and it was a bit of a challenge towards the end when it wasn't doing a whole heap, trying to get those last few wickets, but again, it was awesome fun.
So did you find that it became noticeably softer?
Yeah, I think so, but it's hard to tell when our spinners are taking lots of wickets and stuff like that. But I think that was something we spoke about coming in, that it got a bit softer, quicker. But and especially with the dew that was coming in, we were planning to keep it off the ground because it might get a bit softer and a bit easier for the batters to hit. But we didn't get to try that, which was a good thing.
You mentioned the pitch. What was your assessment of it?
I'm not a very good pitch assessor, but it's just a bit of a slow bounce, but variable too. It was interesting to bowl on, but again, good fun to be out there.
We did notice that you guys had a lot of sort of catching positions, short catching covers, fielders just off the pitch on the onside in catching positions. England the same. Was that the reason behind that? Did you feel like the wicket was a bit too paced? Yeah, definitely. And also we like to try out a few things because we can. We don't get to try these things in T20 and 50 over cricket. So it's just good fun to get in there and get up nice and close and see what happens. It was a beautiful day for Georgia Voll. We saw her family being around for the presentation of her baggy green. Take us inside the circle. What was that moment like? Yeah, super special. Volly's a great character in our group. Growing up playing against her and with her in underage sort of Aussie stuff, it's been really nice to watch her sort of get this opportunity, and she's taken it with both hands. What was said to her when she was presented with that baggy green? Well, she had BC, so there were some pretty wise words. I think she just basically said she's deserved it. She's gone through a little bit of a roller coaster in terms of injury and selection throughout her career, and she was ready to be out there basically. Have you had a moment to reflect on what today means? I know you're busy playing, but the MCG, this great cathedral that it is, you're here playing for the first time in 76 years, a women's test at this venue. How special is it? Yeah, super special. I think the last few training days to be out here was pretty cool. I think only a few of the girls had played maybe Big Bash on there, maybe when I guess the Big Bash final was on, and then a little bit before that. But yeah, it's pretty special. There's a good turnout as well, and lots of family and friends have flown over just for this occasion, which makes it even better. Last one, we were speaking a little bit in commentary about the fact that you've almost been given the keys to the red ball team as the leader of the attack in Test match cricket. Megan Shute is not there. She's somewhat of a mentor for you. How is it when you're in the team and she's not, given that relationship? Shute is, been huge for me over my career, and it's nice to still have her with us running drinks. She's been great. She's a good sport about it all, and it's just nice to still have her here to learn off her as well. But I wouldn't say I'm a leader. I think Kimmy G and Belzy have got the rock, and then we got Pez as well that didn't even need a bowl. But we've got great experience in our group. I said last one, but I do have to ask about Elise Perry. How is she? Yeah, good. Speaking to her downstairs, she was walking fine. I've got not much idea about any info, but she looks great, and she's an absolute warrior and an elite athlete, so I'm sure she'll have a good night's sleep and feel ready to go tomorrow. So you think she'll be able to bat and possibly bowl later in this match? I guess so. I'm not a physio. I'm assuming so. So, fingers crossed. She didn't say anything to you? Hips good? Yeah, no, I didn't really ask her, to be honest. I was too busy lounging around and putting my feet up, to be honest. Okay, Das, appreciate your time. Best of luck for the remainder of the test. No worries. Thanks very much, Ben.
Thank you to Ben Cameron and to Darcy Brown. Benny asking some probing questions there, Gozzy, trying to get to the bottom of how serious Elise Perry's hip injury was, given she didn't return to the field after a lunging effort to try and deny a boundary rope. And I think Henry Moran is ready and in position to bring us the English perspective. Henry, down to you.
Yes, I got Lauren Bell alongside with some sweatbands that you're... What's up with those, first of all?
Seeing the fact that they dyed the grass, it's all green.
Yeah, well, there you go. It's these little insights, you see. Come on then, reflections after that first day.
I and down, as Test cricket is. I think we dug pretty deep to get a total on the board, and then, I think we had a lot of energy out there, and, we'll go into tomorrow wanting to take a few wickets, but pretty happy.
What about this surface? Because it was a funny-looking thing, quite a lot of grass coverage.
Yeah, I think funny-looking is a good way of putting it. I think it is doing bits as a seam bowler. I'd say it's quite an exciting surface to bowl on. It's not got loads of pace, but it's got lateral movement, so we'll just have to play with that.
This series has been a tough one. There's no way of avoiding that. Coming into this game, I mean, how are spirits? How did everybody keep their energy up?
Yeah, I think Test match cricket brings its own about it. It's special, and I think it's quite separate from the rest of the series. You take in, you're playing a Test match at the MCG, it brings its own energy. So I think everyone was just quite excited about it.
And were there any conversations, look, we need to park what's been before, we've got to approach this as a one-off game?
I think that goes unsaid. I think everyone obviously wants to park what's happened, and everyone just gets excited about the fact we're at the MCG, we've got a pink ball test, it's a day-night. So I think our focus was more on how we're going to go about this, and I think it went unsaid that we just parked the rest of it.
I remember ahead of your first Test match, you had to watch a few games of Test cricket to get a bit of a sense of it all. Pink ball Test cricket, something different again.
Yeah, I can't say I've watched any pink ball Test cricket before this one, but I think I'd say I've come a long way as a bowler since then, and my understanding of the game, but it's cool, and it's definitely learning on the job, but it's good fun.
And one thing that has been a real bright spot for England is how you've gone in this series, particularly given Kate Cross's absence, because there has been a need to step up and be a bit more of a senior bowler. Yeah,
again, obviously Crossy brings that consistency and brings the trust, and obviously I've kind of had to step into those shoes, but again, I've said it before, I love when Heather gives me responsibility, and I love filling those gaps. So it's been a really great series. I guess personally I've got a lot out of it, but we'll see how the next few days go.
It's the bittersweet thing of being part of a team in an environment where individual performance also counts, but you'll take a lot from what's happened over the last few weeks personally as a bowler.
Yeah, I think as a team we'll obviously reflect, and we've got places where I guess we'll need to improve and go and work on, but personally I guess I can take a bit of confidence from how the last two games have gone and how I guess the consistency has come to my bowling, and I feel pretty confident with where I'm at.
170, where do you feel that is as a total?
It's a great question. I guess it's day one. I'm not sure how it's going to play out. Is the pitch going to get better, going to get worse? So I think, tomorrow morning's a really important session for us. And if we can take some early wickets, I think we're massively in the game.
So I do this as well. You say tomorrow morning. Of course, it's tomorrow afternoon. So how do you get the body clock right?
It will be the morning. I'll be waking up at about 11 a.m, I imagine. So, I do say the morning, and it'll be 2:30. I won't be sleeping for a while now. I've got a lot of adrenaline. So, you go to bed late and you wake up late.
Playing at the MCG, not many players get to do that in their careers at all. I mean, this is a special occasion.
Yeah, it's amazing. I think leading into it, there's been a lot about it and about how special it is, and as a cricketer, you just try and take in all these things. I mean, playing an Ashes Test match is special in itself, and then playing at the MCG on a ground like this, it's cool, and you just got to embrace it and enjoy it.
And can England get a result here, and how important is it that there's positivity at the end of the tour?
I definitely think we can get a result. Obviously, the end of day one, as I said, a few early wickets tomorrow, and we're well in the game. But we'll have to see how it plays out, and we'll have to bowl really well. I think Australia showed us how to bowl on this pitch. They obviously bowled exceptionally. So I think tomorrow will be a big day, but we'll have to see how it goes.
Thanks so much, Lauren. Well bowled today, and in the series as well. Lauren Bell down here on the boundary edge. Thank you so much for your thoughts here amongst the seagulls that continue to swoop.
Thank you very much to Lauren Bell and to Henry Moran and to Ben Cameron down on the boundary. Matt Clinch and Michelle Gosgo with you. Australia finished at stumps, 1 for 56 after England were all out for 170. So 3 quick thoughts to finish with. Gozzy, Alana King, 22 overs, unchanged, picked up the 4 wickets. Her trajectory has been incredible over the last 12 months and what she's been able to achieve, and once more had England on the back foot.
Yeah, she's the most improved cricketer probably in world cricket for me, Alana King. And every time she bowls, I think she could have got the first over of the day and just kept bowling all day from one end. She's that good. And the control and the guile and the little bit of swing that she gets on the ball, which we know really good right arm leg spinners can get, that's what she gets. And every time she gets ball in hand, well, we've seen some famous Victorians here, haven't we, with ball in hand as a leg spinner. And she's getting towards not so much as Warnie's legendary status, but she is something, every time she bowls, something is always happening. So it's amazing for Australian cricket.
She's certainly honouring him in the right way. Firstly at Junction Oval and now with the Shane Warne stand in the backdrop here at the MCG. Nat Sever-Brunt top scored for England with 51, Heather Knight 25. Without Sever-Brunt, geez, it would be a small tally, wouldn't it? All out for 170, the run out right there at the very end. England still relying on their most senior players to try and carry their load.
Yeah, Nat Sever-Brunt, she got an average of, I think it was 47, so she got just past that, another half century in her back pocket. But from there on, the coaching staff would be really disappointed. Heather Knight for 25, Sophia Dunkley 21, Danny Wyatt Hodge 22. So they all got starts. Once you do that, you need to push on. You can't just be getting out for 20 and 30 and then putting pressure on the next person in. So they just could not develop any partnerships whatsoever, and that is why they were all dismissed for 170. So I think that's been their whole tour, hasn't it, Clinchy? They've just really struggled, and every time a wicket has fallen, it's gone back to back. They've just have not been able to build any partnerships whatsoever.
And finally, 11,643 fans through the gates for day one. A great turnout, trying to surpass the previous record of just over 23,000 in the UK. Phoebe Litchfield and Annabelle Sutherland with 18 runs from the final 2 overs. If you're a cricket fan in Melbourne, a chance to come along tomorrow because it could be a good day from an Australian point of view. We've spoken about the possibility of a historic whitewash. If Australia can pummel England tomorrow in what should be relatively good batting conditions, it might be a tough day for the tourists.
Yeah, I mean, they looked in pretty good form, didn't they, Annabelle Sutherland? She struggled for runs throughout this Ashes campaign, but she loves Test match cricket. Phoebe Litchfield, the same as well. But I reckon once you get no pressure, no scoreboard pressure, no dot ball pressure, you can just go out and bat. And that's where that brings out the best of this Australian side. So they'll be looking to bat as long as they can all day tomorrow. And if they have to go into day 3 for the morning and they declare, if they can, and then put all the pressure back on England.
Yeah, possibility of getting a big first innings and putting the pressure right back onto England.